Mortal fear is as crucial a thing to our lives as love. It cuts to the core of our being and shows us what we are. Will you step back and cover your eyes? Or will you have the strength to walk to the precipice and look out? Do you want to know what is there? Or live in the dark delusion that this commercial world insists we remain sealed inside, like blind caterpillars in an eternal cocoon? Will you curl up with your eyes closed and die? Or can you fight your way out of it and fly? Stanislas Cordova, Rolling Stone, December 29th, 1977. Prologue. New York City, 2:32 a.m. Everyone has a Cordova story, whether they like it or not. Maybe your next-door neighbor found one of his movies in an old box in her attic and never entered a dark room alone again. Or your boyfriend bragged he discovered a contraband copy of At Night All Birds Are Black on the internet, and after watching, refused to speak of it as if it were a horrific ordeal he'd barely survived. Whatever your opinion of Cordova, however obsessed with his work or indifferent, he's there to react against. He's a crevice, a black hole, an unspecified danger, a relentless outbreak of the unknown in our overexposed world. He's underground, looming unseen in the corners of the dark. He's down under the railway bridge in the river with all the missing evidence, and the answers that will never see the light of day. He's a myth, a monster, a mortal man. And yet I can't help but believe when you need him the most, Cordova has a way of heading straight toward you, like a mysterious guest you notice across the room at a crowded party. In the blink of an eye, he's right beside you by the fruit punch, staring back at you when you turn and casually ask the time. My Cordova tale began for the second time on a rainy October night when I was just another man running in circles, going nowhere as fast as I could. I was jogging around Central Park's reservoir after 2 a.m., a risky habit I'd adopted during the past year when I was too strung out to sleep, hounded by an inertia I couldn't explain, except for the vague understanding that the best part of my life was behind me, and the sense of possibility I'd once had so innately as a young man was now gone. It was cold and I was soaked. The gravel track was rutted with puddles, the black waters of the reservoir cloaked in mist. It clogged the reeds along the bank and erased the outskirts of the park as if it were nothing but paper, the edges torn away. All I could see of the grand buildings along Fifth Avenue were a few gold lights burning through the gloom, reflecting on the water's edge like dull coins tossed in. Every time I sprinted past one of the iron lampposts, my shadow surged past me, quickly grew faint, and then peeled off, as if it didn't have the nerve to stay. I was bypassing the South Gatehouse, starting my 6th lap, when I glanced over my shoulder and saw someone was behind me. A woman was standing in front of a lamppost, her face in shadow, her red coat catching the light behind her, making a vivid red slice in the night. A young woman out here alone? Was she crazy? I turned back, faintly irritated by the girl's naivete or recklessness, whatever it was that brought her out here. Women of Manhattan, magnificent as they were, they forgot sometimes they weren't immortal. They could throw themselves like confetti into a fun-filled Friday night, with no thought as to what crack they fell into by Saturday. The track straightened north, rain needling my face, the branches hanging low, forming a crude tunnel overhead. I veered past rows of benches and the curved bridge, mud splattering my shins. The woman, whoever she was, appeared to have disappeared. But then, far ahead, a flicker of red. It vanished as soon as I saw it. Then, seconds later, I could make out a thin, dark silhouette, walking slowly in front of me along the iron railing. She was wearing black boots, her dark hair hanging halfway down her back. I picked up my pace, deciding to pass her exactly when she was beside a lamppost, so I could take a closer look and make sure she was all right. As I neared, however, I had the marked feeling she wasn't. It was the sound of her footsteps, too heavy for such a slight person. The way she walked so stiffly, as if waiting for me. I suddenly had the feeling that as I passed, she'd turn and I'd see her face was not young, as I'd assumed, but old. The ravaged face of an old woman would stare back at me with hollowed eyes, a mouth like an axe gash in a tree. She was just a few feet ahead now. She was going to reach out, seize my arm, and her grip would be strong as a man's, ice cold. I ran past, but her head was lowered, hidden by her hair. When I turned again, she'd already stepped beyond the light, and was little more than a faceless form cut out of the dark, her shoulders outlined in red. I took off, taking a shortcut as the path twisted through the dense shrubbery, branches whipping my arms. I'll stop and say something when I pass her again, tell her to go home. But I logged another lap, and there was no sign of her. I checked the hill, leading down to the bridle paths. Nothing. Within minutes, I was approaching the North Gatehouse, a stone building beyond the reach of the lamps, soaked in darkness. I couldn't make out much more than a flight of narrow stairs leading up to a rusted set of double doors, which were chained and locked, a sign posted beside them, "Keep out, property of the city of New York." As I neared, I realized in alarm, glancing up, that she was there, standing on the landing, staring down at me. Or was she looking through me? By the time her presence fully registered, I'd already run blindly on. Yet what I'd glimpsed in that split second drifted in front of my eyes as if someone had taken a flash picture. Tangled hair, that blood-red coat, decayed brown in the dark, a face so entirely in shadow, it seemed possible it wasn't even there. Clearly, I should have held off on that fourth scotch. There was a time not too long ago when it took a little more to rattle me. Scott McGrath, a journalist who'd go to hell just to get Lucifer on the record, some blogger had once written. I'd taken it as a compliment. Prison inmates who'd tattooed their faces with shoe polish and their own piss. Armed teenagers from Vigario Geral strung out on Pedra. Medellin heavies who vacationed yearly at Rikers. None of it made me flinch. It was all just part of the scenery. Now a woman in the dark was unnerving me. She had to be drunk, or she'd popped too many Xanax, or maybe this was some sick teenage dare. An Upper East Side mean girl had put her up to this. Unless it was all a calculated setup and her street rat boyfriend was somewhere here, waiting to jump me. If that was the idea, they'd be disappointed. I had no valuables on me except my keys, a switchblade, and my Metro card worth about $8. All right, maybe I was going through a rough patch, dry spell, whatever the hell you wanted to call it. Maybe I hadn't defended myself since, well, technically the late 90s, but you never forgot how to fight for your life. And it was never too late to remember unless you were dead. The night felt unnaturally silent, still. That mist, it had moved beyond the water into the trees, overtaking the track like a sickness, an exhaust off something in the air here, something malignant. Another minute and I was approaching the North Gatehouse. I shot past it, expecting to see her on the landing. It was deserted. There was no sign of her anywhere. Yet the longer I ran, the path unspooling like an underpass to some dark, new dimension in front of me, the more I found the encounter unfinished. A song that had cut out on an expectant note. A film projector sputtering to a halt seconds before a pivotal chase scene. The screen going white. I couldn't shake the powerful feeling that she was very much here, hiding somewhere, watching me. I swore I caught a whiff of perfume embroidered into the damp smells of mud and rain. I squinted into the shadows along the hill, expecting at any moment the bright red cut of her coat. Maybe she'd be sitting on a bench or standing on the bridge. Had she come here to harm herself? What if she climbed up onto the railing, waiting, staring at me with a face drained of hope before stepping off, falling to the road far below like a bag of stones. Maybe I'd had a fifth scotch without realizing, or this damn city had finally gotten to me. I took off down the steps, heading down East Drive and out onto Fifth Avenue, rounding the corner onto East 86th Street, the rain turning into a downpour. I jogged 3 blocks past the shuttered restaurants, bright lobbies with a couple of bored doormen staring out. At the Lexington entrance to the subway, I heard the rumble of an approaching train. I sprinted down the next flight, swiping my Metro card through the turnstiles. A few people were waiting on the platform, a couple of teenagers, an elderly woman with a Bloomingdale's bag. The train careened into the station, screeching to a halt, and I stepped into an empty car. "This is the Brooklyn-bound 4 express train. The next stop is 59th Street. Shaking off the rain, I stared out at the deserted benches. An ad for a sci-fi action movie covered in graffiti. Someone had blinded the sprinting man on the poster, scribbling out his eyes with black marker. The doors pounded closed. With a moan of brakes, the train began to pull away. And then, suddenly, I was aware coming slowly down the steps in the far corner. Shiny black boots. And red. A red coat. I realized as she stepped lower and lower, soaked black hair like ink seeping over her shoulders, that it was she, the girl from the reservoir, the ghost, whatever the hell she was. But before I could comprehend this impossibility, before my mind could shout, she was coming for me, the train whipped into the tunnel. The windows went black, and I was left staring only at myself. The New York Times, New York region. Ashley Cordova, 24, found dead. A body that was found in a vacant Chinatown warehouse Thursday was identified by the city medical examiner as that of Ashley Cordova, daughter of the Academy Award-winning American film director Stanislas Cordova. She was 24. The cause of death has not yet been determined, but the police are investigating reports that Ms. Cordova, who reportedly had a history of depression, committed suicide by jumping into an out-of-service elevator shaft, said Hector J. Marcos, the chief spokesman for the city medical examiner's office. Ms. Cordova was a classical pianist and former child prodigy. She made her Carnegie Hall debut at age 12, playing Ravel's Piano Concerto in G major with the Moscow Philharmonic Orchestra. Ms. Cordova retreated from music at age 14, declining further recitals, tours, and public appearances. She was raised at The Peak, her father's vast private Adirondack estate, which served as the setting for many of Mr. Cordova's films, including his 1979 psychological thriller Thumbscrew. Ms. Cordova graduated from Amherst College in 2009. Unlike her half-brother, Theo Cordova, who frequently acted in his father's films, Ms. Cordova appeared only once, playing the youngest of the Stevens children in To Breathe with Kings, 1996, adapted from the novel by August Hauer. The Cordova family could not be reached for comment. Cordova's daughter found dead. Vulture.com. Ashley Cordova, the 24-year-old daughter of cult shadowmaster Stanislas Cordova, has been found dead in downtown New York, a supposed suicide. This adds another dark chapter to the life of a man who has appeared to have ingeniously crafted and rejected his own infamous legend. It also prompts the obvious question, is this just a sad coincidence, or a severely cursed dynasty? We will continue to cover the story as it unfolds. The New York Times. 809 comments. Anonymous. Very sad. I need caffeine. R.I.P. Ashley C. Kathy. The man is a sociopath. People like him shouldn't make movies. Bill is a tall leprechaun. Exactly, Kathy. God forbid something be dark, freakish, and so unnerving you question your commercialized, corporate-sponsored view of the world. Cordova fan. What is now proved was once only imagined. William Blake. AWOL. Not surprised. Only a madman could make the mindfuck that is Isolate 3. Jess, where did you see it? AWOL. Freedom Tunnel, 4 a.m. The Last Enigma, Time.com. Time Photos Culture. The Last Enigma, October 14th, 2011. 1 of 18. Stanislas Cordova, New York City, December 1977. This photo is the last known image taken of the legendary filmmaker. Ashley Cordova, 24, daughter of the film director Stanislas Cordova, was found dead yesterday in an abandoned warehouse in Lower Manhattan. In our modern world of tweeting, TMI, and total exposure, Stanislas Cordova is the exception. He has refused to appear in public or give interviews since Rolling Stone's 1977 cover feature. Those who have worked with him maintain a strict code of silence. Cordova's 15-film body of work, gut-twisting journeys through evil underworlds, still enjoys cult status as some of the most terrifying films ever made. Equally enigmatic is the man himself, whose personal life and professional career have been dogged by controversy. Time takes a brief pictorial look at Cordova, the inscrutable figure who, even when staying silent and out of sight, still creates a storm. The Last Enigma, 2 of 18. Beginnings. Cordova was an only child raised in the South Bronx by a single mother, though little more has been confirmed of his upbringing. When uncovering personal snapshots of the reclusive director became a cult pastime of his fans, a retired first-grade teacher at PS-12 claimed this picture featured Cordova, back left. A search of the school's attendance records revealed a boy named Stan Cordova enrolled in her class in 1948. He was given poor marks for sullen behavior. The Last Enigma, 3 of 18. Boss. A former Café Bois waitress named Jessica Ramirez claims to have been Cordova's girlfriend between 1960 and 1962. She said Stanislas was a high school dropout and petty criminal. After stealing a Ford Thunderbird, he made a living working as an all-night livery cab driver for prostitutes, working the seedy night world of 1960s New York, while spending his days writing the script that would become his chilling first feature, Figures Bathed in Light, 1964. He had alien eyes, Ramirez said, eyes that came at you from light years away and turned you inside out. This is the only picture she has of herself, left, with Cordova, center. The Last Enigma, 4 of 18. Dark Genius. Warner Brothers released this publicity still depicting Cordova on the set of his second feature, The Legacy, 1966. The film, an unnerving tale about a 10-year-old boy's decision to kill off a malicious county sheriff, introduced the themes Cordova would explore throughout his work. A horrifying underworld lurking beneath what is beautiful and normal, the fractured nature of human identity with its unspoken fears, violent motives, and immoral sexual desires, and the night film itself as a spellbinding, emotionally harrowing experience. When Cordova ceased all public appearances, doubts were raised that he was, in fact, the man in this photo. The Last Enigma, 5 of 18. Right-Hand Woman. Beginning with his second feature, Cordova's most trusted collaborator has been a woman named Inez Gallo. Gallo was allegedly a Mexican housewife, wedding photo above, when, in August 1965, she met Cordova on a Brooklyn-bound Q train. Days later, she abandoned her family in the middle of the night and for the ensuing 30 years surfaced only as assistant to Mr. Cordova in the credits of his 15 films. Her sole public appearance was at the 1980 Academy Awards, when she accepted Cordova's Best Director Oscar for Thumbscrew, 1979. Her one-sentence speech, delivered in combat boots, was a summons for people to break out of their locked rooms, real or imagined. The appearance spawned rumors that she was the true genius behind Cordova's work. The clip has more than 3 million views on YouTube. The Last Enigma, 6 of 18. The Heiress. In June 1975, Cordova married Ginevra Castaniello, an Italian model and heiress to an Italian banking fortune. A year later, they purchased a sprawling Adirondack estate known as The Peak, formerly a Rockefeller vacation home. Shortly after giving birth to a son, Theodore, Ginevra was found dead by accidental drowning in a lake on the property. Her death was believed to be the cause of Cordova's increasing personal isolation, and of evil as a cornerstone of his work. The Last Enigma, 7 of 18. The Peak. Since 1976, Cordova has lived and shot each of his films on a 300-acre estate located in upstate New York in the remote wilderness north of Lowe's Lake. The isolated nature of the compound, the nearest town is Crowthorpe Falls, population 829, and the well-documented fact that it is protected by a 20-foot military fence, have been the subject of much rumor and speculation as to the nature of Cordova's life there. The Last Enigma, 8 of 18. The Muse. Actress and legendary beauty Marlo Hughes became Cordova's second wife during the making of his film Love Child, 1985, though the union was annulled just 3 months later. She refused to speak publicly about the man or the marriage, though her grueling performance as a politician's wife hunting down her blackmailer, who threatens to disclose her past as a child prostitute, earned her rave reviews, the best of her career. The film, rated X, was the last of Cordova's films afforded mainstream theatrical release. The Last Enigma, 9 of 18. Fiasco or shrewd marketing ploy? Cordova's 10th film, At Night All Birds Are Black, 1987, about a teenage girl who goes to horrifying lengths to find her missing father, was condemned by the Motion Picture Association of America and led to outraged picketing by Christian morality groups. When a young woman suffered a mental breakdown in the theater during a test screening, Warner Brothers refused to release the film. A few months later, word began to spread of illicit screenings held illegally in the vast network of tunnels beneath Paris, the City of Light. The Last Enigma, 10 of 18. Urban Underbellies. Secret showings of Cordova's films, known as Red Band screenings, began in the Parisian catacombs, a maze of subterranean passageways built during the 12th century where, fittingly, the walls are constructed of human bones. The underground screenings soon spread throughout Europe, America, and Japan. This marked the beginning of Cordova's emergence as a subversive sorcerer of a dark, terrifying world, liberated from the commercial trappings of mainstream society. The Last Enigma, 11 of 18. Symbol of Sovereignty. In Cordova's infamous 1977 Rolling Stone interview, the last time he ever spoke in public, he noted his favorite shot of his films was a close-up of the killer's eye in figures bathed in light, cryptically describing the image as sovereign, deadly, perfect. He further admitted it was actually his eye, and close examination of the shot revealed a woman screaming in the iris. When Cordova vanished from the public stage, his fans, who call themselves Cordovites, used the words as a slogan and a stylized version of the shot as a symbol to organize illicit screenings of his films. The Last Enigma, 12 of 18. Last exit to Cordova. In a Berlin subway station on October 1st, 1989, at 2:14 a.m., a young woman examines cryptic directions to a screening of La Douleur, 1989. The Last Enigma, 13 of 18. Prelude to Hell. Those who attend the Red Band screenings rarely speak of what occurs. Some have claimed the showings, which take place in pitch darkness in condemned buildings or off-limits tunnels beneath the city, are so horrifying audience members are known to pass out in terror. Others claim they turn into orgiastic raves that last for days. Above, an anonymous street artist in Detroit dances in anticipation of a screening of Wait for Me Here, 1993, Cordova's first full-scale horror film about a series of unsolved murders terrorizing a backwoods South Carolina town. The street artist later claimed that to see the film was to leave your old self behind, walk through hell, and be reborn. The Last Enigma, 14 of 18. The Wannabe. In February 2000, the mutilated body of Amy Andrews, 8, was found in an abandoned paper mill in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Authorities found injuries on the body similar to those suffered by the child victim, Alice Reinhardt, in Wait for Me Here, 1993. When the suspect, Hugh Thistleton, 22, was apprehended, pirated DVDs of Cordova's black tapes, his last 5 films, were found in his apartment, prompting the Andrews family to establish Amy's Light, an organization dedicated to buying and destroying all contraband copies of Cordova's work sold anonymously over the Internet. The Last Enigma, 15 of 18. Defamation. On May 12, 2006, award-winning investigative journalist Scott McGrath appeared on Nightline, announcing that Cordova was his next subject. He claimed Cordova was a predator in the same league as Charles Manson, Jim Jones, Colonel Kurtz, referencing the barbaric mass murderer in Apocalypse Now. McGrath further remarked that someone needs to terminate Cordova with extreme prejudice. 2 days after the program aired, a $1 million slander lawsuit was filed against McGrath by attorneys representing the Cordova estate. Though the suit was settled out of court, it was later revealed the journalist's inside source, a former chauffeur to Cordova, was pure fiction, leading to McGrath's dismissal from Insider magazine. The Last Enigma, 16 of 18. Beautiful Child. In 1986, Cordova allegedly married his third wife, Astrid Goncourt, a French costume designer. They had a daughter, Ashley, who appeared at 8 years old in Cordova's last known film, To Breathe with Kings, 1996. Later, she gained fame as a piano prodigy using the name Ashley DeRoy, making her Carnegie Hall debut at age 12. She was found dead in an abandoned Chinatown warehouse on October 13, 2011. She was 24. The Last Enigma, 17 of 18. Waiting. Since 1977, Cordova has not made a public statement. In 2003, reports surfaced that he was at work on a new film tentatively titled Matilda, though there has been no evidence the production ever started. In a plea for the director to release a new movie, Cordovites have adopted the symbol of the red bird, which makes a fleeting appearance in each of his 15 films, a symbol of stark beauty, the human impulse for freedom, and in the face of unimaginable horror, the possibility for transcendence. The Last Enigma, 18 of 18. Final Whisper. Rumors about the director are dissected and analyzed across an invisible internet fan site known as The Blackboards. While reports persist that the director has been stricken by insanity or a disfiguring disease, or is even dead, a small hint of his whereabouts came on June 2, 2008, when an anonymous employee at Christie's International in London leaked to the press a bill of sale following their contemporary art auction. The document revealed that Francis Bacon's self-portrait, 1971, was sold for an undisclosed 8-figure sum to one S. Cordova. 1. A large chandelier showered golden light on the crowd as I surveyed the party in the bronze mirror over the mantel. I was startled to spot someone I barely recognized. Myself. Blue button-down, sports jacket, third or fourth drink. I was losing count. Leaning against the wall like I was holding it up. I looked like I wasn't at a cocktail party, but an airport, waiting for my life to take off. Infinitely delayed. Every time I planted myself at these charity soirees, lost scenes from my married life, I wondered why I kept coming. Maybe I liked facing a firing squad. "Scott McGrath, great to see you." Wish I could say the same, I thought. "Working on anything cool these days?" My abs. "Still teaching that journalism class at the new school?" They suggested I take a sabbatical. In other words, cutbacks. "Didn't know you were still in the city." I never knew what to say to that one. Did they think I'd been exiled to St. Helena, like Napoleon after Waterloo? I was at this party thanks to one of my ex-wife Cynthia's friends, a woman named Birdie. I found it both amusing and flattering that, long after my wife had divorced me, swimming on to bluer seas, a dense school of her girlfriends swirled around me as if I were an interesting shipwreck, looking for a piece of rubble to salvage and take home. Birdie was blonde, 40s, and hadn't left my side for the better part of 2 hours. Every now and then her hand squeezed my arm, a signal that her husband, some hedge fund guy, hedge fungi, was out of town, and her 3 kids Guantanamo'd with a nanny. Only a summons from the hostess to show Birdie her newly renovated kitchen had pried the woman from my side. "Don't go anywhere," Birdie had said. I'd done precisely that. This wreckage wanted to stay submerged. I drained the rest of my scotch, was about to head back to the bar, when I felt my BlackBerry buzzing. I slipped through the door behind me onto the second-floor landing. It was a text from my old attorney, Stu Lawton. I hadn't heard from Stu in at least 6 months. "Cordova's daughter found dead. Call me." I closed the message and Googled Cordova, scrolling the returns. It was true. And there was my goddamn name in quite a few articles. Disgraced journalist Scott McGrath. I'd be a marked man, peppered with questions the moment this latest news circulated the party. Suddenly, I was sober. I slipped through the crowd down the spiral marble stairs. No one said a word as I grabbed my coat, walked past the bronze bust of the hostess, which, in a shameless use of artistic license, made her resemble Elizabeth Taylor, out the front door and down the townhouse steps onto East 94th Street. I headed to 5th, breathing in the damp October night. I hailed a taxi and climbed in. West 4th and Perry. As we took off, I unrolled the window and felt my stomach tighten as the reality of it settled in. Cordova's daughter found dead. What was the unfiltered soundbite I'd blurted on national television? "Cordova's a predator, in the same league as Manson, Jim Jones, Colonel Kurtz. I have an inside source who worked for the family for years. Someone needs to terminate this guy with extreme prejudice." That inspired tidbit cost me my career, my reputation, not to mention $250,000. But that didn't make it any less true, though I probably should have stopped talking after Charles Manson. I couldn't help but laugh at myself for feeling like a fugitive. Or maybe the more apt comparison was a most wanted radical. Yet I had to admit there was something electrifying about seeing that name again. Cordova. In the possibility that maybe, just maybe, it was time to start running for my life again. 2. 20 minutes later, I let myself into my apartment at 30 Perry Street. I said I had to be out of here by 9, a voice announced behind me as I closed the door. "It's after 1. What the hell?" Her name was Jeannie, but no sane man would ever dream of her. 2 weekends a month, when I had legal visitation with my 5-year-old daughter, Samantha, my ex-wife, in an 18-year 2-for-1 promotion, Decreed it compulsory, I also take custody of Jeannie, the nanny. She was a 24-year-old Yale graduate studying education at Columbia, and clearly relished her powerful position as the designated bodyguard, the private escort, the Blackwater detail for Sam whenever she ventured into my dangerous custody. In this equation, I was the unstable third-world nation with a corrupt government, substandard infrastructure, rebel unrest, and an economy in freefall. "I'm sorry," I said, throwing my jacket over the chair. "I lost track of time. Where's Sam?" "Asleep." "Did you find her cloud pajamas?" "No, I was supposed to be at a study group 4 hours ago." "I'll pay you double so you can hire a tutor." I took out my wallet, handed Jeannie about $500, which she happily zipped into her backpack, and then I moved deliberately around her, heading down the hall. "Oh, and Mr. McGrath, Cynthia wanted to know if she could switch weekends with you next weekend." I stopped outside the closed door at the end, turning back. "Why?" "She and Bruce are going to Santa Barbara." "No." "No?" "I made plans. We'll stick to the schedule." "But they already made the arrangements." "They can unmake them." Jeannie opened her mouth to protest, but clamped it shut, sensing, quite rightly, that the territory between two people who were once soulmates but were no longer was akin to wandering into Pakistan's tribal region. "She's going to call you about it," she noted quietly. "Good night, Jeannie." With a dubious sigh, she let herself out. I entered my office, switched on the desk lamp, and nudged the door closed behind me. Santa Barbara, my ass. 3. My office was a small, neglected, green-walled room of filing cabinets, photographs, magazines, and piles of books. There was a framed picture on my desk of Samantha, taken on the day she was born, her face ancient and elf-like. Hanging on the wall was a movie poster of a debonair but exhausted-looking Alain Delon in Le Samurai. The print had been a gift from my old editor at Insider. He told me that I reminded him of the main character, a lonely French existentialist hitman, which wasn't a compliment. Across the room, left over from my Phi Psi frat house days at the University of Michigan, was a sagging brown leather couch on which I'd lost both my virginity and pounded out every one of my best stories. Hanging above that were framed covers of my books. MasterCard Nation, Hunting Captain Hook, Pirating on the Open Seas, Crud, Dirty Secrets of the Oil Industry, Cocaine Carnivals. They looked faded, the dust jacket designs very late 90s. There were also a few copies of my more famous Esquire, Time, and Insider articles, In Search of El Dorado, Black Snow Inferno, Surviving a Siberian Prison. 2 giant windows opposite the door overlooked Perry Street and a banged-up poplar tree, though it was too dark to see it now. I walked to the bookshelf in the corner, beside the photograph of me in Manaus with my arm around a Hecatao river trader, looking irritatingly happy and tan, snapshot from a past life, and poured myself a scotch. I'd bought 6 cases of the Macallan cask strength during my 2007 3-week road trip through Scotland. The trip had been taken at the inspired suggestion of my shrink, Dr. Weaver, after Cynthia had informed me that she and my 9-month-old daughter were leaving me for Bruce, a venture capitalist with whom she'd been having an affair. It was just months after Cordova slapped me with a slander lawsuit. You'd think out of mercy Cynthia would have rationed the bad news. Told me first that I traveled too much, then that she'd been unfaithful, then that she was madly in love, and finally that they were each divorcing their respective spouses to be together. Instead, it all came on the same day, like a quiet coastal town already hit by famine, further hit by a mudslide, a tsunami, a meteorite, and to top it all off, a little alien invasion. But then maybe it was better that way. Rather early in the chain of disasters, there was nothing left standing to destroy. The purpose of my trip to Scotland had been to start anew, turn the page, get in touch with my heritage, and hence myself, by visiting the locale where 4 generations of McGraths had been born and flourished, a tiny town in Moray, Scotland called Fogwat. I should have known simply from the name it'd be no Brigadoon. Dr. Weaver's suggestion turned out to be akin to learning my ancestors had arisen from the criminally insane ward at Bellevue. Fogwat comprised a few crooked white buildings clinging to a grey hill like a couple of teeth left in an old mouth. Women trudged through town with the hardened faces of those who'd survived a plague. Silent, red, fat men blistered every bar in town. I thought things were looking up when I'd ended up in bed with an attractive bartender named Maisie, until it occurred to me she could feasibly be my distant cousin. Just when you think you've hit rock bottom, you realize you're standing on another trapdoor. I downed the scotch, instantly feeling a little more alive, poured another, and moved to the closet behind my desk. It had been at least a year since I'd ventured in there. The door was jammed, and I had to force it open, kicking aside old sneakers and blueprints of the Amagansett beach house I'd considered buying Cynthia in an 11th-hour attempt to work things out. The $1 million marital Band-Aid, never a wise idea. I pried loose what was obstructing the door, a framed photo of Cynthia and me, taken when we were touring Brazil on a Ducati, searching for illegal gold mines, so in love it was impossible to fathom a day it might not be the case. God, she was gorgeous. I chucked the picture aside, pushed back piles of National Geographics, and found what I was looking for, a cardboard box. I pulled it out, hauled it over to my desk, and sat back in my chair staring down at it. The duct tape I'd sealed it with was unsticking. Cordova. The decision 5 years ago to take the man on as a subject had been accidental. I'd just come back from an exhausting 6-week sojourn in Freetown, a Sierra Leone slum. At about 3 a.m, wide awake, jet-lagged, I found myself clicking onto an article about Amy's Light, the non-profit dedicated to scouring the internet for Cordova's black tapes, buying them and destroying them. A mother whose daughter had been brutally killed by a copycat murderer founded the organization. Like the central murder in Wait for Me Here, Hugh Thistleton had kidnapped her daughter, Amy, from a street corner, where she was waiting for her brother to return from a 7-Eleven, took her to an abandoned mill, and fed her through the machinery. An organization dedicated to keep Cordova from infecting our youth, declared the website. This mandate I found to be poignant for its sheer impossibility. Trying to rid the Internet of Cordova was like trying to rid the Amazon of insects. Yet I didn't agree with it. As a journalist, freedom of speech and expression were cornerstones, principles so deeply embedded in America's bedrock that to surrender even an inch would be our country's undoing. I was also staunchly anti-censorship. Cordova could no more be held responsible for Amy Andrews' gruesome death than the beef industry for giving Americans fatal heart attacks. As much as some people would like to believe, for their own peace of mind, that the appearance of evil in this world had a clean cause, the truth was never that simple. Until that night, I had hardly given Cordova a second thought beyond enjoying, and getting creeped out by, some of his early films. Wondering about the motives of a reclusive director was not my professional aim or my specialty. I tackled stories with stakes where life and death were on the line. The most hopeless of all hopeless causes was where my heart tended to go when on the lookout for a new subject. Somehow, at some point that night, my heart got into it. Maybe it was because Sam had been born just a few months before, and, suddenly faced with fatherhood, I was more susceptible than usual to the idea of protecting this beautiful, clean slate, protecting any child from the destabilizing horrors that Cordova represented. Whatever the reason, the longer I clicked through the hundreds of Cordova blogs and fan sites and anonymous message boards, many of the postings by kids as young as 9 and 10, the more insistent my sense that something was wrong with Cordova. In hindsight, the experience reminded me of an alcoholic South African reporter whose path I'd crossed at the Hilton in Nairobi when I was there in 2003 working on a story about the ivory trade. He was on his way to a remote village in the southwest where a Taita tribe, close to the Tanzanian border, was dying out and was considered Walani, cursed, because no child born there could live longer than 11 days. We'd met at the hotel bar, and after commiserating over the fact that both of us had recently been carjacked, validating the city's nickname, Nai-Robbery, the man told me he was thinking about missing his bus the following morning, abandoning the story altogether, because of what had befallen the 3 reporters who had gone before him to the village. One had apparently gone mad, wandering the streets, stuttering nonsense. Another had quit and a week later had hanged himself in a Mombasa hotel room. The third had vanished into thin air, abandoning his family and a post at the Italian newspaper, Corriere della Sera. "It's infected," the man mumbled. "The story, somehow, you know." I chuckled, assuming such dramatics were a side effect of the Chivas Regal we'd been guzzling all night. Yet he went on. "It's a lintworm." He squinted at me, his bloodshot eyes searching my face for understanding. "A tapeworm that's eaten its own tail. No use going after it, because there's no end. All it will do is wrap around your heart and squeeze all the blood out." He held up a tightened fist. "Dit Servian Drew. Some stories you should run from while you still have legs." I never did find out if he made it to that village. Cordova's daughter found dead. The thought pulled me back to the present, and I opened the old box, grabbed a stack of papers, and started through it. First, a typed list of all the actors who'd worked with Cordova. Then a list of shooting locations from his first film, Figures Bathed in Light. Pauline Kael's review of Distortion, Unraveling Innocence. A film still of Marlowe Hughes, in bed in the closing shot of Love Child. Typed transcripts of my notes from Crowthorpe Falls. A photo I'd snapped of the fencing surrounding Cordova's property, the Peak. Wolfgang Beckman's syllabus for his Cordova class, taught a few years ago at Columbia Film School, though he was forced to cancel it after only 3 classes due to outcry from parents. Special topics in Cordova, darkly alive and totally petrifying, he'd impishly called the class. A DVD of the PBS documentary on Cordova from 2003, Dark's Warden, and then a transcript from an anonymous phone call. John, the mysterious caller who proved to be my undoing. I pulled the 3 pages out of the pile. Every time I read through them, transcribed within minutes of hanging up, I tried and failed to find the moment in the conversation where I'd lost my head. What exactly had prompted me to disregard 20 years' experience and jump the shark during a television appearance not 24 hours later? Transcript of phone conversation. Anonymous caller. John. S. McGrath. May 11, 2006. 11:06 to 11:11 p.m. SM. Hello. Caller. Is this Scott McGrath, the reporter? SM. It is. Who's this? No immediate answer. Voice is older, mid-60s or 70s. Caller. I hear you're investigating Cordova. SM. How do you hear that? Caller. Word gets around. SM. Are you a friend of his? No answer. He sounds nervous. Caller. I don't want this call recorded. SM. It's not. What's your name? Caller. John. Not his real name. I am tempted to turn on my phone recorder, a necessary precaution, but plugging in the TP7 jack makes a clicking noise on the line. I don't want to scare him off. SM. What's your connection to Cordova? Caller. I drove him. SM. You were his chauffeur? Caller. You could say that. SM. Where? Caller. Upstate. Upstate New York. John is breathing oddly, having second thoughts about talking. SM. Are you still there? Caller. Sorry, I don't know how I feel about this now. SM. Take your time. How did you come to work for him? Caller. I don't like all the questions. SM. You're the one who called me, John. Would it be easier if we met? Caller. No. 30-second pause. Caller. Most of the time I drove the woman, the Mexican, who works for him into town. But one night he called me and asked if I'd drive him. SM. You live close to his estate in Crowthorpe Falls? Caller. I don't want to say. I scribble some notes. Caller. He wanted me to pick him up in the middle of the night, 3 a.m. He asked me to come up slow to the mansion with my lights off. I had the feeling he didn't want to wake anyone at the house. When I got there, he was waiting for me on the steps. SM. Was he alone? Caller. Yes, he got into the car, the back seat. A pause. SM. Where did you take him? Caller. To an elementary school. SM. An elementary school? Caller. Yes. SM. Which one? Caller. No specifics. SM. Okay, I'm listening. Caller. He asked me to drive into the parking lot, turn off the engine, and wait. I watched him walk across the lawn into the children's playground. At first he was very still, and then he moved around the swings, pushing one so it swung out into the air, empty. Then he went around the seesaw, tipping it so it bobbed up and down. Then he went into the sandbox and sat down. SM. He sat down in the sandbox. Caller. I couldn't see what he was doing, but it wasn't right. You understand? SM. What was he doing? Caller. At first I was scared he was doing something sexual, but it looked like digging. SM. Digging? Caller. That's what it looked like. When he came back to the car, he was hiding something in his coat. SM. What? Caller. I couldn't see. I just drove him home. SM. Did he say anything? Caller. No, but a few weeks later he called me again, asked the same thing. SM. To take him to the elementary school? Caller. A different one this time. This time he headed out across the athletic field. He slipped up into the bleachers, searching for something. When he came back, again he had something in his coat. When I drove back to the mansion, I saw what it was when he climbed out. SM. What was it? A long pause. Caller. A child's gym uniform, tiny yellow shirt, blue shorts. It made me sick. I asked what he wanted with it. He only looked at me hard from behind those glasses. Got out of the car. Next day I heard from the Mexican. My services were no longer needed. But I know for a fact he hired someone else to drive him at night, a young guy. He paid him a lot of money to do it, for years. SM. Why? Caller. There's something he does to the children. SM. What? A pause. SM. How? He hurts them? No answer. SM. Who else knows about this? No answer. I'm losing him. SM. Anything more you can tell me? John? No response. SM. There's nothing to be afraid of. The line goes dead. 4. There's something he does to the children. Even now I remembered the old man's terrified voice on the phone. I don't remember much about my interview on Nightline, except that I did most of the talking. My purpose for appearing on the program was to discuss prison reform. Much to the delight of Nightline's host, I veered way off topic, bringing up Cordova. After we wrapped, oblivious to the shitstorm about to ensue, I was filled with satisfaction, the kind a man feels only when he's finally told it like it is. Then the calls started coming. First my agent asking what I'd been smoking, then my attorney saying he just heard from the brass at ABC. You put a hit out on Stanislas Cordova. What? No. They just faxed me the transcript. I'm reading here you interrupted Martin Bashir to announce Cordova should be terminated with extreme prejudice. I was being ironic. There's no irony in television, Scott. Needless to say, I never heard from John again. He vanished. Cordova's attorneys contended I'd not only put their client's life and his family at risk, but I'd actually fabricated the anonymous call, that I'd walked to the payphone, a block from my apartment, and phoned myself in order to establish record of a fictitious source. I laughed at the preposterous allegation, then ate my own words when I realized I couldn't prove otherwise. Even my attorney was vague on whether or not he believed me. He suggested John was real, but had been scared off by my rogue behavior. I had no choice but to settle the lawsuit, conceding my guilt of not actual malice, but reckless disregard for the truth. I paid the Cordova estate $250,000 in damages, a fair chunk of what I'd saved from my books and stories, building a career on the notion of uncompromising integrity, which was now in shreds. I was fired from Insider. My column nixed at Time. I'd been in preliminary talks at CNN about hosting a weekly investigative news show. Now the idea was laughable. "McGrath's like a revered sports hero who's been caught doping," declared Wolf Blitzer. "We need to question everything the man's written and everything he said." "You should think about teaching or becoming a life coach," my agent informed me. "In journalism, you're untouchable at the moment." It was a moment that lasted. Disgraced journalist became cemented to my name like ex-con. I was a symptom of the sloppy state of American reporting. A mash-up video of me appeared on YouTube in which I repeated 39 times, my voice auto-tuned, "Terminate with extreme prejudice." I abandoned the investigation. The night I made that decision, packing my notes away, I was embroiled in the slander lawsuit. Cynthia and Sam had moved out, leaving a silence so total it felt as if I'd undergone surgery without my consent. Though I was alive, I was left with a vague suspicion something was permanently off inside me. It was beyond my reach, some vital nerve twisted, some organ accidentally put back upside down. I felt only rage toward Cordova, neatly concealed behind his lawyers, and anger especially gutting, because it was really toward myself, for my own arrogance and stupidity. Because I knew my downfall was no accident. Cordova, displaying a foresight and intelligence I hadn't anticipated, had outmaneuvered me. I was down, knocked out, the fight over, a winner declared, before I'd even stepped fully into the ring. I'd been masterfully set up. John had been the bait. Seeing I was coming after him, Cordova had designed a booby trap using this anonymous caller, knowing with almost superhuman clairvoyance the man's haunting suggestion, "There's something he does to the children," would strike a nerve with me, and then he sat back as I dug my own grave. And yet, if Cordova had been that concerned about my investigation to go to such lengths to get rid of me, what was he actually hiding? Something even more explosive? I'd resolved to let it go, leave it alone, focus instead on getting some semblance of a life back. But here I was again. I downed the rest of the scotch, grabbed another stack of pages, and within minutes, I found what I'd been looking for. It was a thin manila envelope. Ashley was scribbled across the front. I unclasped it, pulling out the contents, a sheet of paper and a CD. Amherst College. Class Act. Ashley Cordova, 09, is another talented freshman hailing from upstate New York. Her father just so happens to be legendary filmmaker Stanislas, about whom she says little. "We are a very private family," she explains, though she is an incredibly accomplished woman in her own right. Using the professional name Ashley Deroy is a surname from her French mother's side of the family. At 11 years old, she won first place at the International Tchaikovsky competition in Moscow, playing his piano trio in A minor, beating out Juilliard-trained musicians 6 years her senior. She toured the international concert circuit, including a recital at Carnegie Hall. At 14, she recorded her first and only solo album. Ashley de Roy plays Maurice Ravel's Gaspard de la Nuit, or The Devil in the Night, winning critical acclaim for her creative and emotional rendering of the work, one of the most challenging solo piano pieces ever written. Though she no longer plays professionally, her piano is still a pleasure in which she indulges daily. It's wonderful to get lost in a piece of music, to forget your name for a while. Gaspard remains one of her favorite pieces, not just for its technical difficulties, figurations, cadenzas, quicksilver chromatic runs the pianist performs with a single hand, but because of Ravel's source of inspiration, 3 Bertrand poems that range in subject from a water sprite luring a man to come live with her in the water, to a hanging corpse and a devil who dances in the night, wreaking havoc on human lives. It's a gift to play these pieces, she says. Ravel was very modest. He never called himself a composer, only that he tried, and a piece was finished when he could not try any more. As you play the sonatas, you're transported to a world of great cruelty. Yet there's also yearning for love, sadness, a fear not of death, but a wasted life. It's all there in his music. In spite of her virtuosic musical abilities, Ashley is looking to move beyond piano during her time at Amherst, planning to major in anthropology or history, and after she graduates, maybe living abroad, traveling, finding the spot where the earth ends. There's a life for me beyond music, spoken like the daughter of a true master. 5. Years ago, focused on Cordova, I'd barely given this article about outstanding freshmen a second glance. I hadn't even bothered to listen to the CD. I tore off the plastic, loaded the CD into my stereo, and pressed play. There was a long stretch of silence, and then the piano. The first few bars were high-pitched, insistent, so fast and assured, it seemed inconceivable that the person playing was just 14 years old. The notes rippled, softened for a moment before stirring up into a furious outburst, like a machine gun exploding sound into the air. As I listened, the minutes ticked by, and suddenly I became aware of soft footsteps along the wood floors outside my office. It was Sam. Recently she'd fallen into the habit of waking up in the middle of the night. The knob turned, and my daughter appeared in the doorway, half asleep in a pink nightgown. "Hi, honey." Rubbing her eyes, she only patted over to me. She'd inherited Cynthia's beauty, including the show-stopping blonde ringlets, straight off a Sistine Chapel angel. "What are you doing in here?" she asked in a low, serious voice. "Research." She propped her elbows on the desk, doing some strange backward kicking with her foot. She was at that stage where she was always bending, knotting her arms, winding up as if involved in an ongoing game of Twister. She squinted at the Amherst article. "Who's that?" she asked. "Ashley." "Who's Ashley?" "Someone in trouble." She looked at me concerned. "Did she do something bad?" "Not that kind of trouble, honey. The kind that's a mystery." "What mystery?" "Don't know yet." This was our dynamic. Sam launched questions into the air, and I scrambled to answer them. Due to Cynthia's ironclad custody schedule and Sam's busy life of playdates and ballet, unfortunately I didn't get to see her very much. The last time was more than 3 weeks ago for an outing to the Bronx Zoo, during which it was clear she trusted every lowland gorilla in the Congo forest, including the 400-pound silverback, a hell of a lot more than she trusted me. She had her reasons. "Come on." I stood up. "Let's get you back into bed." I held out my hand, but Sam only frowned, an unmistakable look of doubt on her face. She seemed to already know what took me 43 years to figure out, that even though adults were tall, what we knew about anything, including ourselves, was small. The jig had been up since she was about 3, and like an innocent convict who'd simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time, Sam was resigned to patiently serve out her sentence, childhood, with her inept wardens, Cynthia and me, until she was on parole. "How about we go upstairs and find your cloud pajamas?" I asked. She nodded eagerly, allowing me to escort her down the hall and upstairs, where she sat patiently on her bed as I dug through her closet. The cloud pajamas, blue flannel, covered in cumulus clouds, were the one thing I'd done right. I'd bought them at a hip children's store in Soho. They were Sam's favorite, and sometimes she cried if she couldn't wear them to bed, forcing Cynthia and company to purchase second and even third pairs of the hip pajamas to shore up Sam's sleeping on their end, what I took to be a small but powerful personal victory. I went through every inch of Sam's closet, finally locating them on a back shelf. I dramatically unveiled them. Sam liked when I did a lot of Rudolph Valentino-style silent film acting. We put them on, and then I tucked her in. "Tighter," she ordered. I tucked. "Want me to leave the light on?" I asked. She shook her head. She was the one child on earth who wasn't afraid of the dark. "Good night, sweetheart." "Good night, Scott." She'd always called me Scott, never Dad. I could never remember when this started, its origin as impossible to discern as the chicken and the egg. "I love you more than—" "How much again?" I asked her. "The sun plus the moon." She closed her eyes and seemed to fall instantly, magically to sleep. I headed back downstairs. The CD was still playing, the music erratic and wild. I sat at my desk, rereading the Amherst article. "To forget your name for a while," Ashley had said. She had to mean Cordova. There's something he does to the children. What had he done to his own daughter? How had she ended up dead, an apparent suicide at 24? I could feel it starting again, the dark undertow toward Cordova. Forget my fury toward him, which still simmered. This was a chance for absolution. If I went after him again and proved he was a predator, what I'd believed in my gut, all I'd lost might come back. Maybe not Cynthia. I couldn't hope for that. But my career, my reputation, my life. And unlike 5 years ago, now I had a lead. Ashley. There was something violent in the comprehension that this stranger, this wild magician of musical notes, was gone from the world. She was lost now. She'd been silenced. Another dead branch on Cordova's warped tree. She could be his fragile corridor. It was a covert line of attack described in Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Your enemy expected the direct approach. He prepared for it and fiercely fought it off, resulting in severe casualties, the expenditure of major resources, and ultimately your own defeat. And yet, occasionally there was another entrance, the fragile corridor. Your enemy never expected advancement via this route, because it was labyrinthine and treacherous, and he often didn't even know it was there. But if your army managed to make it through, it would deliver you not just behind your enemy's lines, but to his inner chamber, the heart of his heart. "A tapeworm that's eaten its own tail," that old journalist had warned me. "No use going after it. All it will do is wrap around your heart and squeeze all the blood out." No, I never found out what happened to him, but I knew the answer. For all his grumbling, the next morning, surely as the sun rose, he climbed out of bed, packed his bags, and rode a bus straight into that damned village. He wouldn't have been able to stay away from the story. Neither would I. 6. A little over a week later, at 3 a.m., I boarded a Harlem-bound M102 bus, number 5378, as Sharon Falcone had instructed, and took a secluded seat in the back. If the city had one spot where murmured conversations and dubious glances went ignored, It was this bus at 3 in the morning. Whatever passengers were present, they were likely to be dead tired, strung out, or involved in shady dealings themselves, so you could bet they wanted to remain as incognito as you did. I'd never understood how Sharon had arranged it, but now I swore it was the same driver from the last time we'd done this, some 9 years ago. I first met Detective Sharon Falcone back in 1989, when I was a green reporter for the New York Post, and she was a rookie cop helping out on the Central Park jogger case. Even now, more than 20 years later, I still knew just snippets about her, but those bits went a long way, like a pinch of Cajun powder in your food. She was 46 and lived alone in Queens with a German shepherd named Harley. For the past decade, she'd worked for the Manhattan North Homicide Squad, a specialized unit that helped other precincts with homicides that occurred north of 59th Street. And she served her deceased victims with a devotion that seemed old-fashioned in its selflessness and dedication. The bus turned west onto East 116th, passing abandoned housing projects, empty lots, tattered churches. Salvation and Deliverance, read a sign. Men loitering on corners. Something must be wrong, I thought to myself. The last time we did this, Sharon had boarded by now. I checked my phone, but there was no missed call, no text. The conversation we'd had the day before had not been promising, nor had she made any real commitment to helping me. "Tomorrow night, same place and time," she'd said curtly and hung up. The bus was turning down Malcolm X Boulevard, and I was just beginning to think she'd blown me off when we abruptly pulled over in front of a ramshackle townhouse, a lone figure standing by the curb. The doors opened, and within seconds Detective Sharon Falcone was hurrying toward me, as if she'd known precisely where I was sitting all along. She looked the same, still 5'3" and grim, lips thin and unsmiling, a button nose that curved up at the tip, like a wood shaving. She wasn't unattractive, but she was strange. Sharon could pass for a pale nun, staring out from a 15th century portrait in the Flemish painting wing at the Met. Only the artist hadn't quite mastered human proportions, so he'd given her an elongated neck, uneven shoulders, and 2 small hands. She slid next to me, eyeing the other passengers, letting the black shoulder bag fall to her feet. "Of all the M102s in all the towns in all the world, you walk into mine," I said. She didn't crack a smile. "I don't have much time." She unzipped the bag, pulled out a white 8x10 envelope, handing it to me. I slid out the thick stack of papers, the first page a photocopy of a file. Case number 21-24-7232. "How's the investigation going?" I asked, slipping it back and tucking the envelope into my pocket. "5th Precinct's handling it. They're getting 100 calls a day. Anonymous tips with their bullshit. Last week, Ashley was spotted at a McDonald's in Chicago. 3 days before, a Miami nightclub. Already, they got 2 homicide confessions." "Was it homicide?" Sharon shook her head. "No, she was a jumper." "You're positive?" She nodded. "No sign of a struggle. Fingernails clean. She took off her shoes and socks, placed them together at the edge. That kind of methodical preparation, very consistent with suicide. They haven't done a post-mortem. Not sure they will." "Why not?" "The family attorney's all over it. Religious reasons. If you're Jewish, it's a sacrilege to desecrate the body." She frowned. "I noticed some shots missing in the file, front and back torso. My guess is they're being held in a separate file so some creep doesn't leak them to the smoking gun." "The cause of death?" "Standard for any jumper, massive hemorrhaging. A broken neck, lacerated heart, multiple broken ribs, and a skull fracture. She was there for a few days before they found her. She'd been admitted last month to some swank private hospital upstate. They filed a missing persons report for her 10 days before she jumped." I stared at her in surprise. "Why, she ran away?" She nodded. "A nurse confirmed Ashley was in her room, lights off, at 11 o'clock. At 8 the next morning, she was gone. Somehow she appeared on just one security camera. Crazy because the place is outfitted like the Pentagon. You can't see her face. She's just a figure in white pajamas running across the lawn. A man was with her." "Who was he?" "They don't know." Why was she at the hospital? A drug problem? I don't think they knew what the hell was wrong with her. A few pages of her medical evaluation are in there. When did the hospital report her missing? September 30th, it's in the report. And when did she jump? Late night on the 10th, 11, 12 midnight. Where did she go during those 10, 11 days in between? No one has any idea. Any activity on her credit cards? Sharon shook her head. Cell was off, too. She must have known not to turn it on. Seems like she didn't want to be found. There was just one confirmed sighting in those 10 days. When they found the body, she was wearing just jeans and a T-shirt. They found a plastic ticket in her pocket, a tree insignia on the back. It was traced to the Four Seasons restaurant. You know, that little shack on Park Avenue? I nodded. It was one of the most expensive restaurants in the city, though it played out more like a rare wildlife reserve. One paid an exorbitant entry fee, $45 for crab cakes, to observe, but never disturb, New York's privileged and powerful as they fed and fought among themselves, displaying all the recognizable traits of their species, hardened expressions, thinning hair, gun-gray suits. A girl working the coat check identified her, Sharon said. Ashley came in around 10 but left minutes later without her coat and never came back. A few hours later she jumped. She must have been meeting someone. They don't know. But someone will look into it? No, there's no crime here. She eyed me sharply. To get to that elevator shaft, the girl had to enter an abandoned building, which is a notorious squatter's hangout, the Hanging Gardens. Then, on the roof, she squeezed through a skylight about a foot wide. Few are small enough to get through such a narrow opening, much less if they were holding someone against their will. They combed the place for trace evidence. There's no sign anyone was there but her. Sharon continued to watch me, or perhaps the right word was investigate, because her brown eyes were slowly moving over my face, probably in the same methodical grid pattern she used with a widespread search party. This is when I ask you why you want this information, she said. Some unfinished business, nothing for you to worry about. She squinted at me. You know what Confucius said? Remind me. Before you embark on a journey of revenge, dig 2 graves. I've always found ancient Chinese wisdom overrated. I took out an envelope and handed it to her. It contained $3,000 in cash. She shoved it inside her bag, zipping it closed. How's your German Shepherd? I asked. He died 3 months ago. I'm sorry. She brushed her spiky bangs off her forehead, scrutinizing an elderly man who'd just boarded. All good things must come to an end, she said. We done here? I nodded. She looped the strap of her bag over her shoulder and was about to get up when I thought of something else and grabbed her wrist. What about a suicide note? I asked. They didn't find one. Who identified Ashley at the morgue? An attorney. The family hasn't said a word. I hear they're out of the country. Traveling. With a look of regret but little surprise, she stood up, moving to the front of the bus. The driver instantly pulled over. Within seconds, she was scurrying down the sidewalk, though she didn't walk so much as plow, shoulders hunched, eyes fixed on the ground. As the bus took off again with a belch, veering into the road, Sharon became just a shadow figure moving past the closed stores and barred windows, swerving quickly around a corner, and she was gone. Briarwood Hall New Patient Assessment. Patient name, Ashley Brett Cordova. Date of birth, 12/30/86. Address, 1014 Country Road, 112. City, Crowthorpe Falls. State, New York. Zip, 12847. GP, patient claims not to have a family doctor. GP phone, NA. Briarwood physician, Annika Angley, MD. Date of assessment, 9/5/11. Date seen, 8/31/91/92/93. Description of presenting complaint/problem. Patient presents with sullen mood and is unresponsive to questioning. Patient can be combative, and seems to have paranoid ideation, specifically related to strangers. Patient has been known to experience violent outbursts when left alone and/or in the dark. First noted on 8/31. Patient displays no interest in others or in socializing and appears unmotivated with respect to her ADLs. In contrast to above, patient's demeanor changed when she was allowed to play the piano during social hour. During this time, she played without cessation for 2 hours. RO manic tendencies. Further evaluation is recommended along with 3 hours of daily treatment, both group and individual. Description of presenting complaint/problem. Patient claims never to have been treated. Family history of mental illness. None claimed. Social history, including substance or other abuse, including current relationships, job. A former musical prodigy, current job and relationship status unknown. Current medications, none. Relevant medical conditions, investigations, allergies, none. Mental status examination, please indicate relevant details. Appearance, unkempt, pale, suggestive of anemia. Mood, angry, paranoid, combative. Thinking, clear. Affect, blunted, flat. Perception, good. Sleep, good, but requires all room lights on. Anhedonia, no. Appetite, poor. Attention, concentration, good. Motivation, energy, poor. Memory, good. Judgment, insight, can be paranoid. Orientation, good. Speech, clear. Risk assessment. If answer is yes to plan, intent, or risk to others, refer to Code Silver team. Suicidal thoughts, yes. Suicidal ideation, yes. Current plan, no. Risk to others, yes. ICD-10. Provisional diagnosis. Psychotic disorder, depression. Patient is suitable for depression group, individual therapy. Initial incident, offense report. Detective's incident summary. Time 14:02, date 10/14/11. Case number 21247232. Lead detective assigned to the case, Detective Mike Wu, NYPD 5th Precinct. Type of crime, incident, death investigation. Related case, incident. Missing persons report, New York 12-388 Shandaken, Police Department, Ulster County. Also present at scene, Sergeant Frank Bryant, Officer Joseph Anderson, Phil LaRock, photographer for Office of Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. Sanjay Inradis, Assistant Medical Examiner, Crime Scene Investigator Richard Davis, Dr. Lisa Bennett, Associate Medical Examiner. Location of incident, 9 Mott Street. Name, no eyewitnesses known. Initial scene information. At approximately 15:22 p.m., October 13, 2011, Anthony Pellman, a general contractor, arrived at 9 Mott Street to inspect the building. Gut renovation work had ceased for 7 days due to contractual disputes, and Pellman arrived to appraise the space before work was scheduled to resume October 14th. Upon entry, Pellman was struck by a foul odor and, after a search, located the decedent, believed to be a female, in an obsolete freight elevator shaft. He dialed 911 to alert authorities. Decedent was found by first responder Officer Joseph Anderson to be fully clothed, slim-build, dark hair, lying on left side, approximately southeast to northeast orientation. Appearance of heavy bleeding wounds, major cranial injury to left side of skull, possible dislocation of left jaw and shoulder. Bloodstains under head and neck area indicate profuse bleeding. Pooling is dry, red to brown in color. Measures approximately 22 by 18 inches. Decedent appears to have fallen from a high elevation and bled out where found. Body displays lividity to left side facial area. Appears to have deceased at least 48 hours prior to discovery. Early signs of decomposition on face. Hands open, no evident defense wounds. Decedent is wearing dark blue jeans and black t-shirt with an angel on the front. Bare feet, evident tattoo on top of right foot. No jewelry, no weapons found. A pair of black boots and black socks believed to belong to decedent were located on the top floor of 9 Mott Street, 7 stories above position of body. No immediate sign of foul play. Due to lack of functional stairs or lift, decedent is believed to have reached the shaft by entering the building via the skylight, accessed from the roof of 203 Worth Street, the Hanging Gardens, a known squatter's residence and crack den. Missing, unidentified person report. Type of case, missing. Jurisdiction, reporting agency, Shandaken. Time, 22:04. Date, 9/30/11. Case number, 12-388. Officer on duty, Helms. Telephone, 845-555-9022. Last name, Cordova. First, Ashley. Other, Brett. Age, 24. Time and date missing since. Time, 8:12 a.m. Date, 9/30/11. Sex, female, race, Caucasian. Height, 5'9". Weight, 117. Eye color, gray. Hair color, length, dark brown, long. Blood type, unknown. Location last seen, 9/29/11, 11:10 p.m. Room MH-314, Briarwood Hospital. Probable destination, unknown. Marks, scars, tattoos. Color tattoo on right foot and ankle of horse/goat creature. Shows only the head and front legs, back half missing. Burn scar on top of left hand. Visible dental work, none. Glasses, contacts, no. Clothing description. Subject last seen wearing white cotton pajamas. Waist size, 20 inches. Shoe size, 8. Jewelry description, none. Suspicious circumstances, foul play, unknown. Additional circumstances, info. Subject seen on surveillance video leaving clinic grounds with unidentified Caucasian male. 7. Who is this? The woman's voice, thick with a Russian accent, came out scratchy over the intercom. Scott McGrath, I repeated, leaning toward the tiny black camera above the door buzzers. I'm a friend of Wolfgang's. He's expecting me. It was a lie. This morning, after reading through Ashley Cordova's NYPD file, I'd spent the last 3 hours trying to track down Wolfgang Beckman, film scholar, professor, rabid Cordovite, and author of 6 books on cinema, including the popular tome on horror movies, American Mask. I tried his office in Columbia's Dodge Hall, got his class schedule from the office, only to learn he was teaching just one class this semester. Horror topics in American cinema. Tuesday nights at 7. I'd called his office and cell, but they clicked the voicemail, and given our last encounter more than a year ago, when he'd not only told me he hoped I rotted in hell, but had taken 2 wild, vodka-induced swings at me, I knew he'd sooner call back the Pope. There were 2 things Beckman truly loathed in life: sitting in the first 3 rows of a movie theater and the Catholic Church. My last resort was to show up here, a run-down building on Riverside Drive and West 83rd, where I'd spent many an evening listening to him lecture in his Marlborough of an apartment, joined by his fleet of cats and a crowd of students who drank in his every word like kittens lapping up cream. To my surprise, there was a scratch and a loud buzzing, letting me inside. When I knocked on the door marked in tarnished numbers 506, a tiny woman answered. She had cropped black hair that sat on her head like a cap on a pen. She was Beckman's latest housekeeper. Ever since his beloved wife Vera had died years ago from cancer, Beckman, totally unable to take care of himself, hired a multitude of petite Russian women to do it for him. They were uniformly short, severe, and middle-aged, with blue eyes, chapped hands, hair dyed the color of artificial candy, and Bolshevik don't-even-think-about-it personalities. 2 years ago, it was Mila, in stone-washed jeans and rhinestone T-shirts, who spoke relentlessly of a son back in Belarus. and when she wasn't talking about Sergio, most of what she said could be summed up with a single word: niet. This one had a hawk beak nose, wore pink dishwashing gloves, and a long black rubber apron, the kind welders in factories wear for forging steel. She appeared to be wearing it to mop Beckman's kitchen. "He's expecting you." She inspected me from head to toe. "He's a dentist." He asked me to come in and wait. She squinted, skeptical, but shoved the door aside. "You'll like tea?" she demanded. "Thank you." With a final look of disapproval, she disappeared into the kitchen, and I stepped down the hall into the living room. The place hadn't changed. It was still dark and morose, smelling of dirty socks, festering humidity, and cat. Faded fleur-de-lis wallpaper, the ceiling sagging like the underside of a sofa. At Beckman's, one always had the persistent feeling water was about to come seeping up through the wood floors. Never had I been inside an apartment so scrubbed. Beckman's housekeeper was always armed with mop and bucket, cans of Lysol, Clorox wipes, that still felt so insistently like a bog deep in the Everglades. I strolled to the mantel, framed pictures lined up along its edge. They too hadn't changed. There was a color photo of Vera on her wedding day, beaming with joy. Next to her was a signed photograph of Marlo Hughes, the legendary beauty and Cordova's second wife, star of Love Child. Beside this was a picture of Beckman's son, Marvin, the day he graduated from law school. He looked shockingly normal. Next to him, a still from Cordova's Thumbscrew, when Emily Jackson eyes her husband's mysterious briefcase. A photo of Beckman, Indian-style enthroned, like a gleeful Buddha on Columbia's low library steps, surrounded by 50 worshipful students. Hanging to the right of the mantel was the framed poster of the wrinkled and creased close-up of the Cordovite's eye. The poster had been here as long as I'd known Beckman. He'd torn it off a Pigalle metro station wall after attending a red band screening for Cordova's At Night All Birds Are Black, held back in 1987 in the Parisian catacombs, one of the first events of its kind. Scribbled along the bottom by hand was the designated meeting spot: Sovereign, Deadly, Perfect. North, 48 degrees, 48 minutes, 21.8594 seconds. East, 2 degrees, 18 minutes, 33.3888 seconds. 1111870300. A few feet to my right in the corner was a wooden desk and Beckman's old Apple computer. It was humming, which meant it was actually on. "Your tea." The housekeeper had materialized behind me. She slid the tray across the coffee table, glaring at me as she shoved aside a black Chinese wooden box and piles of newspapers, then stalked back into the kitchen. I waited for her to resume cleaning, then tapped the keyboard. I wasn't exactly proud of myself, snooping on an innocent man's computer, but desperate times called for desperate measures. I clicked onto Firefox, then View History. Oral surgery complications, Google search. Tooth extractions, what can go wrong, Google search. Potential side effects from Novocaine, Google search. The New Republic, online. The New York Post. RussianSoulmates.ru. Russian Phrasebook. Ashley Cordova, Google search. Ashley Cordova, 24, found dead. NewYorkTimes.com. The next entry read simply, blackboards.onion. I clicked on the link. The site took a moment to load. The homepage featuring a fog-drenched forest, which I recognized as the opening shot of Cordova's Wait for Me Here. The URL was long, yet buried within the string of symbols and punctuation were 3 key words: sovereign, deadly, perfect. It was the Blackboards, the DeepNet website for Cordova fans. Entry was fiercely guarded, for authorized Cordovites only. The site had a secret URL on Tor, the anonymous Internet, so it never appeared on Google and couldn't be spotted by standard browsers. Years ago, when we'd first met, I tried bribing Beckman for the URL to no avail. He said it was the last hidden corner, a black hole where fans could not only hash over all things Cordova, but express their every dark urge and dream without judgment. I heard keys jangling, the front door banging open. A mop clattered to the floor. Madame Tolstoy had to be alerting Beckman he had a guest. I pulled out my BlackBerry, took a quick photo of the URL, and clicked the browser closed, stepping back to the mantel just as I heard footsteps racing down the wood floors. "Cocksucker!" a voice bellowed behind me. Beckman appeared in the doorway. He was wearing a tightly belted trench coat, which gave him the appearance of a potato tucked into parcel paper. "Get out!" "Hold on. The last time we spoke, I made it quite clear you were dead to me. Olga, call the police and tell them we have a dangerous intruder." "I'd like to patch things up." "One cannot patch a friendship that's been blown to smithereens." "You're being ridiculous." He glared at me. "Betrayal isn't ridiculous. It's the reason empires fall." He unbelted his trench coat, threw it over the chair, a dramatic gesture reminiscent of a Spanish matador tossing away his red cape, and strode toward me. Thankfully, he didn't notice his computer, the corner bright from the lit-up screen. As livid as he was, it was impossible for Beckman to be physically intimidating. He was wearing gray dress slacks, too short in the leg, and round gold eyeglasses, behind which his small, kind eyes blinked like a chipmunk's. He also had a gung-ho hairline. It couldn't wait to get started, beginning an overeager 2 inches above his eyebrows. His right cheek was badly swollen, as if stuffed with cotton balls. "I want to talk to you about Ashley," I said. The name jolted him, as if he'd been shocked by a live wire. He muttered something under his breath and moved over to an armchair, sitting with a faint whoopee-cushion wheeze. He removed his shoes, propping his feet, sporting bright yellow argyle socks, on the leather ottoman in front of him. "Ash Cordova," he repeated, rubbing the slackened, Novocaine side of his face. He turned, barking over his shoulder. "Olga!" She appeared in the doorway on the phone, seemingly with the police. "For God's sake, Olga! What do you—" "Put the phone down! My God, this is my dear friend McGrath! Could you bring him something besides tea? Tea doesn't make a dent in the man." He looked at me. "Still drinking heavily in daylight?" "Of course." "Glad you've retained your personality's best quality. Bring the premium vodka, would you?" Olga disappeared, and I sat down on the couch. Beckman still hadn't noticed the glowing computer screen, diverted by the 3 cats that had just materialized from wherever they'd been hiding. There were 8 in the apartment, some very exotic Eastern breed with blue eyes, black faces, fur like shag carpeting, and irritating Greta Garbo personalities, deigning to make public appearances only when Beckman was present. He bent down to stroke one as it rubbed the ottoman. "Which one is that?" I asked, feigning interest, because there was a direct ratio between your interest in Beckman's cats and his good mood. "McGrath, you've met him on countless occasions. This is One-Eyed Pontiac, not to be confused with Peeping Tom or Boris the burglar's son." He arched an eyebrow. "I just got another kitten, you know. Found another trademark. It's quite embarrassing I missed it." 9 cats? They can send you to prison for that. He pushed his glasses back on his nose. "I'm calling him Murad, after the cigarettes." "Never heard of them." "They're an obsolete Turkish brand popular in the 1910s and 20s. Murad means desire in Arabic. The only brand that ever appears in the Cordova film is Murad. There's not one Marlboro, Camel, or Virginia Slim. It goes further. If the Murad cigarette is focused upon by the camera in any Cordova film, the very next person who appears on screen has been devastatingly targeted. In other words, the gods will have drawn a great big X across his shoulder blades, and taped an invisible sign there that reads, "Fucked." His life will henceforth never be the same. Murad. Every one of Beckman's cats was named after some very specific detail in Cordova's films, a trademark or silent signature. They ranged from split-second walk-on roles, similar to Hitchcock's cameos, to tiny props within the mise-en-scène that symbolized looming devastation, much as the appearance of an orange in the Godfather films foreshadowed death. Most weren't obvious but extremely obscure, like One-Eyed Pontiac and Boris the Burglar's Son. I slid forward to sip my tea, stealing another glance at the computer, still shining. Beckman rolled up his sleeves and, frowning, seemed on the verge of following my gaze. "What have you heard about Ashley?" I asked. His face darkened. Tragic. He took a deep breath, settling back into the armchair. "You remember Vera and I saw her perform years ago. Wild Recital Hall. A stunning experience. The concert was to begin at 8. Everyone was waiting. It was 8, 8:10, 8:20. A bearded man stepped onto the stage and nervously announced, 'The concert will begin shortly. Please be patient.' The minutes trickled by. 8:30, 40. Was she going to arrive? People were getting angry. 'With what we paid for tickets?' Naturally, I'm looking around to see if her father showed up, a lone figure in the back, army fatigues, gray hair, the all-seeing expression, and his usual round black glasses turning his eyes to dead black coins." Beckman, eyes wide, actually turned to the empty doorway, as if he hoped to see Cordova there. He turned back, sighing. "He was a no-show. Suddenly this child in black tights, bright red taffeta dress, enters fast through a stage door. We thought she was going to make an announcement. The concert is cancelled. Instead, she hurries over to the Steinway, sits without taking the slightest interest in us. She sweeps her hands back and forth along the keys like a master chef dusting off a cutting board. Then she begins, without waiting for the audience to stop talking. It was Ravel's Jadot." Olga was now at the coffee table, pouring chilled vodka from a black bottle, painted with crude Russian letters. Beckman and I clinked glasses and drank. It was some of the best vodka I'd ever tasted, crisp and light, dancing down your throat. "The notes weren't played," he went on. "They were poured from a Grecian urn. People went from indignation to shock to dazed worship. None of us could believe a mere child could play in such a way. The dark depths to which she had to descend. Alone." "The police are saying suicide," I said. He looked pensive. "It's possible. There was something about her playing. A knowledge of darkness in the most extreme form." He frowned. "But it's quite common, isn't it? What you tend to find in the personal lives of brilliant men is devastation akin to a nuclear bomb going off. Marriages mangled, wives left for dead, children growing up as deformed prisoners of war, all of them walking around with holes where their hearts should be, wondering where they belong, what side they're fighting for. Extreme wealth, like the kind Cordova married into, only magnifies the size and scope of the fallout. Perhaps that's how it was for Ash." "Ash?" "It's what they called her in the musical world. Ash de Roi. The ashes from ruins. She was 13, but she played like someone who'd lived 6 lifetimes. 6 births, 6 deaths, and all the sadness, love, and yearning, grasped at and lost in between." He frowned, his thick eyebrows twitching together. That level of skill and feeling, compounded with the fact that she was, without doubt, the most beautiful living child I'd ever seen. When we were leaving the concert hall, Vera, wiping away her tears, said she couldn't be human. She meant that without exaggeration. "Do you know anything about her childhood?" I asked, pouring more vodka. "What was she like? You remember that anonymous phone call?" He eyed me skeptically. "You mean mystery caller John?" I nodded. You know, I never believed in John. You were the victim of a prank. Someone pulled your leg. What would Cordova want with children's clothes? On the other hand, a girl surrounded by daisies, Shetland ponies, and doting parents named Joni and Phil could not play music in such a fashion. There is some dark cloud hanging over the family, I give you that. But covering what? How dense? If it's simply smog, a Category 5 hurricane, or a black hole out of which no light has ever escaped, I don't know. Have you ever heard that Ashley had mental health problems? She was admitted to a clinic upstate in late August called Briarwood. He looked puzzled. No. She escaped the grounds with an unidentified male and died in the warehouse 10 days later. Have you heard any rumors on the blackboards? Good God, McGrath, the blackboards? Chuckling, he flung back his vodka, slapping the glass on the table. I stopped logging onto that site years ago. I'm too old for such histrionics. This phony demurring was everything I expected from Beckman. Questioning him was always a rain dance around a campfire, requiring a delicate touch and 3 or 4 bottles of this vodka, which was more potent than opium, and doubtless had origins in some Siberian bathtub. "Where do you think Cordova is now?" I asked him. He raised an eyebrow. "Don't tell me you're back in your little motorboat, traveling alone up the Amazon. Is it revenge this time because you ruined your career over him, or just nagging curiosity?" "A little of both. I want the truth." "Ah, the truth." Beckman's eyes fell onto the black hexagonal box on the coffee table. He was about to say something, but instead turned around and stared directly at his computer. The screen was still lit, and one of those goddamn cats, One-Eyed Pontiac, whatever the hell its name was rubbing against the legs of the desk. He sat up in alarm. "Olga!" he bellowed. "Bring a plate of those Spanish sardines, would you? Boris has low blood sugar." He turned back, his eyes blinking rapidly behind his glasses. "You know, I did hear something recently you might find helpful. Peg Martin." "Peg Martin?" "She had a small role in the first 20 minutes of Isolate 3. Plays one of the custodians at the Manhattan law firm, that very gawky girl with her arm in a cast, frizzy red hair, flat nose. She disappears down the stairwell and never comes back. She did the Sneak magazine interview in the mid-90s and talked about Cordova." I remembered. 5 years ago I dug up the article in my research. "One of my students this semester has a terrier. She takes him to group obedience school in Washington Square Park, Sunday evenings at 6. She told me, toward the end of the hour class, a wiry redhead enters the dog run with an ancient black Labrador, and they sit shoulder to shoulder on a bench, watching the others wrestle and romp and play and laugh." Beckman was sitting on the edge of his chair, playing the part of Peg Martin. "She speaks to no one, looks at no one. Neither does the dog. Well, my student told me that woman is Peg Martin." "So?" "So go down there, talk to her. She might know something about the family. She was a junkie for 15 years, so she might not be as steadfast as the others about remaining silent." He frowned. "I'd also go through that 1977 Rolling Stone article, Cordova's last interview before he plunged underground. I've heard there's something crucial in there. I've looked through it, couldn't find a thing. Maybe you can." "And Cordova, where's he?" Beckman drained his glass. "Hiding, probably. I imagine he's broken-hearted. It's funny to consider giving the horrors of his work. But I've always suspected the dark was there to reveal the light. He saw the mental suffering of people and hoped his films might be a refuge. His characters are ravaged, beaten. They walk through infernos and emerge charred doves. The fact that people don't learn these days, that they're weak, petty, so apathetic about this gift of life, as if it were all a mere Pepsi commercial. I don't blame him for going underground. Have you seen the world lately, McGrath? The cruelty, the lack of connection. If you're an artist, I'm sure you can't help but wonder what it's all for. We're living longer. We social network alone with our screens. and our depth of feeling gets shallower. Soon it'll be nothing but a tide pool, then a thimble of water, then a micro drop. They say in the next 20 years we're going to merge with computer chips to cure aging and become immortal. Who wants an eternity of being a machine? No wonder Cordova hides." Abruptly he fell silent, looking rather deflated in his chair. The computer had at last gone dark. I checked my watch. It was after 6. I had to get going. "Thanks for the vodka," I said. "I also want to formally apologize." Beckman said nothing, distracted by some gloomy thought, though after a moment his bright eyes again fell on the black Chinese box on the table. He reached forward, testing the lid with an index finger, but of course it would not open. "Surprised you didn't try to crack it open while I was out," he muttered. "I do have some scruples." He raised a quizzical eyebrow. Humoring him, I reached over and picked up the box. It was in the shape of a hexagon, quite heavy. I shook it, immediately recognizing the infamous dry thuds clunking inside. I didn't know what they were. No one did, except the unidentified person who'd locked them in there. Beckman had purchased the lockbox from a black market memorabilia dealer. It was allegedly a prop stolen from Cordova's film set, Wait for Me Here. In the film, it's a personal possession of the serial killer Boyd Reinhardt. Though the audience never learns what's locked inside, it's supposed to hold the object that caused him to kill, something that had mentally broken him as a boy. Yet, according to the collectibles dealer, due to a problem with the provenance documentation, there was a possibility that the box hadn't come from the film set at all, but had been stolen from the FBI evidence files for Hugh Thistleton, the copycat killer who'd mimicked Boyd Reinhardt from his way of murdering down to his flamboyant clothing. Beckman loved showing the box to people, letting them pass it around. "There it is," he'd say reverentially. "The box represents the mysterious threshold between reality and make-believe. Is it Reinhardt's? Is it Thistleton's? Or is it yours? Because every one of us has our box. A dark chamber, stowing the thing that lanced our heart. It contains what you do everything for, strive for, wound everything around you. And if it were opened, would anything be set free? No, for the impenetrable prison with the impossible lock is your own head." The last time I was here, when Beckman disappeared into the kitchen for another bottle of vodka, I, quite bombed and egged on by one of his attractive female students, had the brilliant idea of jimmying the lock with a penknife to find out what was inside once and for all. The tarnished brass lock didn't budge. Beckman had caught me in the act. He'd thrown me out, shouting, "Traitor!" and "Philistine!" His final words to me before slamming the door in my face were, "You couldn't even see where it opened!" Olga was carrying in 2 platters piled with sardines, enough food for the entire otter exhibit at SeaWorld. She set them down on the faded carpet, the cats sniffing them. "The problem with you, McGrath," said Beckman, draining the bottle into our glasses, "is that you've no respect for murk, for the blackly unexplained, the unnailed-downable. You journalists bulldoze life's mysteries, ignorant of what you're so ruthlessly turning up, that you're mining for something quite powerful that—" He sat back in his chair, his dark eyes meeting mine. "Does not want to be found, and it will not." He was talking about Cordova. "Anyway," he added softly, "a man's ghoulish shadow is not the man." I nodded and held up my glass. "To the murk." We clinked and drank. I stood up, bowed deeply at Beckman. He had a soft spot for royal treatment, and stepped past him. He said nothing, slumped helplessly in his chair, trapped in the avalanche of his thoughts. As I rode down to the lobby, I found myself not only guilty over what I'd done, browsing so brazenly on his computer, but also regretting the direction of the conversation. Thanks to that vodka, I'd been a little too candid. Beckman would have no doubt now that I was back on the trail, after Cordova once again, and I had no idea what he'd do with that information. I checked the photo I'd taken of his computer screen and couldn't believe my luck. The picture was blurry, but I could still make out the convoluted URL. In all the years I'd known Beckman, it was the most useful piece of information I'd ever extracted from the man. I closed the photo and made a quick note in my calendar. Peg Martin, Washington Square Park, Sunday at 6 p.m. 8. The girl in the Four Seasons coat check was eating handfuls of colored jelly beans and reading a thin yellow paperback. I'd read in the witness report in Ashley's police file that the coat check girl's name was Nora Halliday, and she was 19. Every time a party of diners arrived, Midwestern tourists, finance dudes, a couple so elderly they moved like they were doing a form of Tai Chi, she whisked off her black-rimmed eyeglasses, hid the book, and with a cheerful, "Good evening," took their coats. After they moved upstairs to the restaurant, she put her glasses back on, brought out the paperback, and started reading again, hunched over the counter of the stall. I was watching her from the opposite side of the lobby, on a seat by the stairs. I decided it was best to wait here, because I was slightly more bombed than I realized, thanks to the jet fuel vodka back at Beckman's. At one point she glanced curiously in my direction. No doubt assuming I was waiting for someone, she smiled and resumed reading her book. According to the police report, she'd been working here only a few weeks. She was about 5'7", and scrawny as a question mark, with pale blonde hair and a French twist, curls around her face channeling alfalfa. She wore a brown skirt and brown blouse too big for her, the restaurant's uniform, visible shoulder pads sitting unevenly on her frame. At last I stood up and walked over to her. She closed the book, turning it face down on the counter, though not before I glimpsed the title. Hedda Gabler, by Henrik Ibsen. A tragic play featuring what was widely believed to be the most neurotic female protagonist in all of Western literature. I had my work cut out for me. "Good evening, sir," she said brightly, removing her glasses, revealing big blue eyes and delicate features that would have made her an it girl about 400 years ago. But this being the era of fish pouts and spray-on tans, she was pretty, certainly, but old-fashioned. A turn-of-the-century Twiggy. She was wearing harsh pink lipstick, which didn't look like it had been applied in good light, or within 2 feet of a mirror. She did look friendly, however, and easy enough to get talking. She grabbed one of the silver hangers off the rack and held out her hand for my coat. "I'm not checking it," I said. "You must be Nora Halliday." "I am." "Nice to meet you, Scott McGrath." I removed my business card from my wallet, handing it to her. "I was hoping we might chat at your convenience." "Chat about what?" She squinted at the card. "Ashley Cordova. I understand you were the last person to see her alive." She glanced back at me. "You're police?" "No, I'm an investigative reporter." "What are you investigating?" "I've done cover-ups, international drug cartels. I've been getting some background on Ashley. I'm interested in your perspective. Did she say anything at all to you?" Biting her bottom lip, she set my business card down on the stall door and carefully shook multicolored jelly beans into her hand from a bag that contained about 4 kilos of them. She shoved the pile into her mouth, chewing with her lips clamped closed. "Everything you tell me can be off the record," I added. She covered her mouth with her hand. "Have you been drinking?" she asked. "No." She seemed to take issue with this, swallowing with a gulp. "Are you dining with us this evening, sir?" "No." "Are you meeting someone at the bar?" "Probably not." "Then I'm going to have to ask you to leave." I stared at her. She was definitely not from New York. This one screamed, recent grad of Ohio State with a degree in the dramatic arts. Something told me she'd probably played a pink lady in some abysmal production of Grease, and when someone asked her who she was, she said, "I'm an actor." in the same breathy voice I'd seen people in AA announce, "I'm an alcoholic." Girls like her moved here by the truckload, hoping to be discovered and to meet Mr. Big, but too often ended up in bars in Murray Hill, wearing black dresses from Banana Republic, Band-Aids over the blisters on their heels. They'd get their "I'll take Manhattan" taken off them soon enough. To live in this city for any extended period of time required masochism, moral flexibility, skin like an alligator's, and mad jack-in-a-box resilience, none of which these faux-confident 20 very littles could even begin to wrap their heads around. Within 5 years, she'd be running home to her parents, a boyfriend named Wayne, and a job at her old high school teaching movement. "If you continue to loiter, I'm going to call my manager. Carl will be happy to address any complaints or requests." I took a deep breath. "Miss Halliday," I said, taking a small step toward her so I could see her pink lipstick had skidded off her upper lip. "A young woman was found dead. You were the last person to see her alive. The Cordova family knows this. A lot of people know this. The NYPD isn't keeping your name anonymous. People are wondering what you did and what you said to her, which caused her to end up dead hours later. I'm not jumping to conclusions. I just want to hear your side." She stared back at me, then plucked the phone off the wall behind her, dialing a 3-digit number. "It's Nora. Could you come down? There's a man here, and he's—" She blatantly stared at me. "Mid-50s. It wasn't the reaction I'd hoped for. I exited the lobby swiftly. Outside under the awning, I looked back. Little Miss Streep had put her glasses back on and was leaning over the door of the stall, observing me. A man in a blue suit hastily appeared from upstairs. Carl to the rescue, I assumed. So I turned and headed back to Park Avenue. That hadn't gone well. I was rusty. I checked my watch. It was after 8 o'clock, cold, the night sky streaked with clouds that whitened and dissolved like breaths against glass. I might be a little off my game, but I wasn't going home. Not yet. 9. 15 minutes later, I was in a taxi cruising through Chinatown, past the shabby walk-ups and restaurants, dirty signs advertising back foot rub and the People's Pharmacy, awnings jumbled with English and Chinese. Men in dark jackets hurried past storefronts, lit up in lethal colors. Cough syrup crimson, absinthe green, jaundiced yellow, all of it bleeding together in the crooked streets. The neighborhood felt thriving, yet empty, as if the area had just been quarantined. We passed a brick church. Transfiguration Church, read the sign. Right here, I told the driver. I paid him and climbed out, gazing up at the building. It was a 7-story derelict mess with peeling white paint, construction scaffolding, every window boarded up. It was the warehouse where Ashley Cordova had been found dead. Flowers and handmade cards were piled around the front entrance. There were bouquets of roses and carnations, lilies and candles, pictures of the Virgin Mary. Rest in peace, Ashley. God bless you. Your music will live on forever. Now you're in a better place. It was always surprising to me how ferociously the public mourned a beautiful stranger, especially one from a famous family. Into that empty form they could unload the grief and regret of their own lives. Be rid of it, feel lucky and light for a few days, comforted by the thought, at least that wasn't me. I gently moved aside some of the flowers to reach the steel door. It was secured with 2 padlocks, caution and danger signs. The police line "Do Not Cross" tape remained intact. Behind me, a maroon sedan with a loud muffler cruised past. The dark silhouette of the driver hunched low. I stepped back, staying hidden in the shadows of the scaffolding as it coasted to the end of Mott, made a left, and the street went silent again. Yet I had the unmistakable feeling that someone else was present, or had just been here. I zipped up my jacket, and after surveying the sidewalk, deserted except for an Asian kid darting into a store called Chinatown Fair, I turned and walked to the end of Mott where it intersected Worth. I rounded the sharp right, passing a red awning reading Cosmetic Dentistry, a dented chain-link fence spanning an empty dark lot. When I reached the next building, a mangy walk-up, and the one after that, 197 Worth, I knew I'd gone too far. I backtracked, noticing that by the dentist's office there was a hole cut in the wire fence. I made my way over, crouching down. A tiny black rag had been tied there, clearly to mark some kind of entrance. I could make out a narrow dirt path that twisted deep into the lot, leading toward an abandoned building. That had to be it. The Hanging Gardens, Falcone had called it, a known squatter's residence and crack den, according to the incident summary in Ashley's file. Police had concluded Ashley entered 9 Mott from here, a building at 203 Worth, then climbed up a flight of stairs all the way to the roof, entering the adjacent Mott Street building from a skylight. Though the police's canvass of the area turned up no witnesses and none of her personal belongings, this meant nothing. Detectives were notoriously lazy when they concluded early in a case that the death had been a suicide, often overlooking crucial details that told an entirely different story. That was the reason why I was here. I ducked through the opening, the rancid smell of garbage overpowering, unseen animals scurrying away as I made my way along the path. It was probably just New York's mascot, the cat-sized rat. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I could see the crumbling brick exterior of the building, a door to my left. I stepped toward it, tripping on an old bicycle, some plastic bottles, and pulled it open. It was a large warehouse, dim light trickling in from somewhere, illuminating walls covered with indecipherable graffiti. The place was putrid and filled with junk, newspapers and cans. Sheetrock and insulation, sweatshirts and boxes, pots and pans. Squatters had clearly been living here, though they appeared to have vacated, probably from the recent police presence. I stepped inside, letting the heavy door screech close behind me. Now that Beckman's deadly vodka had worn off, I realized how unwise this was, coming here without so much as the switchblade I used on my Central Park jogs. I hadn't even thought to bring a flashlight. I took a deep breath, ignoring the voice in my head reminding me, "Didn't we just establish you were off your game?" and headed to the back in search of some stairs. They were corroded. I grabbed the railing to see if I could pry the structure off the wall, but the bolts were surprisingly sturdy. I started up, the metallic echoes of my footsteps jarring. I paused every now and then to look around, make sure I was alone, taking a few snapshots with my BlackBerry. With every step, the old building seemed to growl and cough, protesting my scaling its rusted spine. This was where Ashley had climbed. If her intention had been to commit suicide, a conclusion I didn't accept as gospel, no matter what Falcone said, why had she come here to this derelict place? I passed the 6th floor, and then climbed the final, steepest flight into a claustrophobic attic space, a stained futon slung across the floor. Where the sloping ceiling met the wall, there was a square hatch. I heaved my shoulder against it, the door gave way with a gasp, and I hoisted myself outside. It was a deserted rooftop, a mangled sofa in the far corner. Landscaping the view was Lower Manhattan's bristled bed of skyscrapers, blunt stumps of low-income housing, fat municipal building boulders, water towers sprouting like buds of black thistle, all of it fighting for a piece of the night sky. The back of 9 Mott Street abutted this building, the space between them only a foot wide, but cutting straight down to the street. I stepped onto the low wall, ringing the roof's perimeter, and after making the mistake of looking down, if I fell, I'd die lodged like human parsley between brick teeth, I jumped onto the adjacent roof. I made my way around a massive water tower, and there was the skylight. It was a rectangular pyramid, most of the glass missing. I walked over to it and, crouching down, looked through one of the shattered casements. About 12 feet below me was a dark floor. Farther to my left, I could see directly into the empty shaft of a freight elevator, which extended 7 stories below, the concrete brightly lit at the very bottom. It was like gazing down a throat, a corridor between two dimensions. The fall looked to be about 100 feet. Even from this high angle, I could make out patches of rusty stains on the floor. Ashley's blood. She'd allegedly climbed in through this skylight, removed her boots and socks, and stepped to the elevator's ledge. It must have been so fast, wind in her ears, her dark hair protesting in her face, and then nothing. Falcone was absolutely right. The skylight's blown-out metal casements were so narrow, it would have been hard to force Ashley down there against her will. Hard, but not impossible. I stood up, inspecting the ground. There was no evidence, no cigarette butts or scraps, no debris of any kind. I was about to leave, heading back to the Hanging Gardens, when suddenly something moved, far below at the bottom of the elevator shaft. A shadow had just swept across the floor. I waited, wondering if I'd imagined it, staring at that empty, lit-up space. But then again, a silhouette slowly slid into view. Someone was standing in the mouth of the elevator, his shadow tossed in front of him. He remained there for a minute, immobile, and then stepped all the way inside. I spotted dirty blonde hair, a gray overcoat. He had to be a detective back to inspect the scene. He ducked down, ostensibly to study the blood patterns on the concrete. Then, to my surprise, he actually sat down in the corner, propping his elbows on his knees. He didn't move for some time. I leaned forward to get a better view, dislodging a shard of glass. It fell, smashing to the landing just below. Startled, he looked up, then scrambled out of sight. I lurched to my feet and took off across the roof. He couldn't be a detective. No detective I knew, with the exception of Sharon Falcone, moved that quickly. 10. I raced around the corner, back to 9 Mott Street, fully expecting to find the entrance unsealed. But the police tape remained intact, the door still padlocked. How had he gotten in? And who the hell was it? A Cordovite? Some death scene gawker? I checked the windows, every one nailed shut. The only other possibility was a narrow alleyway, blocked with mountains of garbage. I pushed some of it aside, trying not to inhale, squeezing through. Sure enough, in the very back, was an open window, casting light on the opposite wall. Whoever he was, he'd used a crowbar, lying on the ground, to pry away the old boards, leaving a space just wide enough to crawl through. I stepped over, looking inside. It was a brightly lit construction site, bare white neon bulbs dangling from an unfinished ceiling, plastic barrels and tarps piled by the front entrance. Hundreds of studs for building walls lined the expanse. Toward the back, on the right-hand side, a band of yellow police line tape was strung across the elevator's entrance. There was no sign of the man. "Hello!" I called out. Silence. The only noise was the insect buzz of the lights. I grabbed the crowbar, just in case, and scrambled through, falling into a pile of concrete bags. It was a wide-open expanse. Along the back wall there was just a stack of metal beams and mixing barrels, a plastic tarp covering something. I stepped cautiously toward it and yanked it aside. It was a wheelbarrow. "Anyone here?" I called out, looking around. There was no answer, no movement. The guy probably got scared off. I stepped toward the police tape, was about to duck it, when suddenly a hand seized my shoulder, and something hard hit me on the side of the head. I wheeled around, but was shoved to the ground, dropping the crowbar. My eyes went white, blinded, though I managed to make out a man staring down at me. He shoved his foot onto my chest. "Who the fuck are you?" he shouted. It was a young voice, slurred with rage. Bending over me again, he reached out as if to grab my throat, though I wrenched free, pushing him off balance, grabbed the crowbar, and socked him with it in the shoulder. It wouldn't exactly have made Muhammad Ali proud, but it worked. He tried to grab a metal stud for support, missed, and stumbled backward. I staggered over to him. To my surprise, he was too wasted to stand. He reeked of booze and cigarettes, and he was just a punk. Mid-20s, shaggy hair, dirty white Converse sneakers, a faded green T-shirt that read, "Has been." His eyes were watery and bloodshot, seemingly unable to focus as they stared up at me. "My turn," I said. "Who the fuck are you?" He closed his eyes and appeared to pass out cold. My first impulse was to strangle the kid. Touching the spot where he'd cracked me on the head, I could feel blood. He wasn't a cop, so that left random derelict or a Cordovite. Or he knew Ashley. I pulled his gray tweed coat out from under him, checking his pockets. There was a pack of Marlboros, 3 cigarettes left, a lighter, a set of apartment keys. I put them back. In the other, I pulled out an iPhone, the screen cracked, locked with a security code. The background, a snapshot of a half-naked blonde. I checked the inside pocket. It was empty. Yet I felt something else and realized there was another compartment sewn into the ripped lining. I reached inside, pulling out 2 tiny Ziploc bags. Both contained pills, one set yellow, the other green, letters and numbers stamped on the sides. OC 40 and 80. OxyContin. So he was a drug dealer, and pretty small-time, given the fact that he was snoozing through a body search. I returned the pills to the pocket and stood up. "Can you hear me, Scarface?" He didn't answer. "Hands in the air! FBI raid!" I shouted. Nothing. As gently as I could, though I don't know why I bothered, he'd siesta through an apocalypse, I rolled him onto his side, removing his wallet from his back pocket. No driver's license, no credit cards, only cash. $740, mostly 20s. I put the money and wallet back, but zipped his iPhone into my own pocket. Then I stepped around him to inspect the elevator. There was nothing there but the dark pools of dried blood, a few tendrils spreading into the cracks of the concrete. I took a few shots and then moved back to the kid, checking his breathing. He appeared to be only drunk, not on anything else. I pushed him deeper onto his side so he wouldn't suffocate if he got sick, and headed back to the window and climbed out, darting through the alley and back onto Mott Street. I assumed I'd learn nothing more about him until tomorrow, when he discovered his phone missing. Yet during the cab ride home, and even hours later, after I'd taken a shower, downed 2 Tylenol, given the immense pain from Beckman's vodka and getting cracked in the side of the head, I should have swiped an OxyContin. The kid's phone was bombarded with texts. "Where are you?" That was Chloe. She wrote again 6 minutes later. "Waiting 2 hours for you. WTF." Then it was Reinking. I couldn't help but visualize her. Nordic. Legs like ice picks. "John's out. Come over now." 2 minutes later, "I want you." 12 minutes later, "I'm so hot for you. You downstairs yet?" Then she appeared to sext a picture, which I couldn't open. It was followed with, "Hello? Nothing? Fuck you." Then a text from Arden. "You out? Come to Jimmy's." Interspersed with all of this, a highly obsessive girl named Jessica called 11 times. I let her go to voicemail. Then Arden again. "Hopper, where the F are you?" It had to be his name, Hopper. Small-time drug dealer in a faded coat crouched in the corner of that freight elevator. He'd have something to tell me about Ashley, whoever he was. 11. "Hello?" I answered. I heard plates clattering on the other end. "Hey, you found my phone." "So I did." I took a sip of my coffee. "Cool. Where?" "Back seat of a taxi. I'm in the West Village. You want to come pick it up?" 20 minutes later, my buzzer rang. I pulled aside the living room curtains, the window affording a clear view of the front stoop. There he was, Hopper, wearing the same coat from last night, the same faded jeans and Converse sneakers. He was smoking a cigarette, his shoulders hunched against the cold. When I opened the door for him, I realized in the stark light of day, even with the greasy hair, the brown eyes hollowed out from booze, women, who knew what else, he was a good-looking kid. I didn't know how I'd missed it before. It was as glaring as a silver silo piercing a cornfield horizon. He was about 5'10", a few inches shorter than me, slight, with a mangy scruff of beard, and the raw, beautiful features of some brooding actor from the 50s, the ones who cry when drunk and die young. "Hey," he smiled. "I'm here for my phone." He clearly had no recollection of the previous night. He was looking at me as if he'd never seen me before. "Right." I stepped aside to let him enter, and after sizing me up and apparently deciding I wasn't going to jump him, he shoved his hands in his coat pockets and came in. I closed the door, heading into the living room, indicating his phone on the coffee table. "Thanks, ma'am. Don't mention it. Now, what were you doing at that warehouse?" He was startled. "In Chinatown. Your name's Hopper, right?" He opened his mouth to speak, but stopped himself, his eyes flitting past me to the door. "I'm a reporter looking into Ashley's death." I gestured toward the bookcase. "Some of my old cases are there if you want to take a look." With a doubtful glance, he stepped to the bookshelf, pulling out Cocaine Carnivals. "A page-turning tour de force," he read, "about the drugs' billion-dollar business and the millions of mangled lives it sucks into its deadly machinery." He glanced at me. "Sounds epic." He'd said it with sarcasm. "I try." "And now you're going to write about Ashley?" "Depends on what I find. What do you know?" "Nothing." "What's your connection to her?" "Don't have one." "Then why'd you break into the warehouse where she died?" He didn't answer, only returned the book to the shelf. After browsing a few other titles, he turned back, shoving his hands in his coat pockets. "What magazine do you work for?" he asked. "Myself. Anything you tell me can be off the record." "Like attorney-client privilege?" "Absolutely." He smirked skeptically at this, but then his face fell as he stared at me. It was a look I knew well. He was dying to talk, but he was trying to decide if he could trust me. "You got some free time?" he asked quietly, rubbing his nose. 12. I followed Hopper up the stairs of a dingy Ludlow Street walk-up and into his apartment, number 3B. Slinging his gray coat over a beach chair, he disappeared into a back bedroom. There didn't seem to be anything in there except a mattress on the floor, leaving me by the front door. The place was tiny, with a woozy, stale air of a flophouse. The sagging green couch along the far wall was covered with an old blue comforter where someone had recently crashed, maybe literally. In a plate on the coffee table there was an outbreak of cigarette butts. Next to that, rolling papers, a packet of Golden Virginia tobacco, an open package of Chips Ahoy, a mangled copy of Interview, some emaciated starlet on the cover. His green has-been T-shirt from last night was flung on the floor, along with a white sweatshirt and some other clothes. As if to expressly avoid this pile, a woman's pair of black pantyhose clung for dear life to the back of the other beach chair. A girl had kissed one wall while wearing black lipstick. An acoustic guitar was propped in the corner beside an old hiker's backpack, the faded red nylon covered with handwriting. I stepped over to read some of it. "If this gets lost, return it with all contents to Hopper C. Cole, 90 Todd Street, Mission, South Dakota, 57555. Hopper Cole from South Dakota. He was a hell of a long way from home. Scribbled above that, beside a woman named Jade's 310 phone number, and a hand-drawn Egyptian eye were the words, "But now I smell the rain, and with it pain, and it's heading my way. Sometimes I grow so tired, but I know I've got one thing I gotta do, ramble on." So he was a Led Zeppelin fan. Hopper emerged from the bedroom carrying a manila envelope. With a wary glance, he handed it to me. It was addressed to Hopper Cole, 165 Ludlow Street, 3B. The address scribbled in all caps in black permanent marker. It had been stamped and mailed from New York, New York, on October 10th of this year. I recognized it as the last day Ashley Cordova had been seen alive, by the girl in the Four Seasons coat check. The return address featured no name, reading simply 9 Mott Street, the address of the warehouse where Ashley's body had been found. Surprised, I looked at Hopper, but he said nothing, only watched me intently, as if it were some sort of test. I pulled out what was inside. It was a stuffed monkey, old with matted brown fur, stitching coming out of its eyes, a red felt mouth half gone, its neck limp, probably from some child's hand clamped around it. The whole thing was encrusted with dried red mud. "What is it?" I asked. "You've never seen it before?" he asked. "No. Whose is it?" "No clue." He moved away, yanking aside the blue comforter and sitting on the couch. "Who sent it?" "She did." "Ashley?" He nodded and then, hunching forward, grabbed the package of rolling papers off the table, pulled one out. "Why?" I asked. "Some kind of sick joke?" "Then you were friends with her?" "Not exactly," he said, reaching across the table for his gray coat, fumbling in the pockets for the pack of Marlboros. "Not friends, more like acquaintances, but even that's a stretch." "Where did you meet her?" He sat back down, tapping out a cigarette. "Camp." "Camp?" "Yeah." "What camp?" "Six Silver Lakes Wilderness Therapy in Utah." He glanced at me, brushing his hair out of his eyes as he began to dissect the cigarette, peeling the filter away from the paper. "You've heard of this first-class institution?" "No." "Then you're missing out. If you have kids, I highly recommend it, especially if you want your kid to grow up to be a great American maniac." I didn't bother to hide my surprise. "You met Ashley there?" He nodded. "When?" "I was 17. She was like 16. Summer of '03. That made Hopper 25. "It's one of these juvenile therapy scams," he went on, sprinkling a pinch of the golden Virginia tobacco along the rolling paper. "They advertise help for your troubled teen by staring at the stars and singing Kumbaya. Instead, it's a bunch of bearded nut jobs left in charge of some of the craziest kids I've ever seen in my life. Bulimics, nymphos, cutters trying to saw their wrists with the plastic spoons from lunch. You wouldn't believe the shit that went on." He shook his head. "Most of the kids have been so mentally screwed by their parents they needed more than 12 weeks of wilderness. They needed reincarnation. To die and just come back as a grasshopper, as a fucking weed. That'd be preferable to the agony they were in just by being alive." He said this with such pissed-off defiance, I gathered he wasn't talking about any of the campers, but about himself. I stepped around the white sweatshirt on the floor to one of the beach chairs, the one with pantyhose climbing up the back, and sat down. "Who knows where they found the counselors?" Hopper went on, tucking the filter into the end, leaning down to lick the paper. "Rikers Island, probably. There was this one fat Asian kid, Orlando. They tortured him. He was some kind of born-again Baptist, so he was always talking about Jesus. They made him go without eating. Kid had never gone 10 minutes without a Twinkie in his life. He couldn't keep up. Got heat stroke. Still, they kept telling him to find his inner strength, ask God for help. God was busy. Didn't have anything for him. The whole thing was Lord of the Flies on steroids. I still get nightmares. Why were you there? I asked. He sat back against the couch, amused. He stuck the hand-rolled cigarette into the side of his mouth, lighting it. He inhaled, wincing, and exhaled in a long stream of smoke. My uncle, he said, stretching his legs out. I'd been traveling with my mom in South America for this missionary cult shit she was into. I ran the fuck away. My uncle lives in New Mexico. Hired some goon to track me down. I was crashing at a friend's in Atlanta. One morning I'm eating Cheerios. This brown van pulls up. If the Grim Reaper had wheels, it'd be this thing. No windows except two in the back door, behind which you just knew some innocent kid had been kidnapped and, decapitated. Next thing I know, I'm in the back with a male nurse. He shook his head. If that dude was a licensed nurse, I'm a fucking congressman. He paused to take another drag of his cigarette. They took me to base camp in Springdale, Zion National Park. You train there for 2 weeks with your fellow fucked-up campers, making Native American dream catchers and learning how to scrub a toilet with your spit. Real vital life skills, you know. Then the group sets off on a 10-week trek through the wilderness, camping at 6 different lakes. With every lake, you're supposed to be inching closer to God and self-worth. Only the reality is you're inching closer to becoming a psychopath because of all the mind-fucking shit you've been exposed to. And Ashley was one of the campers? I said. He nodded. Why was she there? No clue. That was the big mystery. She didn't show up till the day we were setting out on the 10-week hike. The night before, counselors announced there was a last-minute arrival. Everyone was pissed because that meant whoever it was had been able to bypass basic training, which made Full Metal Jacket look like Sesame Street. He paused, shaking his head, then, eyeing me, he smiled faintly. When we saw her, though, we were down. Why? He gazed at the table. She was hot. He seemed on the verge of adding something, but instead leaned forward, ashing the cigarette. Who dropped her off? I asked. He looked up at me. Don't know. Next morning, breakfast, she was just there, sitting by herself at one of the picnic tables in the corner, eating a piece of cornbread. She was all packed and ready to go, red bandana in her hair. The rest of us were totally disorganized, running around like deranged chickens to get ready. Finally, we left. And you introduced yourself, I suggested. He shook his head, tapping the cigarette on a plate. Nope, she kept to herself. Obviously, everyone knew who her father was and that she was the little girl from To Breathe with King, so people were all over her. But she iced everyone out, said nothing beyond yes, no. He shrugged. It wasn't like she was sulking. She just wasn't into making friends. Pretty soon there was resentment, especially from the girls, about all the get-out-of-jail-free cards she got from the counselors. Every night around the campfire, we had to wax poetic about all the shit we'd done to end up there. Burglary, suicide attempts, drugs. The rap sheets of some of these kids longer than War and Peace. Ash never had to say a thing. They'd skip over her, no explanation. The only clue was this ace bandage on her hand, which she had when she first arrived. A couple of weeks into the hike, she took it off and there was a bad burn mark. She never said what it was from. I was surprised to hear this. That very burn mark, along with her foot tattoo, were mentioned in the missing persons report as her only identifiable markings. 2 days into the hike, we made a bet, Hopper continued. First kid to sustain a conversation with Ashley that lasted longer than 15 minutes would get the 2 hits of ecstasy one of the kids from L.A., Joshua, had smuggled in, taped into the hollow shoelace tip of his hiking boot. He tilted his head back, quickly exhaling smoke at the ceiling. I decided to hold back, get my game together, let the others jihad themselves. And they did. Ashley blew them all off, one by one. Until you, I said. It was easy to imagine. Two gorgeous teenagers finding each other in the wilderness of adolescence. Two orchids blooming in a desert. Just the opposite, actually, he said. She blew me off, too. I stared at him. You're kidding. He shook his head. About a week after everyone else had crashed and burned, I made my move. Ashley always walked in the back, so I did. I asked where she was from. She said New York. After that, it was just one-word replies and a nod. I struck out. He stubbed the cigarette out on the coffee table and tossed it on top of the other butts, sitting back against the couch. Ashley didn't say anything to anyone for 10 weeks? I asked. Well, she did, but nothing more than the bare bones of conversation. Everyone broke down at some point, had their 15-minute Shawshank Redemption where they howled at the sky. The hiking, the counselors, voyeuristic fucks, they made you dredge up all this shit from your past. Everyone broke. Half of it was real and half of it was just to get them off your back. Everyone took their Oscar-nominated turn howling about parents, how all they wanted was to be loved. Except Ashley. She never cried, never complained. Not once. Did she ever mention her family? No. What about her father? Nothing. She was like the Sphinx. That's what we called her. So that was it, I asked. He shook his head, clearing his throat. 3 weeks into the hike, Orlando, the fat Asian kid, was a mess. He was so sunburned he had blisters all over his face, which the counselors dealt with by handing him a bottle of calamine lotion. Crusty pink shit all over his face, crying all the time. He looked like a leper. So one night Joshua slips him one of the pills of X, a gift, to lift his spirits. He must have taken it when we started out the next morning because at 9 a.m., suddenly Orlando was out of his goddamn mind. Hugging people, telling them they were beautiful, eyes dilated, shuffling his feet like he was John Travolta in a twist contest. At one point we lost him, had to backtrack and found him twirling around a field, smiling at the sky. Hawkfeather, the head counselor, went apeshit. Hawkfeather? I repeated. He smirked. The counselors insisted we address each other with Native American tribe names, even though most of us were white, fat, and about as of the earth as a Big Mac. Hawkfeather, one of these tightly wound Christian assholes, he hauled Orlando away, demanding to know what he was on and where he got the drugs. Orlando was so ripped all he did was laugh and say, "It's just a little Tylenol," over and over. "It's just Tylenol." I couldn't help but laugh. Hopper smiled too, though the amusement quickly left his face. That night everyone was scared shitless, he went on, brushing his hair out of his eyes. We didn't want to know what Hawkfeather was going to do to Orlando, or the rest of us on his mission to find out who'd smuggled in the X. That night Hawkfeather announces, if someone doesn't come forward to explain who brought the ecstasy, he was going to make our lives hell. Everyone was scared. No one said a word. But I knew it was just a matter of time before someone ratted out Joshua. Suddenly, though, this low voice announces, it was me. We all turn around. No one could believe it. He fell silent, still amazed, even now. It was Ashley, I said, when he didn't continue. He glanced at me, his face solemn. Yeah. At first, Hawkfeather didn't believe her. She'd had all this preferential treatment, but then she produces the second pill of X, which somehow she stole from Joshua's hiking boot. She says she'll accept whatever punishment he had in mind. He shook his head. Hawkfeather went ballistic. He grabbed her, hauled her away from the campsite. He ended up taking her to some far-off site in the middle of nowhere and made her sleep there by herself in just her sleeping bag, totally alone. She wasn't allowed to come back in the morning until he went and got her. No one challenged this guy? I asked. What about the other counselors? He shrugged. They were afraid of him. We were beyond civilization. It was like laws didn't exist. He reached forward and snatched the pack of Marlboros off the table, tapping out another cigarette. The other part of her punishment was putting up all of our tents and collecting firewood. We weren't allowed to help. When she was slow, Hawkfeather would scream at her. She'd just stare him down with this look on her face, like she couldn't care less, like she was so much stronger than him, which only made him more pissed. Finally, he let up. One of the other counselors warned him he was gone too far. So, after the 7 nights of sleeping on her own, she was allowed to join the rest of us at the campsite. He smiled, an unreadable look on his face. He then shook his head and lit the cigarette, exhaling. The first night she's back, we all wake up at 3 in the morning because Hawkfeather is screaming like he's being stabbed. He runs out of his tent in nothing but his underwear, this fat fuck stammering like a child, crying that there's a rattlesnake in his sleeping bag. Everyone thought it was a joke, that he'd had a nightmare. But one of the female counselors, Four Crows, she went in and got it, unzipped it right in front of us, shaking it out. Sure enough, a rattlesnake, 5 feet long, fell onto the ground and whipped right across the campsite, disappearing into the dark. Hawkfeather, white as a sheet, about to piss his pants, turned and stared right at Ashley. And she stared back. He didn't say a fucking word. But I know he believed she put it in there. We all did. He fell silent for a moment, gazing out into the room. After that, he left us alone. And Orlando? He paused, swallowing. He made it. His sunburn healed. He stopped crying. He became like this hero. He sniffed, wiping his nose. When we finally made it back to base camp, we were supposed to have one night all together where we held hands and marveled at our accomplishments, which was more like thanking God we hadn't died. Because that was the thing the whole time. Death was a possibility, like it was always waiting for us beyond the rocks. And the person that prevented it was Ashley. I couldn't see his expression. He was now staring at the floor, hair in his eyes. About an hour before dinner, he went on, I looked out the cabin window and saw her climbing into a black SUV. She was leaving early, and I was disappointed. I wanted to try and talk to her, but it was too late. A driver collected her stuff, put it in the back, and they drove off. It was the last time I saw her. He lifted his head, staring at me challengingly, yet saying nothing. You never heard from her again? He shook his head, pointing the cigarette at the envelope in my hand. Not until that. How do you know she sent it? It's her handwriting. And the return address is where... He shrugged. I thought she was messing with my head. I broke in a couple of nights ago wondering if there was some kind of a message or a sign in there. But I haven't found anything. I held up the monkey. What's the significance? I've never seen it before. I told you. He stubbed out his cigarette. You have no theory as to why she'd send it? He glared at me. I was kind of hoping you would. You're the reporter. The red mud encrusting the stuffed animal looked like the kind found out west, certainly throughout Utah, which made me wonder if perhaps it had belonged to one of the kids at the camp, maybe Hopper himself. But he looked more apt to carry around a worn-out copy of On the Road as a security blanket. It was helpful, his insight into Ashley's character. It had allowed her to come briefly into focus, revealing her to be a kind of ferocious, avenging angel, a persona entirely in keeping with the way she played music. I couldn't fathom why she mailed Hopper the monkey on the day she died, if it had been she. Hopper appeared to have fallen into an irritated mood, slumped way down on the couch, arms crossed, his faded white T-shirt, Gifford's famous ice cream it read, twisted around him. He reminded me of a teenage hitchhiker I'd once met in El Paso. We were the only two at a diner counter at the crack of dawn. After we got to talking, swapping stories, he said goodbye, hitching a ride with the driver of a BP oil truck. Later, I got up to pay my bill, only to realize he'd stolen my wallet. Never trust a charismatic drifter. Maybe there's something inside, I said, turning the stuffed animal over. I took out my switchblade, cutting an incision down the back of the monkey. I pulled out the stuffing, yellowed and crusty, feeling around the inside. There was nothing. I realized my cell was buzzing, the number a 407 area code. Hello? May I please speak to Mr. Scott McGrath? It was a woman, her voice crisp and musical. This is he. It's Nora Halliday. From the coat check? I'm at 45th and 11th Avenue, the Pom Pom Diner. Can you come? We need to talk. 45th and 11th. Give me 15 minutes. Okay. She hung up. Shaking my head, I stood up. Who's that? Hopper asked me. A coat check girl. Last person to see Ashley alive. Yesterday she nearly had me arrested. Today she wants to talk. I have to go. In the meantime, I'll hold on to the monkey. That's okay. He snatched it back, giving me a wary look, before shoving it back into the envelope and disappearing with the package into the bedroom. Thanks for your time, I called over my shoulder. I'll be in touch if I hear anything. But suddenly Hopper was slipping out into the hall right behind me, shrugging on his gray coat. Cool, he said. He locked the door and took off down the stairs. Where are you off to? 45th and 11th. Gotta go meet a coat check girl. As his footsteps echoed through the stairwell, I berated myself for mentioning where I was headed. I worked solo, always had. But then, I started down the stairs. Maybe it wasn't such a terrible idea to team up with him this once. There was quantum mechanics, string theory, and then there was the most mind-bending frontier of the natural world, women. And in my experience with that thorny subject, which included decades of trial and error, throwing out countless years' worth of shoddy results, Cynthia, the sad realization I'd never be a leader in the field, just another middling scientist, they really had only one identifiable constant. Around guys like Hopper, icebergs turned to puddles. Fine, I shouted, but I'm doing the talking. 13. The Pom Pom was an old-school diner, narrow as a railroad car. Nora Halliday sat in the back by a wall-sized photo of Manhattan. She was slumped way, way down in the seat, her skinny legs stretched out in front of her. Yet she wasn't just sitting in the booth. She looked like she'd put down first and last month's rent, plus a security deposit, plus an exorbitant broker's fee, signed a lease, and moved into the booth. On one side of her were two giant Duane Reade shopping bags, on the other a brown paper Whole Foods bag, and a large gray leather purse, unzipped and sagging open like a gutted reef shark, inside of which you could see all it had ingested that morning. Vogue, a green sweater still attached to knitting needles, a sneaker, a pair of white Apple earphones wrapped around not an iPod, but a Discman. It might as well have been a gramophone. She didn't notice us walking toward her because her eyes were closed and she was whispering to herself, apparently trying to memorize the block of highlighted text from the play in her hands. On the table in front of her was a plate of half-finished French toast, floating like a houseboat on the Mississippi in a pool of syrup. She glanced up at me, then Hopper. Instantly, probably from the jolt of his good looks, she jerked upright. "This is Hopper," I said. "Hope it's okay he joins." Hopper said nothing, only slid into the booth across from her. She was wearing a strange outfit. Stone-washed jeans straight from an 80s movie, a wool sweater so hot pink it scalded the eyes, black wool fingerless gloves, lipstick a livid shade of red. Unlike last night, her pale blonde hair was down, parted in the middle, and surprisingly long, hanging all the way to her elbows, stringy on the ends. "So you're an actress?" I asked, sliding in beside Hopper. She smiled, nodding. "What have you acted in?" Hopper asked. This caused her eyes to skid confusedly over to him, then swerve back to me. Even I knew that was one of the rudest questions to ask an actor. "Nothing. Yet. I've only been an actress 5 weeks. That's how long I've been in the city." "Where did you move from?" I asked. "St. Cloud, near Narcousie." I could only nod, as I didn't know what Narcousie was. It sounded like an Indian reservation and casino where you could play craps and watch a Crystal Gale lookalike sing Brown Eyes Blue. But Nora smiled without shame, closing the play, touching the cover like it was a sacred Bible. Yet it was David Mamet's Glengarry Glen Ross. "Sorry I was so rude last night," she said to me. "Apology accepted," I said. With a tiny frown, she swept her hands officiously over the surface of the table, brushing a few toast crumbs onto the floor. She then turned and opened up the Whole Foods bag, peering inside as if there was something alive in there. She reached in with both hands and gently pulled out a bulky red and black bundle, placing it on the table and sliding it toward me. I recognized it immediately. It was a woman's coat, and for a moment the diner and everything in it dissolved. There was only that article of clothing, so ferociously red, staring me down. It looked like a costume, ornate, faintly Russian, red wool fabric, the cuffs, black lamb, black cord embellishing the front. The woman I'd encountered at the Central Park Reservoir weeks ago had been wearing it. The soaked, dark hair, the ambling in and out of lamplight, the coat lighting like a flare, alerting me to what? Had she simply been toying with me? How the woman had managed to follow me down into the subway as quickly as she had defied logic. The incident had been so odd. When I came home that night, I couldn't sleep, infected by the strangeness of it. I climbed out of bed more than a few times to pull aside the curtains, half expecting her to be there, her slender form like a red incision in the sidewalk. Her face turned up to me with hard black eyes. I'd actually questioned my sanity, wondered if this was it. The substandard past few years had finally led to a mental break with reality. And now, floodgates open, there'd be no limit to the fiends I'd encounter. They'd simply crawl out of my head, down into the world. But the sidewalk had no red tear. The street, the night, remained flawless and still. I'd actually started to forget the entire episode. Until now. It had been Ashley Cordova. The realization was startling, and it was quickly followed by the paranoid feeling something was wrong, including this awkward coat-check girl. She had to be involved in some kind of setup, but the girl only smiled innocently back at me. Hopper, on the other hand, must have seen something on my face, complete shock, because he was squinting at me suspiciously. "What is it?" he asked, nodding at the coat. "Ashley's coat," she said. "She was wearing it when she came into the restaurant." She picked up her knife and fork and cut into her French toast. "She left it with me. When the police came later asking about her, I gave them a black coat from the Lost and Found and said that one was Ashley's. If they found out I was lying, I was going to say I'd mixed up the tickets, but they never came back." Hopper slid the coat toward him, unfolding it, holding it up by the shoulders. For all its elaborate stitching, the coat looked worn, even seemed to smell of the city, the dirty wind, the sweat. The inside was lined with black silk, and I noticed, sewn into the back collar, a purple label. Larkin, it read in black letters. Rita Larkin was Cordova's longtime costume designer. I was about to mention this detail when I noticed there was actually a long, dark hair stuck to the sleeve, in an elongated S. "Why'd you lie to the cops?" Hopper asked Nora. "I'll tell you guys, on one condition. I want to be part of the investigation." She looked at me. "You said last night you were investigating Ashley." "It's nothing that formal," I said, clearing my throat, managing to look away from the coat and at Nora. "I'm really investigating her father, and Hopper's just here today. We're not partners." "Yeah, we are," he countered, shooting me a look. "Absolutely. Welcome to the team. Be our frickin' mascot. Why'd you lie to the police?" Nora stared at him, taken aback by his intensity. Then she looked at me, awaiting my response. I said nothing because I was adjusting to what it meant, this encounter with Ashley. I took a deep breath, trying to at least pretend I was considering her request. For the record, it'd be over my dead body that I ever employ a sidekick, particularly one who just crawled out of the Florida boonies. This is not the adventure of a lifetime, I said. I'm not Starsky, he's not Hutch. If I'm not involved from beginning to end, when we find out who or what made Ashley die before her time, she articulated all of this decisively, as if she'd rehearsed it 60 times in front of the bathroom mirror, then I'm not telling you what she was like or what she did, and you can both get lost. She slid the coat back and began to mash it inside the bag. Hopper looked at me expectantly. There's no need to be so black and white about it, I said. She ignored me. Okay, you can work with us, I said. You swear? She asked, smiling. I swear. She extended her hand and I shook it, mentally crossing my fingers. It was a quiet night, she went on eagerly. After 10, there wasn't anyone in the lobby. She walked right in wearing that, so of course I noticed her. She was beautiful, but really thin, with eyes almost clear. She looked right at me, and my first thought was, oh, wow, she's pretty. Her face was more in focus than everything else in the room. But as she turned and started walking toward me, I felt scared. Why? I asked. She bit her lip. It was like when you looked into her eyes, the human part was detached, and there was something else looking out. Like what? Hopper prompted. Don't know, she said, gazing down at her plate. She didn't seem to blink, or breathe even. Not when she pulled off that red coat, not when she handed it to me, not when I gave her the ticket. As I hung it up on the coat rack, I could feel her eyes on me. When I turned back, I thought she'd still be standing there, but she was already disappearing up the stairs. I'd witnessed the same startling movement when she suddenly appeared in the subway. At that point, other people came in. As I was checking their coats, I noticed she was coming back down the stairs. Without looking at me, she headed outside. I figured she'd gone out to smoke. I didn't see her come back, so I figured I'd been so busy I missed her. But at the end of the night, her red coat was still hanging there, the only one left. She took a quick gulp of water. 3 days went by. She went on. Every night when I closed the coat check booth, I put her coat in the lost and found. When I returned the next day, I'd take it out and hang it up. I was sure she'd come back for it, but I dreaded it too. She paused, tucking her hair behind her ears. At the end of my shift on the 4th night, it was cold out, and I only had this navy windbreaker. So after I closed up, instead of returning her coat to the lost and found, I put it on and I walked out wearing it. I could have taken any of the coats from the lost and found, but I took hers. Nora stared down at her hands, her face flushed. The next day, when I arrived at the restaurant, the police were there. They saw me walk in wearing her coat. When they told me what happened, I was so upset what I'd done. I was afraid they'd think I had something to do with it. So I took the Yves Saint Laurent coat out of the lost and found and said that one was hers. She took an agitated breath. I thought for sure they'd find out I lied, that they'd show it to her family, but... She shook her head. No one came back to ask me anything. Not yet, anyway. She looked at me. Only you. What else did she have on? I asked. Jeans, black boots, a black T-shirt with an angel on the front. The same clothing Ashley was wearing when she died. Did she speak to you? Mention if she was meeting someone? Nora shook her head. I said my usual good evening and will you be joining us for dinner? There's a little script they like you to memorize to be welcoming. But she didn't answer. Every night since I met her, before I knew she'd passed away, I've had nightmares. You know, the kind where you wake up fast and sounds are echoing through the room, but you have no idea what it was, you just screamed out loud? She was actually awaiting an answer, so I nodded. That's what I've had. And my grandmother, Eli, on my mom's side of the family, said the edges are in tune with stuff from 4th and 5th dimensions. I sensed it was compulsory to intervene now before we were treated to more wisdom from Grandma Eli. I smiled. Well, I'll look everything over and be in touch. First we need to exchange numbers, Nora said. She and Hopper gave each other their info. I was just starting to wonder how I was going to auto-eject myself out of here when Nora glanced at her watch and let out a squeak, scrambling out of the booth. "Shoot, I'm late for work." She grabbed the check, digging through her purse. "Oh, no." She looked at me, nibbling a fingernail. "I left my wallet at home." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." "Really? Thanks. I'll definitely pay you back." If that was indicative of her acting talent, not even a daytime soap would hire her. She zipped up her purse, heaved it onto her shoulder, and grabbed the Whole Foods bag. "I can take the coat, so you don't have so much to carry." She glanced at me with a flash of mistrust, but then reconsidered, handing me the bag. "See you later," she called out cheerfully as she jostled away, bags banging her shins. "And thanks for breakfast." I climbed out of the booth and, reading the check, saw that the girl had actually consumed 2 meals, the French toast and coffee, but also scrambled eggs, a side of bacon, half a grapefruit, and cranberry juice. So the string-bean Dame Dench had the appetite of a sumo wrestler. It had to be the reason she decided to talk, so I'd subsidize breakfast. "What do you think?" asked Hopper, sliding out behind me. I shrugged. Young and impressionable. Probably made most of it up. "Right. That's why you look so bored and nearly tripped over yourself to get your hands on that coat." I said nothing, only pulled 2 20s from my wallet. "For one thing," he said, "she's got no place to live." He was staring out the window, where Nora Halliday and her many bags were still visible, far across the 4-lane street. She was using a building's mirrored reflection to fix her hair into a ponytail. She then picked up the bags and vanished behind a delivery truck. With a last hard look at me, clearly indicating he didn't trust me or particularly like me, Hopper put his phone to his ear. "Keep those eyes open, Starsky," he said, heading out. I held back, waiting for him to duck past the window. I doubted I'd see him again, or Hannah Montana for that matter. When New York took over, both of them would fall by the wayside. That was the magnificent thing about the city. It was inherently Machiavellian. One rarely had to worry about follow-throughs, follow-ups, follow the leaders, or any kind of consistency in people, due to no machinations of one's own, but the sheer force of living here. New York hit its residents daily like a great debilitating deluge, and only the strongest, the ones with Spartacus-styled will, had the strength to stay not just afloat, but on course. This pertained to work as much as it did to personal lives. Most people ended up, after only a couple of months, far, far away from where they'd intended to go, stuck in some barbed underbrush of a quagmire, when they'd meant to head straight to the ocean. Others outright drowned, became drug addicts, or climbed ashore, moved to Connecticut. Yet the 2 of them had been helpful. All those nights ago, it had been Ashley Cordova. I thought I'd decided on my own to look into her death, and yet incredibly she'd come to me first, wedged herself like a splinter into my subconscious. I'd have to review the timing, but I remembered the reservoir encounter was a little more than a week before her death. When I saw her, it must have been just a few days after she'd escaped from the mental health clinic, Briarwood Hall. How had she known I'd be there? No one knew I went to the park to jog in the dead of night except Sam. One evening months ago, while tucking her into bed, she announced that I was far away, and I'd answered I wasn't, because I went up to her neighborhood to run. With every lap, I could look up to her window and see she was snug in her bed, safe and sound. This was a stretch, of course. I could no more see Cynthia and Bruce's ritzy apartment on Fifth Avenue than the Eiffel Tower. But the thought had pleased her. She closed her eyes, smiling, and fell right to sleep. The only possible explanation, then, was that Ashley had been following me. She would have known about me after her father's lawsuit. It was conceivable she'd track me down in order to tell me something about her father. John's ominous words immediately came to mind. there's something he does to the children, but had lost her nerve. But after what Hopper had told me, shyness didn't seem an underlying part of Ashley's personality. Quite the opposite. I had to get back to Perry Street, first to make arrangements to drive upstate to Briarwood so I could learn about Ashley's stay there. I also wanted to check out the URL of the blackboards I'd swiped off of Beckman's computer. I grabbed the Whole Foods bag, exiting the diner. The sun was out, splattering brash light over the cars speeding down 11th Avenue. It did nothing to lighten the unease I felt over the simple, startling fact that the red coat, that blood-red stitch in the night from the reservoir, had appeared one last time in front of me. It was in my own hands. Email from Elizabeth J. Poole. Subject, Tour. Date, October 25th, 2011. To Dr. Leon Dean. Dear Dr. Dean, thank you for your inquiry. I would be delighted to give you a guided tour of our state-of-the-art health facility, and also to answer any questions you may have. I've penciled you in for tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. In the meantime, please browse our website and the attached literature about Briarwood and its esteemed history. Please call me at your earliest convenience. Very truly yours, Elizabeth J. Poole, Director of Admissions, Briarwood Hall Hospital, restoring mental health since 1934. Welcome to the Blackboards. This is the Cordovite's premier wormhole, where time ticks backward. Trees grow down, light eats itself, fear is an opening, and life is sovereign, deadly, perfect. Warning: this website contains graphic images from the world of Cordova and the real world. If you can't handle it, keep your eyes closed. Enter. Whoever you are, you shouldn't be here. Get out. Get out. Get out. 14. The following morning, an hour before I was set to leave for the 3-hour drive upstate to Briarwood, I was in my kitchen making a fresh pot of coffee when there was a knock on my front door. I walked into the foyer and checked the peephole. Nora Halliday was at my door. I didn't know how in the hell she'd found out where I lived, but then I remembered. It was on that damn business card I'd given her back at the Four Seasons. Someone must have buzzed her in. I considered pretending I wasn't at home, but she knocked again, and I knew the old wood floors of my apartment squeaked with every step, so she could hear me standing there. I unlocked the door. She was wearing a tight black wool jacket with a collar of ostrich feathers, black tights, boots, and a zebra print nylon miniskirt, which looked like a figure skating costume from the Lillehammer Olympics. She had no shopping bags with her, only that gray leather purse, her long blonde hair braided into 2 cords wrapped around her head. "Hi," I said. "Hi. What are you doing here?" "I'm ready to work." "It's 8 o'clock in the morning." She picked at something crusty on the hem of her jacket. "Yeah, well, I thought maybe you could use someone to bounce ideas off of." I was about to tell her to come back tomorrow. Then, obviously, I'd have to move or join a witness protection program, but I remembered that observation Hopper had made, that the girl didn't have a place to live. She did look pale and faintly exhausted. "You want to come in for a cup of coffee?" She beamed. "Sure." "I'm about to leave for an appointment, so it won't be long." "No problem." "What exactly are you wearing?" I asked, leading her through the foyer into the living room. "Your mother doesn't let you walk around like that, does she?" "Oh, sure, she lets me do whatever. She's dead." She slung her purse beside the couch. It had to contain at least 1 bowling ball. "Then that grandmother you mentioned, she doesn't let you walk around like that." "Eli?" She really pronounced the hell out of the name. Eli. "She's dead, too." Something told me I should stop while I wasn't ahead. "What about your father?" She leaned forward to study the painting above the fireplace. "He's at Stark." "Stark?" "Florida State Prison. They have an old Sparky there." Old Sparky. It was the nickname of the electric chair. I waited for her to clarify that her dad wasn't destined to meet Old Sparky, but she moved to the bookcase, inspecting the books, leaving that strand of the conversation dangling like the end of a party streamer she didn't bother to tape up. "How do you like your coffee?" I asked, retreating into the kitchen. "Cream, 2 sugars, but only if it's not too much trouble." "It's no trouble at all." "You wouldn't have anything to eat, would you?" I set the girl up in my living room with coffee, 2 toasted English muffins piled with butter and marmalade, and a copy of my book, Cocaine Carnivals. After making sure there was no cash lying around, or any other valuables she could feed to her carnivorous purse, I went back into my office to print out directions to Briarwood Hall. I also tried logging on to the Blackboard's website again, but I was tossed back to the exit page, as I'd been before. My IP address appeared to have been blocked. When I returned to the living room, Nora had settled in. She'd taken off her boots, pulled a wool blanket over her legs, and drained some of the contents of that purse onto my coffee table. 2 stage plays, a tube of lipstick, that beat-up Discman. "Who's CLM?" she asked, turning back a few pages to stare at the dedication page. "My ex-wife." She was astonished. "You have an ex-wife?" "Doesn't everybody?" "Where's she?" "Probably working out with her trainer." "Got any kids?" "A daughter." She thoughtfully considered this. I figured it was as good a time as any to bring up the mystery of her living arrangements. "So where exactly do you live?" I asked. "Hell's Kitchen." "Where in Hell's Kitchen?" 9th and like 52nd. "Like 52nd?" "I just moved in, so I forget the cross street before I was on a friend's pullout." She resumed reading. "Any roommates?" She didn't look up. "2. "And what do they do?" "What do you mean?" "Are they pimps, drug addicts, or working in the porn industry?" "Oh, no. I mean, I don't know what they do during the day. They seem nice." "What are their names?" She hesitated. "Louisa and Gustav." Those were imaginary roommate names, if ever I'd heard any. Living in New York for more than 2 decades, never had I once come close to meeting anyone with those names. I looked at my watch. I was out of time to babysit. "I have to leave for a doctor's appointment," I said, "so you'll need to go, but we can talk tomorrow." I collected her plate and coffee mug, Nora watching with wide eyes, and carried them to the kitchen, loading the dishwasher. "Thank you for the coffee," she called out. "Don't mention it." There was a stretch of rather dubious silence. I was about to go check on her, but then heard her purse unzipping and zipping. She was packing up her things, thank Christ. But I knew this was buying me only a little time. She'd be back again tomorrow. The girl was like one of those tiny fish that swam relentlessly under a great white shark's chin for miles. I'd have to phone some old contact, someone in one of the unions or in banking, twist his arm to get her gainfully employed 12 hours a day at some Capital One bank in Jersey City. "What's Shandaken?" she abruptly shouted. "What?" I stepped out of the kitchen. "You have directions to a place in Shandaken, New York." She was in the foyer inspecting the folder containing the directions to Briarwood and my emails with the admissions director, which I put on the table next to the Whole Foods bag containing Ashley's coat. "You're getting a tour of the facility?" she asked, glancing up in amazement. "What facility?" I snatched the folder from her and, checking my watch, I was supposed to be on the New Jersey Turnpike 10 minutes ago, I strode to the closet, grabbing my black jacket, pulling it on. "A mental hospital." I moved back into the hall, switching off the lights. "Why do you want a tour of a mental hospital?" "Because I might admit myself. We'll catch up tomorrow." I grabbed the directions and Nora's bony arm, escorting her to the front door and giving her a gentle push so she was launched outside, then stepped after her, locking the door. "You lied in that email," she said. "You said your name's Leon Dean." "A typo." "You're going there to investigate Ashley." I took off down the hall, Nora hurrying after me. "Nope." "But you're taking her coat. I should come." "No." "But I could be your daughter. You're thinking of admitting. I could play like a dark and brooding teenager. I'm really good at improv." "I'm going there to get information, not play charades." I stepped outside into the bright morning, holding the door for her. She had a fast, lopsided walk, though I couldn't tell if it was scoliosis or a result of that leaden bag. "This place has the security of the Pentagon," I said, jogging down the steps. "Over the years, I've developed a method of interviewing that allows people to trust me. It's because I work alone. Deep Throat never would have talked to Woodward if he'd been shadowed by a teenage Floridian." "What's Deep Throat?" I stopped dead, staring at her. She was legitimately puzzled. I took off again across the street. "You've at least seen the movie. All the President's Men. Robert Redford, Dustin Hoffman. You know who they are, don't you? Or aren't you aware of any movie stars older than Justin Timberlake?" "I know them." "Well, they played Woodward and Bernstein, legendary journalists who exposed Watergate. They forced the President of the United States to admit wrongdoing and resign, one of the most powerful acts of patriotism by two journalists in the history of this country." "So you'll be Woodward, and I'll be Bernstein." "That's not—" "Okay, yes, they were a team, but they each brought something substantive to the table." "I can bring something to the table?" "Like what? Your deep knowledge of Ashley Cordova?" She stopped dead. "I'm coming," she announced behind me, "or I'll call the hospital and tell them you're a fake using a fake name." I stopped in my tracks, turning around to survey her. There it was, that Teflon personality I'd gone mano a mano with at the Four Seasons. That was women for you, always morphing. One minute they were helpless, needing shelter and English muffins. The next, they were ruthlessly bending you to their will like you were a piece of sheet metal. "So it's blackmail." She nodded, her stare fierce. I walked the remaining yards to my car, a dented silver 1992 BMW parked along the curb. "Fine," I muttered over my shoulder, "but you're staying in the car." Nora, squeaking with excitement, hurried around to the passenger side. "You'll do everything I say at all times." I unlocked the trunk, shoving the Whole Foods bag inside. "You'll be a silent operative with no personality. You'll simply process and execute my orders like a machine." "Oh, sure." I climbed in, yanking on my seatbelt and starting the car. I don't want feedback or yammering. I don't chit, and I sure as hell don't chat. "Okay, but we can't leave yet." She leaned forward, turning on the radio. "Why not?" "Hopper's coming." "No, he's not. This isn't a fucking fourth-grade class trip." "But he wanted to meet up with us. You really hate people, huh?" I ignored that comment, inching out onto Perry, though a taxi barreling down the street behind me laid on the horn. I slammed on the brakes and was forced to retreat meekly back to the curb as a motorcade of cars passed, piling up at the light, trapping us in the space. "You remind me of this man back at Terra Hermosa." "What the hell's Terra Hermosa?" "A retirement community. His name was Hank Weed. At mealtimes, he'd always take the good table by the window and put his walker against the empty seat so no one else could sit down and see the view. He died like that." I didn't answer, silenced by the sudden realization that I had absolutely no idea, if any, of what came out of this girl's mouth was true. Maybe she was really good at improv. I couldn't be certain she was 19 or that her name really was Nora Halliday. Maybe she was like one of those sweaters with an innocent little thread hanging off of it. One pull, the whole thing unraveled. "Do you drive?" I asked. "Sure." "Give me your license." "Why?" "I have to make sure there's not an Amber Alert out for you, or that you weren't profiled on Dateline as some kind of tween criminal." Smirking, she leaned forward, dug around in that hulking bag, removing a green nylon Le Sportsac wallet, so stained and filthy it looked like it had floated for a couple of years down the Nile. She flipped through a few snapshots encased in plastic, deliberately turning the wallet away so I couldn't view them, and slipped out the license, handing it to me. In the picture, she looked about 14. Nora Edge Halliday, 4406 Brave Lane, St. Cloud, Florida. Eyes blue, hair blonde, born June 28, 1992. She was 19. I handed it back, saying nothing. Both Edge as a middle name and Brave Lane, not to mention the year of her birth, which was pretty much yesterday, were enough to render me mute. The light turned green. I put the car in drive, easing out. If you want to wait for Hopper, be my guest. I have work to do. But he's here, she yelped excitedly. Sure enough, Hopper was shuffling down the sidewalk in his gray coat. Before I could stop her, Nora reached over and repeatedly honked the horn. Seconds later, in a blast of cold air, cigarette smoke, and booze, Hopper collapsed in the back seat. "What's up, cholos?" The kid was bombed again. I accelerated through the yellow light, speeding across 7th Avenue. Hopper muttered something incomprehensible. A half hour later, he asked me to pull over on the side of the New Jersey Turnpike and got sick. It didn't look like he'd been home all night. He was still wearing the white Gifford's famous ice cream T-shirt from yesterday. "Try our 13 honey pie flavors," it whispered in faded letters. When he finished, he seemed to want to sit down on the guardrail and watch the traffic blasting inches from my car like cannonballs, so Nora climbed out to help him, guiding him back to the car. She did this with remarkable tenderness and care. I couldn't help but sense she'd done such a thing many times before. For whom? The dead mother? The convict father, possibly awaiting old Sparky? Grandmother Eli? Why the hell did she care about Ashley Cordova, about any of this? And Hopper? Was a stuffed monkey anonymously mailed to him really why he chose to be with me on a Wednesday morning, not in bed with Chloe or Reinking, or some other downtown girl reeking of cigarettes and indie bands? These two kids clearly knew a hell of a lot more than they let on. But if they were hiding something, I'd learn what it was soon enough. Secrets, even in hardened criminals. They were just air pockets, lodged under debris at the bottom of an ocean. It might take an earthquake, or you scuba diving down there, sifting through the sludge. But their natural proclivity was always to head straight to the surface, to get out. Nora loaded Hopper into the back. He mumbled something as she removed his sunglasses, and then, stretching out across the seat with a boozy sigh, he slung his arm behind his head and conked out. Nora resumed scanning the radio. She stopped on a folk song, "False Night on the Road," read the display, and sat back, staring out the window at the ragged fields. The morning seemed to tiredly sponge off the sky, washing the road signs and windshields in dull, bathwater light, as the rhythm of the highway thumped under the tires. I didn't feel like talking either. I was too surprised at where I found myself, with two total strangers, an assortment of stories behind us, and who the hell knew what in front of us. But for the time being, our lives, 3 frail lines, running side by side. We made our way toward Briarwood. 15. "We don't think of our guests as patients," Elizabeth Poole told me as we strolled down the sidewalk. "They're part of the Briarwood family for life. Now tell me more about your daughter, Lisa." She glanced back at Nora, known for the time being as Lisa, who'd fallen 20 paces behind us. "What year is she?" "She was a college freshman," I said, but she dropped out. She waited for me to elaborate, but I only smiled and tried to look uncomfortable, which was easy. Elizabeth Poole was a short, plump woman in her 50s. With such a sour expression, I initially assumed she was sucking on some type of hard candy, only to realize as the minutes ticked by, that expression showed no sign of subsiding. She wore high-waisted mom jeans, her thin brown hair slicked into a ponytail. Nora and I had left Hopper passed out in my back seat and found Poole's office on the ground floor of Dicon, a red brick building that housed Briarwood's administration, which didn't so much sit on the pristine hill as nail it down, with long boxy annexes and gray tendrils of sidewalks. I'd taken just one look at Poole, then, as it jingled out from behind her desk, her snow-white, pink-beretted Maltese, Sweetie, who glided around her office like a tiny Thanksgiving Day parade float, and immediately wanted to call off our ruse. Making matters considerably worse was Nora's acting ability, or alarming lack thereof. As we sat down, I'd explained that my daughter Lisa had disciplinary issues. Nora had grimaced and stared at the floor. I was sure the many hard, knowing looks Poole shot me were not compassionate but coolly accusatory, as if she knew my daughter was a sham. Just when I was certain she was going to order us off the premises, however, Poole and panting, tingling Sweetie had kick-started the tour, leading us out of Daikon and across Briarwood's sprawling grounds. "What sort of security do you have in place?" I asked her now. Poole slowed to consider Nora again, who was glowering at the sidewalk, a look Sue Ellen gave Miss Ellie throughout Season 12 of Dallas. "I'll go over the specifics with you in private," Poole said, "but in a nutshell, every patient is assigned a level of surveillance which ranges from general observation, when the patient is checked by staff every 30 minutes throughout the day and night, to constant observation, when the patient must remain within arm's length of a trained technician at all times, and may use only a spoon at mealtimes. When she arrives, Lisa will be evaluated and assigned the appropriate level." "Have there been any recent incidents of escape?" I asked. The question caught her by surprise. "Escape?" "Sorry, don't mean to make it sound like Alcatraz. It's just, if Lisa sees an opportunity, she'll make a run for it." Poole nodded. If she was reminded of Ashley Cordover's breakout, she gave no indication. "We have 46 acres, she said. "The perimeter is fenced in and secured with video surveillance. A 24-hour detail at the gatehouse entrance monitors every vehicle entering or exiting." She smiled thinly. "Patient safety is our biggest priority." So that was the official statement on Ashley's escape. It never happened. "The funny thing is," she continued, "once people settle in, it's harder to get them to leave than stay. Briarwood is a sanctuary. It's the real world that's brutal." "I can see that. This is a beautiful place." "Isn't it?" I smiled in agreement. As beautiful as an injection of morphine. A vast, immaculate lawn spanned out on either side of us, smooth, flat, and ruthlessly green. Far off to our right stood a massive oak tree, an empty black bench beneath it. It looked like the front of a condolence card. The grounds were eerily deserted, except for an occasional smiling nurse striding past us in purple pants, with a matching festively patterned shirt. To distract you, no doubt, as she fed you your meds. Farther off, a bald man hurried purposefully between brick buildings. Though Poole had explained that at this hour everyone in the clinic seemed to be code for psych ward, was in a behavior therapy session, the place had a creepy, muzzled feel. Any second now, I wouldn't have been surprised to hear a man's gut-wrenching scream pierce the chirping birds in the breeze, or to see one of those doors fly open, a door to one of the buildings Poole had expressly skipped on our tour. "Just another dormitory," she'd said when I'd inquired what it was. And some patient in white pajamas come out, trying to make a run for it before he was tackled by a male nurse and hauled off to his electroconvulsive therapy session, leaving the landscape stiffly serene. "How many patients do you have?" I asked, glancing back at Nora. She was lagging even farther behind. 119 adults between our mental health and substance abuse programs. That doesn't include outpatients. "And psychologists work closely with each person?" "Oh, yes." She stopped walking to bend down and brush off a brown leaf that was stuck in Sweetie's fur. "Upon admission, each resident is assigned a personal healthcare team. That includes a physician, a pharmacologist, and a psychologist." "And how often do they meet?" "It depends, often daily, sometimes twice daily." "Where?" "In Stratham." She pointed to our left at a red brick building, half concealed by pine trees. "We'll head over there in a minute. First, we'll take a look at Buford." We veered off the path, heading toward a gray stone building, Sweetie trotting along right by my feet. "This is where residents dine and meet for extracurricular activities." Poole moved up the steps, opening the wooden door ahead of me. 3 times a week we have professors from SUNY Purchase give talks in the auditorium on everything from global warming to endangered species to World War I. Part of our philosophy for healing is giving our patients a global perspective and a sense of history. I nodded and smiled, looking over my shoulder to see where the hell Nora was. She'd stopped following us, standing back at the center of the lawn. She was shading her eyes, surveying something behind her. "I can see your trouble with her," Poole said, following my gaze. "Girls can have a tough time at her age. Where's Mrs. Dean in all of this, if you don't mind me asking?" "She's out of the picture." Poole nodded. Nora looked like she was debating making a run for it, but then she shuffled toward us with slumpy posture, stopping to give Poole a Dr. Evil look before skipping up the steps. Poole led us through the foyer, which smelled strongly of disinfectant, and into the dining hall. It was a large sunlit room with round wooden tables, arched windows. A handful of female staff were busy arranging place settings. "This is where residents take all meals," said Poole. "Obviously we promote physical health as well as mental, so the menu has a low-fat option, also vegetarian, vegan, and kosher. Our head chef used to work at a Michelin-star restaurant in Sacramento." "When do I get to meet the people who live here so I know they're not all psychotic?" asked Nora. Poole blinked in shock, glanced at me. I stared back sheepishly, and then recovering, she smiled. "You won't be meeting anyone today," she said diplomatically, holding out an arm to usher us down the hall, as Sweetie floated along beside her, nails clacking on the floor. "But if you come, you'll find the people here are as diverse as the people anywhere." Poole stopped abruptly beside a dark alcove and, after a pause, switched on an overhead light. The walls were covered in bulletin boards decked with sign-up sheets and photos of activities at Briarwood. "As you can see," Poole said, gesturing inside, "people are really quite happy. We keep everyone busy, physically and mentally." Scowling, Nora stepped inside. "When were these pictures taken?" she asked. "The last few months," said Poole. Nora glared skeptically, then inspected the pictures, her arms crossed over her stomach. I figured she'd really lost it, decided to do an imitation of Angie in Girl Interrupted, when I realized what she was doing. She was looking for Ashley. It wasn't a bad idea. I moved past Poole to take a look. The photos were of patients involved in relay races, nature hikes. A few looked legitimately happy, though most appeared too thin and fatigued. Ashley would be obvious, wouldn't she? The dark-haired girl, a little bit alone, with a challenging gaze. I scanned photos of a music recital, but seated at the piano was a man with dreadlocks. There were quite a few shots of a summer barbecue on the main lawn. Patients crowded around picnic tables, eating burgers. No sign of Ashley anywhere. I glanced back at the doorway and realized Poole was looking at us, faintly alarmed. We must have been inspecting a little too intently. "Everyone looks so happy," I said. She coolly stared back. "Why don't we move along?" I stepped out of the alcove, that little doily of a dog twirling in circles as it stared up at me, panting as if I had beef jerky in my pocket. Nora was flipping through the pages of a sign-up sheet for Briarwood Book Club, noticeably reading all the names. "Lisa," I said, "let's go." Poole led us back outside, across the lawn to Straffen Hall, where we headed straight to the second floor, devoted to music, painting, and yoga. It was clear from Poole's clipped descriptions and tightened tone that she really didn't care for me or my huffy daughter. I tried to fawn over the facilities, but she only smiled stiffly. As we passed the reflection room, candles, photos of meadows and sky, a 2-note chime sounded over a loudspeaker. It was shrill and reverberating, the musical equivalent of a stubbed toe. "I have to go to the bathroom," Nora announced petulantly. "Certainly," said Poole, stopping beside a water fountain, pointing at the door marked Women in the middle of the corridor. "We'll wait for you here." Nora rolled her eyes and took off. The corridor walls were bright, painted half white, half kitten-nose pink, but the place felt clinical and claustrophobic, like a train compartment. The disoriented express headed toward Crazy Town, all aboard. Patients started to flood out of classrooms. They wore jeans and baggy cotton shirts, no belts or shoelaces, I noticed. A surprisingly wide range of ages. One guy with spiky gray hair staggered out of an art room. He looked about 80. Most avoided eye contact as they walked past me. Various eggheads and shrinks milled about too, conferring, nodding, looking constructive. They were easy to spot because they were all dressed in LL Bean fleeces and barn jackets, wool sweaters in earth tones, probably so patients would mistake the place for Vale. Poole was fussing with a barrette in Sweetie's hair. "I've heard very good things about Dr. Annika Aingley," I said. She stood up, holding the dog in her arms. Annika Aingley was the psychologist who'd completed Ashley's new patient assessment, which had been included in the NYPD file. "A friend of mine recommended her," I went on. "She's apparently very good with young women who have depressive disorders. Is there any way I could speak to her?" "Her office is on the 3rd floor. That area isn't open to visitors. And discussion of Dr. Aingley or any physician at this stage is premature. If Lisa comes, she'll be assigned a team of health professionals that suits her needs. Which reminds me, I'm going to go check on her." She put Sweetie down, smiling at me, the implication of which was, "Don't you dare move," and marched down the hall, her black orthopedic shoes squishing on the linoleum. When she appeared a minute later, her face was beet red. "She's not in there," she announced. I blankly stared back. "Lisa is missing. Did you see her?" "No." Poole spun on her heel and stomped down the hallway. "She must have exited the other end." Sweetie and I, mutually stunned by this recent development, took off after her, though as I passed the ladies' room I couldn't help but open the door and call out, "Lisa? Honey?" Poole shot me a look over her shoulder. "She's not there, really." She barged past patients, thrusting open the door at the end and storming into the stairwell. I followed close behind. She paused, squinting up at the next flight, sectioned off by a metal gate and a sign that read, "Authorized personnel only," then turned, stomping down the stairs. We blasted out onto the ground floor, jostling a man carrying a stack of folders. Sweetie's paws skidding on the slick wood floors as she rounded the sharp turn. We followed Poole into an office marked Drug and Alcohol Extension Program. "Beth, did you see a 546 wandering around, skinny blonde, micro-mini, hair in Heidi braids?" She eyed me icily. "Feathers?" "No, Liz." Poole, muttering to herself, marched back down the hall. "What's a 546? I asked. "A perspective. I'll have to review the security monitors. She likes to run away, does she? Any idea where she might go?" "If she makes it to the main road, she might try to hitchhike." "Unless she has wings and can fly over a 30-foot electrified fence, that girl's not going anywhere." "I'm terribly sorry about this." We exited through the glass doors. Outside, across the lawn, patients, quite a few escorted by nurses, streamed down the sidewalks, heading to lunch. There was no sign of Nora anywhere. With the get-up she was wearing, she'd be easy to spot. I had no idea where she was. This wasn't part of the orders I'd given her. She'd gone rogue. A minute later, Poole deposited me on the floral couch in her office. "You wait here," she said. "I'll be right back with your daughter." "Thank you." She only glared at me and slammed the door behind her. 16. I was alone with Sweetie. The dog had gone over to her pillow bed by the potted plants and returned with a squeaking hot dog. The chime dinged over the loudspeakers for the second time. I studied the ceiling. No visible camera. I stood up and moved over to Poole's desk. There was a screensaver on her computer monitor. Unsurprisingly, it featured floating shots of Sweetie, though every now and then there was the presence in the background of a thin, bald man who looked baffled. Mr. Poole. I tapped the keyboard and was prompted for a password. I tried Sweetie. It didn't work. On the corner of the desk were stacks of papers in and out trays. I flipped through them, thank you notes, admission applications, a signed confidentiality statement, an email from Dr. Robert Paul announcing his retirement. Surely there had to be some kind of internal administrative memo about Ashley Cordova. It had been written by some hospital head filled with phrases like, "This is a very delicate matter," and "It's critical to the reputation of this hospital," and so on. I opened the desk drawers. They were filled with office supplies, a Pottery Barn catalog, and strewn with wrapped hard mint candies. I moved to the row of filing cabinets along the back wall. They were all locked and no sign anywhere of the keys. I moved back over to the door, opened it, and looked out. The hallway was empty, except for 2 nurses, standing about halfway down in front of Dicon's main entrance. Nora is getting me thrown out anyway. I might as well go down like a kamikaze. Suddenly, Sweetie was gnawing the hot dog on my foot. A nurse stopped talking to glance curiously in our direction. I reached down, launched the toy across the room. It lodged in the leaves of a giant potted corn plant by the window. Sweetie would have to scale the 6-foot stalk to reach it, and checked outside again. The nurses had quietly resumed talking. I slipped out, walking straight through the side door. Outside, I headed toward Straffen. The grounds were quiet again, a few stragglers making their way toward the dining hall. I hurried across the lawn, heading up the front steps, where patients were chatting and smoking cigarettes. They only glanced at me idly as I entered the building and headed straight for the elevator banks. Stepping inside one, I pressed 3, but the number didn't light. I needed some type of code. I was about to exit when a gray-haired woman stepped in, her eyes glued to her BlackBerry. Without acknowledging me, she pressed a 4-digit code into the panel. It didn't work, clearly because I pressed the button. Frowning, she pressed reset, typed the code again, and the doors closed. We began to rise. She'd pressed 6. I stepped forward, tried 3 again. This time it lit up. She turned to me, curiously looking me over. The doors opened on 3. I exited, sensing the woman was now wondering who the hell I was. But before she could react, the doors closed. I was alone. The 3rd floor of Straffen looked identical to the 2nd, except the overhead neon lights were pinker, the linoleum shinier, the walls painted spearmint green. Black doors spanned the hall in both directions. They were doctors' offices. I moved along them, outside each one, a plaque printed with a name. I could hear low voices and bamboo whistling music, the kind you hear at a spa while getting a massage. Midway down the hall there was a small windowed sitting area, where 2 young men sat stretched out on couches, writing in notebooks. They didn't notice me as I walked past. I spotted the plaque, Annika Engley, Ph.D. I knocked lightly, and hearing nothing, tried the knob. Locked. I strolled back to the young men. "Excuse me," I asked. They looked up, startled. One was blond, with a soft, uncertain face. The other had brown, curly hair, his skin red and pockmarked. "Maybe you can help me," I said. "Did either of you know a former resident who was here recently named Ashley Cordova?" The blond kid glanced hesitantly at the other boy. "No, but I just got here." I turned to him. "What about you?" He nodded slowly. "Yeah, I heard about her." "What did you hear?" "Just that Cordova's daughter was here." "Did you ever meet her or see her?" He shook his head. "She was Code Silver." "What's Code Silver?" "The acute care unit. They all live in Maudsley." "Excuse me," a male voice called out behind me. "Can I help you?" I turned. A short, portly man with a dense brown beard was in the hallway, staring at me. "Hopefully," I said. "I'm looking for my daughter, Lisa." "Come with me." He held out his arm, beckoning me to step away from the boys with a rigid, pissed-off smile. I nodded my thanks to them and followed the man around the corner. This floor is prohibited to everyone but residents and physicians. How did you get up here? I explained as confusedly as I could that I'd been on a campus tour with Poole and had lost my daughter. Looking me over with great distaste, though seemingly buying into my stupidity, he stepped toward an office, fumbling with his keys. He shoved the door open, switching on the lights. Please wait with me in here until I speak with Elizabeth. Actually, I know the way. I'll just head back myself. Sir, get in here now, or I'll call security. He was Jason Elroy Martin, M.D., according to his plaque. I entered, sitting on his leather couch as he, with increasing frustration, dialed phone numbers off a contact sheet taped to the wall beside his medical diploma from the University of Miami. After leaving 2 messages for Poole, he finally reached her, and swiftly his face, what was left of it, his beard had overrun his cheeks, was flushed with outrage. He's in front of me, he said, staring me down. He approached 2 117s. They were free writing in their journals. Yes. Yes. He paused, listening. No problem. He hung up the phone and sat back in his swivel chair, interlacing his fingers. Am I dismissed? I asked. You're not going anywhere. He continued to frown at me until there was a knock on the door. It opened, revealing 2 large uniformed security guards. Scott B. McGrath, one of them said, you'll have to come with us. The fact that he'd said B, which stood for my middle name, Bartley, was not promising. 17. They escorted me across the grounds to the security center, a boxy cinder-block bunker away from the other buildings at the edge of the woods. We entered a stark lobby where a toad-faced guard sat behind glass. I was led down a hall past rooms buzzing with monitors, each displaying jumpy black-and-white shots of corridors and classrooms. Is this the part where I get waterboarded? I asked. They ignored me, stopping beside the open doorway at the end. Nora was there, hunched on a metal folding chair, at the center of a yellow-carpeted room with plywood walls. Thankfully, she appeared to be out of character, biting her nails, staring wide-eyed up at Elizabeth Poole. Now, so red-faced, she appeared to be radiating thermonuclear heat. Beside her, perched on the edge of a desk, was a tall man with salt-and-pepper hair. He was wearing ironed khaki slacks and a bright Easter egg blue sweater. Scott, he said, rising and extending his hand. I'm Alan Cunningham, president of Briarwood Hall. Very nice to meet you. Pleasure's all mine. He smiled. He was one of those beaming men, not merely clean-cut, but spick and span, with the unblemished complexion one usually finds on babies and nuns. So, Nora, he said, looking down at her and smiling. She actually smiled back. Whose pseudonym today, I understand, has been Lisa. She's been explaining that you guys aren't potential guests, as you claimed, but here to dig illegally for information on a former patient. That's right, I said. Ashley Cordova. She escaped from your care and died 10 days later. We're trying to determine if there was misconduct on the part of the hospital which directly resulted in her death. There was no misconduct. You admit, then, Ashley Cordova was a patient here? Absolutely not. It was taking considerable effort for Cunningham to keep that broad grin on his face. But I will say there have been no breaches in patient safety. If Ashley was authorized to leave with an unidentified male in the middle of the night, why did the hospital file a missing persons report the next day? He looked incensed, but didn't answer. She was Code Silver, the acute care unit. They're not authorized to leave without a guardian, so someone at the hospital must have been asleep at the wheel. He took a deep breath. Mr. McGrath, this is not a public hospital. You're subject to trespass laws. I could have you both taken straight to jail. Actually, you can't. I unzipped my pocket, handing him a folded brochure. You'll find that, in addition to our concerns about Ashley, Nora and I are here to distribute materials about our religion as we are legally allowed to do under Marsh versus Alabama, the Supreme Court ruling that upholds under Constitutional Amendments 1 and 14, state trespass statutes do not apply to those involved in the distribution of religious literature, even if it takes place on private grounds. Cunningham surveyed my old Jehovah's Witness brochure. "Cute. Very cute," he said. "You'll be escorted off the premises. I'll file a complaint with the police. If I hear you or your friends, including the person sleeping in your car, try to enter our grounds again, you'll be arrested." He crumpled up the brochure, making a nice rim shot with it in the trash can by the door. I was about to thank him for his time when sudden movement in the window behind him caught my attention. A woman was racing through the woods along the dirt path encircling a deserted construction site, her red hair flashing in the sun. She was wearing pink nurse's scrubs with a white cardigan and appeared to be in a serious hurry, heading straight for our building. Cunningham glanced over his shoulder out the window, but then turned back, nonchalant. "Do I make myself clear, Mr. McGrath?" "Crystal." Cunningham nodded at the guards, and they escorted us outside. We filed down the sidewalk around the construction site. Lisa, for all her bad girl scowling, certainly looked docile now. As we walked between the two guards, she shot me countless freaked-out, "What are we going to do now?" looks, all of which suggested she was relishing this clash with authority. If you could even call these security officers authority. They looked like lazy boys. Farther down the path, I noticed that nurse again, the same red head I'd spotted out the window. She just stepped out of nowhere and was rushing toward us, staring emphatically at the ground. But when we were just a few yards away, she jerked her head up, staring agitatedly right at me. I stopped in surprise. She only picked up her pace, veering onto another route leading around the back of the dormitory. "Mr. McGrath, let's go." When we reached the parking lot, news of a security breach appeared to have traveled around the hospital because we had a handful of onlookers, nurses, administrators, shrinks, standing on the front steps of Daikon, watching our procession. "A going-away party," I said. "You shouldn't have." "Kindly make your way to your vehicle," the guard ordered. I unlocked the car and the two of us climbed in. Hopper was still passed out in the back. He looked like he hadn't moved. "Why don't you make sure he has a pulse?" I muttered, starting the engine. I eased out of the parking space, edging the car toward the exit. There were people still milling around Daikon watching us, but no sign anywhere of that red-haired nurse. Had she wanted me to follow her? Surely she'd have seen with the security guards it was impossible. "He has a pulse," chirped Nora happily, turning back. "That was a close call, huh?" "Close? No. I'd call that a bullseye." I made a right, accelerating out onto the main road that would get us the hell out of here. A dizzying 2-minute drive through the woods. "You mad or something?" Nora asked. "Yes, I'm mad." "How come?" "Your little Houdini act back there? You didn't just draw attention to us, you drew a red circle around us and added a 'they are here' arrow. Next time bring a mariachi band." She huffed, fiddling with the radio. "Right now, Cunningham's on the phone with Ashley's family. Cordova himself, probably, telling him a reporter named Scott McGrath, accompanied by a white cracker Floridian, is snooping around his daughter's medical history. Any hope I had of keeping this investigation quiet is gone now, thanks to you, Bernstein. Which brings me to your acting. I don't know if anyone's told you this, but you need to rethink your life purpose." I checked the rearview mirror. A blue Lincoln had just appeared behind us. In the front seats, the unmistakable boxy forms of the security officers. "Now we've got Mumbo and Jumbo tailing us," I muttered. Nora excitedly whipped around in the seat to look. The girl was about as stealthy as a semi hauling a wide load. We sped down the hill, rounding a grove of trees. I counted about 15 seconds between the time our car rounded a curve and the blue sedan appeared behind us. I pressed harder on the gas, racing around another bend. "Bet I got more on Ashley than you," Nora announced. "Oh yeah? What have you got?" She only shrugged, smiling. "Bupkiss, exactly." We sped around another turn, the road straightening and intersecting with a dirt service road. I paused at the stop sign and was just starting to floor it when suddenly Nora screamed. That woman, the red-headed nurse, was crashing out of the steep wooded bank just to our right, running directly in front of our car. I slammed on the brakes. She fell forward against the hood, red hair spilling everywhere. For a horrified moment I thought she was hurt, but then she lifted her head, racing around the car to my side, leaning in an inch from the window. She stared in at me, her brown eyes bloodshot, her freckled face desperate. "Morgan DeVold!" she shouted. "Find him! He'll tell you what you want to know!" "What?" "Morgan DeVold!" She lurched back in front of the car and ran to the shoulder, scrambling up the steep embankment, just as the blue sedan appeared behind us. Frantically, she was crawling on her hands and knees up the hill, sliding in the leaves and dirt. She reached the summit and wrapped her cardigan around herself, pausing to stare down at our car. The guards had pulled up behind us and beeped. They hadn't seen her. I took my foot off the brake and, still intoxicated with shock, we continued down the drive, though in the rearview mirror, just before we rounded the next bend, I saw the woman was still standing on the hill, a gust of wind whipping that red hair into her face, blotting it out. 18. A stone-faced guard opened the electronic gate, and we accelerated through, the Lincoln behind us doing a U-turn, heading back to the hospital. "Oh, my God," said Nora, exhaling, pressing a hand to her chest. "What was the name she said?" I asked. "Morgan DeVold?" "Write it down. D-E-V-O-L-D. Nora hurriedly dug through her purse for a pen and bit off the cap, scribbling the name on the top of her hand. "I saw her before when we were in the security center," she said. "And then she passed us on our way out. She wanted to talk to us." "Apparently so." "What's going on?" mumbled a hoarse voice from the back seat. Hopper was up, yawning. He rubbed his eyes, staring out at the rural landscape speeding by, unsurprised. I handed Nora my phone. "Google Morgan DeVold and New York. Tell me what you get." It took a few minutes due to the patchy cell service. "There's nothing much," she said. "Just one of those genealogy websites. A man named Morgan DeVold lived in Sweden in 1836. He had a son named Henrik." "Nothing else?" "The name turns up on a site called Lawless Legwear." We accelerated past another road sign, Big Indian 5. "Where the hell are we?" asked Hopper, rolling down the window. Nora turned around, eagerly filling him in on what had transpired in the last 4 hours. "We were about to be arrested," she went on, "but Scott was a total rock star. He whipped out this brochure that read across the front, 'The greatest man who ever lived. Questions about Jesus Christ for young people.'" She giggled. "It was classic." As she explained what had just happened with the nurse, I spotted a Quick Mart approaching on our right. I braked and made the turn. "Go inside," I said to Nora, pulling up beside a gas tank and cutting the engine. "Ask if we can borrow a phone book and pick up some snacks." I handed her $20 and set about filling the tank. Hopper emerged from the back seat, stretching. "What did you find out about Ashley?" he asked hoarsely. "Not much. Apparently she was a Code Silver patient, which is the most critical level of care." "But you didn't find out what was wrong with her?" "No." He seemed about to ask me something else, but instead turned, strolling across the parking lot, pulling out his cigarettes. It was after 4 o'clock. The sun had loosened its grip on the world, letting the shadows get sloppy, the light thawed and soft. Directly across the street, A white farmhouse stood in the middle of a wild lawn, the grass strewn with garbage. On a drooping telephone wire sat 2 blackbirds, too tiny and fat to be crows. The Quick Mart door dinged behind me, and I turned to see an old man in a green flannel shirt and workman's boots, heading to a pickup, a brown mutt in the bed. The man climbed behind the wheel and they pulled out, swerving to make a right extremely close to Hopper, the muffler backfiring. Hopper didn't react. He was staring in a sort of melancholic trance out at the middle of the road, oblivious to the cars speeding by. Maybe that was the point. He was imagining stepping in front of one. He looked like he was at a river's edge, about to throw himself in. It was a melodramatic thought, possibly residual paranoia from the appearance of that nurse. I could still see her anxious, freckled face, staring at me, her lips chapped, the window clouding over from her breath, erasing her mouth. Hopper took a drag of his cigarette, brushing his hair from his eyes, and looked up at the sky, squinting at those birds on the telephone wires. More had appeared out of nowhere. Now there were 7 tiny black notes, on an otherwise empty piece of sheet music, the lines and bars sagging, giving up as they stretched between poles, and twisted on down the road. Another ding, and Nora emerged, her arms laden with coffee cups, jelly beans, bugles, and a phone book. She spread it all out on the hood. "I got Hopper some coffee," she whispered, holding up the jumbo-sized cup and squinting worriedly across the parking lot at him. "He looks like he needs caffeine." "He looks like he needs a hug." She set the cup down, flipping through the phone book. "Devold Morgan, 209 Benton Hollow Road, Livingston Manor, 845-555-8439. "It's here," she whispered in amazement. I walked over, staring down at the page. 19. "It's the next driveway," said Nora, squinting at the phone. The drive to Livingston Manor was an hour and a half of snaking backcountry roads. It was already getting dark, the sky fading to a bruised blue. There were no street signs along Benton Hollow Road, no house numbers, no streetlights, not even any lines. Just my car's faded headlights, which didn't so much push back the advancing dark as nervously rummage through it. To our left was a wall of solid shrubbery, barbed and impenetrable. To our right, vast black lands stretched out, rumpled pastures and faded farmhouses, a lone porch light punctuating the night. "This is it," whispered Nora excitedly, pointing at an opening in the shrubs. There was a metal mailbox, but no number and no name. I made the turn. It was a constricted gravel drive straight uphill through dense foliage, an opening barely wide enough for a man, much less a car. The incline grew steeper, so I had to floor it, the entire car shimmying uncontrollably, like the space shuttle trying to break the sound barrier. Spindly branches slapped the windshield. After about a minute, we inched over the crest of the hill. Instantly, I hit the brakes. Far in front of us, across a scruffy lawn, wedged back between tall trees, sat a tiny wooden house so decrepit it rendered us mute. The white paint was cracked and flaking. Shingles were missing from the roof, exposing a raw black hole. Windows along the attic floor punched out and charred black. Strewn across the yard among the dead leaves and a large fallen tree were a child's toys, a wagon, a tricycle, and farther off, along the edge of the yard where it was dark, an old plastic kiddie pool, looking like a popped blister. There was something so inherently menacing about the house as it loomed there, poised in the shadows. I automatically turned off the engine and headlights. A lone lit bulb by the front door illuminated a porch swing half on the ground and an old air conditioner. Another light was on in one of the back rooms, a tiny rectangular window lit with mint-green curtains, pulled tightly closed. It occurred to me we had no context whatsoever for this man, Morgan Devold. We were following the tip of a total stranger, a Briarwood nurse who, recalling the way she'd thrown herself in front of the car, hadn't appeared exactly rational. Parked beside the house in front of a wooden shed were a pickup truck and an old gray Buick, a plastic tarp hanging out of the trunk. "Now what?" Nora said nervously, biting her thumbnail. "Let's go over the plan," I said.
"Plan?" Hopper said with a laugh, leaning forward between us. "It's simple. We talk to Morgan Devold and find out what he knows. Let's go." Before I could say a word, he'd climbed out, slammed the door, and was making his way across the yard. His gray wool coat caught the wind, flapping out behind him, and with his head down, his walk deliberate, as he headed straight for the house. He resembled some kind of moody comic book character, about to unleash brutal vengeance on the inhabitants.
"He's certainly come back from the dead," I muttered. "What did you put in his coffee?" Nora didn't answer. She was too busy fumbling for the door handle like an eager kid sister who didn't want to be left behind. Within seconds, she scrambled out, dashing right after him. I held back, waiting. Let them be the scouts, the lowly privates who checked for landmines before the general arrived. Their footsteps were the only sounds, soft crunches through the leaves and grass strewn with sticks. Maybe it was the peeling paint, giving the house scaly skin. But the place looked reptilian and alive, poised beyond the trees, waiting. That lone lit window, like an eye watching us. Somewhere far away, a dog barked. Hopper was already at the front porch, so I climbed out of the car. He stepped around the air conditioner, pulled open the screen, and knocked on the door. There was no answer. He knocked again, waiting, a blast of wind sending a cluster of leaves across the lawn. Still no answer. He let the screen bang closed and jumped down into the flower bed, spiked with dead stalks and a tangled garden hose. Shading his eyes, he peered in one of the windows.
"Someone's home," he whispered. "There's a TV on in the kitchen."
"What are they watching?" I asked quietly, striding over the giant fallen tree trunk, and then past Nora, inspecting something lying face down in the grass. It was an old teddy bear.
"Why?" whispered Hopper, glancing back at me. "We'll be able to tell what type of people we're dealing with. If it's hardcore Japanese anime, we've got problems. But if it's a Barbara Walters special, it looks like a rerun of The Price is Right. That's even worse."
Hopper stepped gingerly back out onto the porch, this time noticing a dirt-encrusted doorbell. He pressed it twice. Suddenly there was a jumble of locks turning, a chain sliding, and the front door gasped open, revealing a middle-aged blonde woman behind the screen. She was wearing baggy gray sweats, a stained blue T-shirt, her peroxide-streaked hair in a ponytail.
"Good evening, ma'am," Hopper said. "Sorry to disturb you during the dinner hour, but we're looking for Morgan Devold."
She surveyed him suspiciously, then craned her neck to look at me.
"What do y'all want with Morgan?"
"Just a chat," Hopper said with a laid-back shrug. "It should only take a few minutes. We're from Briarwood."
"He's not home,"
said the woman rudely.
"Any idea when he'll be back?"
She squinted at him.
"You all get off our property or I'm calling the cops."
She was about to slam the door when a man materialized beside her. "What's the matter?" He had a soft, mild-mannered voice, in startling contrast to the woman who appeared to be his wife. He was considerably shorter than she, and looked younger, early 30s, stocky, wearing a faded blue flannel button-down tucked neatly into his jeans, the sleeves rolled up. He had brown hair in a crew cut, and broad reddish features that were neither unattractive nor handsome, only ordinary. It was the face of 1,000,000 other men. "Are you Morgan DeVold?" asked Hopper. "What's this about?" "Briarwood. You all got some nerve showing up here," said the woman. "Stace, it's all right." "No more communication. You heard the lawyer." "It's fine." "It's not fine." "Let me handle it." He said it with a sharp, raised voice, and suddenly, somewhere in a back room, a baby started to cry. The woman darted out of the doorway, though not before glaring at him. "Get rid of them," she said. Morgan, it appeared this was Morgan, stepped forward with an apologetic smile. As the baby wailed, he said nothing, and the way he stood there, stranded behind the screen door, reminded me of my last visit to the Bronx Zoo with Sam. She'd pointed out with great concern a chimpanzee staring dolefully out at us from behind the glass. Such profound sadness, such resignation. "You guys are from Briarwood?" he asked uncertainly. "Not exactly," said Hopper. "Then what's this really about?" Hopper stared at him for a second before answering. "Ashley." It was surprising, the knowing way he said her name. In fact, it was ingenious, implying Ashley was some incredible experience both of them had had. So memorable, any mention of a last name was unnecessary. She was a magnificent hidden island, a secret house on a rocky cliff, visited by only a privileged few. If it was a deliberate trap on Hopper's part, it worked, because instantly a look of recognition appeared on the man's face. Glancing furtively over his shoulder, where his wife had just disappeared to tend to the baby, he turned back to us. With a guilty smile, he extended his index finger, and, careful not to make any noise, pushed it against the screen, quietly opening the door. "Out here," he whispered. 20. We followed Morgan DeVold to the edge of the yard where there were dense trees close to the children's pool filled with black water and leaves. The baby was still crying, though away from the house now, the wind acted as a balm on the sound, easing it, folding it into the cold shivers of the night. "How'd you find me?" Morgan asked rather resignedly, hooking his thumbs in his jean pockets. "Through a nurse at Briarwood," said Hopper. "Which one?" "She didn't tell us her name," I said, "but she was young, red hair and freckles." He nodded. "Genevieve Wilson. Is she a friend of yours?" "Not really, but I heard she made a stink to administration when I got the axe." "You used to work at Briarwood?" He nodded again. "Doing what?" "Security." "For how long?" "About 7 years. Before that, I did security at Woodbourne. I was all set for promotion at Briarwood. Thought I was going to be assistant head." Smiling sadly, he looked up, staring past me to his own house. He looked bewildered, as if he didn't recognize it or couldn't remember how he'd come to live there. "Who are you guys?" he asked. "Private investigators," said Nora with evident excitement. Somewhere Sam's spade just rolled over in his grave. I was certain Morgan would call us out on this obvious lie, but he nodded. "Who hired you?" he asked solemnly. "Her family?" He meant Ashley. "We work for ourselves," I said. "Everything you tell us can be off the record," added Nora. He seemed to accept this, too, staring into the dark water of the pool. I realized then he didn't care who we were. Some people were so burdened by a secret, they'd give it away free to any willing stranger. "Stace doesn't know a thing about it," he said. "She thinks I was fired because Briarwood found out we're Adventists." "It'll stay that way," said Hopper. "How did you know Ashley?" But Morgan was no longer paying attention. Something had caught his attention in the kiddie pool. Frowning, he stepped a few feet away, picked up a fallen tree branch, and extended it into the water, trawling through the decaying leaves and mud. A bulky object was actually floating there, bobbing along the bottom. He snagged it on the branch, pulling it toward him. I thought it was a drowned animal, a squirrel or possum. So did Nora. She was staring at me with a stricken, horrified face as Morgan reached right in and pulled the thing out, dripping. It was a plastic baby doll. It was missing an eye, half-bald, seeping blackened water, yet still smiling manically with puffy cheeks. What remained of its yellow hair matted with leaves. It was wearing a ruffled white dress, now mottled black, some kind of fungus growing like rancid heads of cauliflower out of the neck. Its fat little arms reached out at nothing. Last few weeks, I turned the house upside down looking for this thing, mumbled Morgan, shaking his head. My daughter cried for 3 days straight when it went missing. Couldn't find it. Was like the doll got fed up, walked clear out of the house. I had to sit her down, tell her it was gone now, went to be with God in heaven. Whole time it was just out here. He chuckled at the irony of it, a tight, frustrated sound. How did Ashley break out of Briarwood? Hopper asked, glancing at me, indicating he sensed something was off with the man. With me, Morgan answered simply, still staring down at the doll. Hopper nodded, waiting for him to go on, but he didn't. How? Hopper prompted in a low voice. Morgan glanced at us again, as if remembering we were there, smiling sadly. It's funny how the night that changes your life forever starts out like all the others. He let his arm fall to his side, holding the doll by its leg, its dress hanging over its head, exposing frilly underwear, and drooling black water on the grass. I was covering for a buddy of mine, he said, working the night shift, 9 to 9. Stace hated when I took all-nighters, but I like to watch the monitors at night. It's easy work. I'm the only one in the back rooms of the center. Patients are asleep. The corridors so still and quiet. It's like you're the last man alive. He cleared his throat. I guess it was about 3 in the morning. I wasn't paying much attention. I had some magazines. Wasn't supposed to, but I'd done it 1,000,000 times before. Nothing happens. There's nothing ever going on except the nurses checking the code reds. And what are the code reds? I asked. Patients on suicide watch. What about code silver? Asked Hopper. Those are the patients kept apart, 'cause they can hurt themselves and others. I'm flipping through a magazine when I glance up and something catches my eye on the monitor. One of them music rooms in Strafford. There's somebody in there. As soon as I seen that, it switches to another. Video feeds are on a 10-second rotation. You can break the sequence to take a longer look at any live feed. I break, go back to that music room. I see there's a girl in there. She's a patient 'cause she's wearing the authorized white pajamas. She's at the piano. Camera's high in the corner of the ceiling, so I'm looking down on her, a little over her shoulder. All I see are her skinny arms moving fast, her dark hair in a braid. Never seen her before. I work day shifts mostly, and you get to know the patients. I channel in audio, turn up the speaker. He fell silent, running a hand over the top of his head, as if he couldn't believe what he was about to say. What? I asked. It freaked me out. Why? It was like a recording. Most times we got patients pounding out heart and soul. My first thought, she was one of those poltergeist. interjected Nora eagerly. Yeah, something not real. She was playing violent-like, head down, hands flipping so fast. My second thought was I was losing it, seeing something strange. I'm set to sound the alarm, but something makes me hesitate. She ends that music, starts another, and before I know it, even though I got my finger on the switch to call a breach, a whole half-hour goes by. Then another. When she stops playing, she's quiet for a long time. Then real slow she lifts her head. I could just see the side of her face, but it was like... He fell silent and shuddered uncomfortably. Like what? Hopper asked. She knew I was there, watching. What do you mean? I asked. He gazed at me, serious. She saw me. She saw the camera in the ceiling? It was more than that. She stood up, and when she got to the door, she turned and smiled right at me. He paused, incredulous, as he remembered. She was like nothing I'd ever seen before. A black-haired angel. She slipped right out, and I tracked her, watched her move down the hall and outside. She moved fast. I'm having a hard time keeping up with her on all the different video feeds. I followed her down the paths all the way back to Maudsley. I figured for sure she was going to get caught, but she enters, and for some crazy reason, there's no officer at the front desk. He shook his head in disbelief. She hurries in and up the back stairs so fast it's like her feet don't touch the ground. She goes all the way up to the third floor, races inside her room. I can't believe that either. She's code silver, which means she's got a round-the-clock nurse detail. I keep watching. 20 minutes later, I see the security officer and the nurse in charge of the third floor. They come smiling upstairs from the basement, and something tells me they weren't down there doing laundry. They got a little thing going. Somehow, the girl knew about it. He paused, wiping his nose. First thing I do is wipe the tapes. They're never checked, anyway, not unless a problem's reported, but I erase them just in case. The next morning, I put in a request for extra night shifts. Why'd you do that? Asked Hopper with faint accusation. I had to see her again. He shrugged bashfully. She went there to play piano every night, and I watched. The music. He seemed unable to find the right words. It's what you'll hear in heaven, if you're lucky enough to get there. The whole time she ignored me, except for the very end, when she'd look at me. Morgan smiled to himself as he surveyed the ground. I had to find out who she was. I wasn't authorized to look into the files of patients, but I didn't care. I had to know. What did you find out? I asked. She had a fear of darkness, this thing called nycta-something. Nyctophobia? Blurted Nora. That's it. I looked it up. People who got it go crazy in the dark. They start shaking, convulsing, think they're drowning and dying. Sometimes they pass out or kill themselves. Wait a minute, I interrupted. Wasn't Ashley in the dark when you watched her on the camera? Morgan shook his head. Briarwood's bright at night. The sidewalks and central grounds are kept lit for security purposes. Interior building lights are on energy-saving motion detectors, so they'd light up around her as she came and went. Some of them are on a delay. I began to notice she'd wait for a light to go on before she'd continue. When she was outside, she'd keep to the bright side of every path, like she couldn't step on a shadow or she'd melt or something. She was real careful about it. I frowned, trying to imagine such a manner of moving, skipping from one patch of light to another. I recalled the ascent through the hanging gardens, up to the roof of the warehouse in Chinatown. Had there been enough weak light to step through all the way up? And yet around the Central Park Reservoir, where she'd flickered in and out of the lamplight in that red coat, it was mostly pitch black. The other thing I found out, Morgan went on, was the doctor treating her sent out a hospital-wide memo barring her from playing the piano. Said it brought on manic episodes. The date the order went out was the first night I saw Ashley, so it was like she had to play, like nothing could stop her from it. He fell silent for a moment. On the 8th night I watched, on her way out of the music room, I noticed she removed something from her pocket and stopped for a second right over the top of the piano. It happened fast. I wasn't sure what I'd seen. I rewound the tape and saw she'd stuck something in there. I waited till the end of my shift and headed over to Straffen, up to the music room on the second floor. When I walked in, the smell of her, the feel of her was still there. A perfume and like a warmth, I guess. I went over to the piano, checked under the lid. Inside, tucked in the strings, was a folded-up piece of paper. I took it but waited until I was safe in my car to read it. He paused, visibly uneasy. What did it say? I asked.
Morgan!
A screen door slammed.
What are you still doing out here?
Stace was on the front porch, cradling the baby against her chest, shading her eyes in the glare of the light. Stepping after her was another child, a little girl of about 4, wearing a white nightgown covered with what appeared to be cherries.
They're not gone yet?
Everything's fine, Morgan shouted. He turned to us, whispering, Drive down the driveway and wait for me there, okay? He hurried back across the lawn.
Oh, my God, I told you to get rid of them.
They're from Human Resources, doing a survey. Hey, look what I found.
But we're not supposed to... What is that?
Baby. I just rescued her from the pool.
Are you insane?
The little girl screamed, no doubt upon taking a look at that doll. Nora and Hopper were already making their way across the grass. I headed after them, and when we climbed back into my car, the DeVolds had returned inside, though their shouting could still be heard above the wind. 21. It's obvious Morgan fell in love with Ashley, Nora said.
Can you blame him? I asked. He is married to It. I'm referencing the Stephen King book. He's a freak is what he is, said Hopper. I turned around to him in the back seat. You remember Ashley having nyctophobia at 6 Silver Lakes? Glaring at me, he exhaled cigarette smoke out the window. No way. We were in my car, sitting at the end of DeVold's driveway. We'd been waiting for him to reappear for 45 minutes. Apart from my headlights illuminating the unmarked road, which twisted around the dense shrubs in front of us, it was pitch black out here, totally deserted. The wind had picked up. It whistled insistently against the car, making the branches nervously tap the windshield. He's probably not coming back, I muttered. Stace put the guy's muzzle back on and returned him to his cage in the basement. She wasn't that bad, said Nora, shooting me a look. Let me bear witness as the only person in this car who's been to the dark side of marriage and survived. She's bad. She makes my ex-wife look like Mother Teresa. He's coming back, muttered Hopper. He has to. Why? He's dying to talk about her. He ground out the cigarette on the window, flicking the butt outside. Suddenly, Nora gasped as the man himself stepped into the headlights. I didn't know how we'd managed not to hear his footsteps.
There was something odd in the way he stood there in his faded blue flannel shirt, blinking at us uneasily, his head held down at a strange, shy angle. None of us said a word. Something was wrong. But again, Hopper and Nora were unlocking the doors, scrambling out. I held back to observe the guy for a few seconds longer. In spite of his sudden appearance, the ghostly pallor, he looked uncomfortable, wounded even. I climbed out, leaving the headlights on. "I only got 5 minutes," Morgan said nervously. "Otherwise, Stace'll get out the shotgun." It had to be a joke, yet he said it with unnerving seriousness. Blinking, he held out a folded piece of paper. Hopper immediately snatched it, shooting him a suspicious look as he opened it in the beam of light. When he finished reading, his face giving away nothing, he handed it to Nora, who read it with wide eyes and passed it to me. It was torn from a legal pad. "I'm here against my will. There's nothing wrong with me. I'll do anything to get out of here. Help." "It took 3 weeks to plan," Morgan said. "I'd use all pre-recorded tapes. They'd play, not the live feed. The time code would be wrong, but no one ever checked. I went down into storage where they kept all the patients' personal belongings until they check out, and I got hers from her locker and kept it for her in a box in my house. All she had was a red and black coat, real fancy." "That was it?" I asked, noting the odd, rather fastidious way he'd said it. I couldn't help but imagine him silently slipping out of his bed in the middle of the night while Stace slept, creeping down into his own dark basement, to open up the cardboard box, staring in at her red coat. That coat. "Yeah," he said. "She didn't have anything else." "No cell phone, no handbag?" He shook his head. "No." "What about clothing?" "Nothing. See, her father's famous. He makes Hollywood movies. I figured she'd want some nice clothes, so I left her a note asking for her sizes. Then I took a day off, went up to Liberty, bought her some jeans, black boots, and a pretty black T-shirt with an angel on the front." Ashley was wearing the same clothing when she died. "Once I had the details worked out," he went on, "I went to the music room and left Ashley a note tucked between the piano strings right where she did. It said when she was ready, she should play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. That'd be my green light. It'd mean the very next night I'd come for her at 2 a.m. when her nurse and the guard were getting it on in the boiler room." "Why that particular song?" I asked. "She'd played it before," he smiled. "It reminded me of her. That night Stace ended up in the hospital and was put on bed rest. I had to transfer her back to days. I didn't see Ashley for a week. I was worried I missed her playing it, but the first night I was back on the night shift, she darted into that music room, and I was freaking out because I wasn't sure if she was going to play it, but then she did. Right at the end. I knew then we were on." He stared at us, flecks of light brightening his small eyes. He was newly animated, remembering it. "The next night, around 1, I get the pre-recorded tapes going. Then I tell the officer on duty who sits out front, Stace is having another pregnancy scare, and I had to head home. I go straight to Maudsley, thinking I'm going to have to slip up to Ashley's room to get her. But if she isn't already standing out in front waiting for me in those white pajamas, my heart's beating like crazy. I'm nervous as a goddamn school kid because, it was the first time I was seeing her in the flesh. She just took my hand, and together we ran across the lawn. Simple as that." He grinned sheepishly. It was like she was leading me, like she'd planned it. I opened my trunk, she climbed in, and we drove out of there. But wasn't it dark inside the trunk? Nora asked. If Ashley had nyctophobia, she wouldn't have climbed in there. Morgan smiled proudly. I took care of it. I had 2 flashlights in there for her so she wouldn't be afraid. Did they stop you at the gatehouse? I asked. Sure, but I said my wife was having another emergency, and he let me through. As soon as we were out of there, I pulled over so Ashley could get out of the trunk. I brought her back here so she could shower and change. I also had to put my daughter to bed. Stace was still in the hospital, so our neighbor was watching the baby. I asked Ashley where she wanted to go, and she said the train station because she had to get to New York City. Did she say why? I asked. I think she was meeting someone. Who? Hopper asked. Don't know. She was shy. Didn't talk much. Just looked at me. She liked my little girl, Melly, though. Read her a bedtime story while I was on the phone with Stace at the hospital. Where was Ashley going in the city? I asked. Walford Towers, something like that. She told you this? He looked guilty. No. She'd asked to use the internet while she was here. When she was in the bathroom, I checked the browser to see what she looked for online. It was a website for a hotel on Park Avenue. The Waldorf Towers? I suggested. Morgan nodded. That sounds about right. When she was dressed, she put on that red coat, and she looked like the prettiest thing I'd ever seen. I drove her to the station. We got there about 4 a.m. I gave her some cash, then left her in the car while I went and bought 2 tickets to Grand Central. 2 tickets? I asked. He nodded, embarrassed. You hoped to go with her. He stared down at the ground. Seems crazy now, but I'm romantic. I thought we'd go together. She kept smiling at me, but when I got back to my car with the tickets, she was gone. I saw a train had pulled in. I ran up to the platform, but the doors had already shut. I moved down it, searching for her in every car, feeling sick about it until I found her. She was sitting right by the window. I knocked, and slowly she turned to me, stared at me. I'll never forget the look she gave me, not for the rest of my life. He said nothing for a moment, his shoulders hunched. She didn't know me. He exhaled, his breathing unsteady. You were fired shortly afterward? I asked quietly. He nodded. Soon as Ashley was found missing, it was all traced back to me. When did you find out that she died? He blinked. Head of the hospital called me in. Alan Cunningham? Yeah. He said nothing would happen in terms of the law if I signed a confidentiality paper saying I'd acted alone and never, ever talk about it. Morgan! It was Stace again. Her voice startled all of us, not just by its shrillness, but its close proximity. We couldn't see her, but heavy footsteps were coming nearer, heading down the dark gravel drive. Morgan! Are those people still here? You better go, Morgan hissed at us. Before I could stop him, he'd snatched the paper from me, racing back up the driveway. I took off after him. That paper! We'd like to keep it! I shouted. But he was sprinting with remarkable speed. I could barely keep up. Stace abruptly appeared at the top of the hill. I froze. She wasn't brandishing a shotgun, but even more terrifyingly, she was brandishing children. The half-naked baby was still in her arms, and the girl wearing the nightgown was holding her mother's hand, sucking her thumb. They're going right now, Morgan said. They needed directions to the highway. He put his arm around her, saying something inaudible, as he moved them back toward the house, shoving the paper into his back pocket. Damn. I'd wanted to keep it, compare the handwriting with that on the envelope mailed to Hopper. They moved out of sight, though I could hear them walking through the leaves, Stace angrily saying something, the baby whimpering. I turned, making my way back down the drive, Hopper and Nora in the beam of the headlights waiting for me. I hadn't taken 10 steps when a rock scuttled behind me. I turned around, startled, and saw I wasn't alone. That little girl in the nightgown was following me. Her face in the darkness looked hard, her eyes hollowed black. She was barefoot. The white of her nightgown glowed purple. The cherries looked like chain links and barbed wire. She was also, I realized, holding that rotten doll Morgan had exhumed from the swimming pool. Baby, clutching it in the crook of her arm. My first reaction was revulsion, followed by the urge to run like hell. She suddenly extended her arm. A chill shot down my spine. Her hand was in a tight fist, her stare pointed. She was holding something black and shiny in her fingers. I couldn't see exactly what it was, but it looked like a tiny doll. Before I could react, she spun around and scampered back up the drive, vanishing over the top in a streak of white. I stood there, staring at the empty space on the hill, sensing for some reason she'd reappear. She didn't, and yet it was oddly silent. There was no trace of Stace's harsh voice, no baby whimpering, no footsteps, no screen door swinging open, followed by a slam. Nothing but the wind, shoving through the shrubs. Even that lonely hound in the distance had gone quiet. I turned, jogging the rest of the way to the car.
"What was that?"
asked Hopper. His little girl followed me. I unlocked the car, climbed in, and within minutes we were speeding back down Benton Hollow Road. They didn't say so, but I suspected all three of us were relieved to be rapidly putting some serious distance between ourselves and the Duvalds. 22. "That's what happens when you marry the wrong woman," I said. "A wife sets the ambiance of a man's life. He can very easily get stuck listening to Michael Bolton Muzak droning in a loop from tin-sounding speakers for the rest of his life if he doesn't keep his wits about him. You can't blame the guy for wanting to run."
"He was a total loser," said Hopper from the back seat.
"That's another way to put it." We were hashing over Morgan DeVold and all we'd learned about Ashley at Briarwood, now driving down the New Jersey Turnpike, minutes from the city. That was the wonderful thing about New York. You might spend a few nervous hours in rural landscapes with nurses who threw themselves in front of your car and strange families, but the closer you came to Manhattan and took one look at that bristling skyline, then took a look at the guy who just cut you off in a pimped-out Nissan, blasting Tejano Polka, you realized that all was right with the world.
"Ash played him,"
Hopper went on, without looking up from his phone, buzzing with texts. "She knew someone was watching her on the camera, so she decided whoever he was her best bet for breaking out of there." "What about this fear of the dark?" I asked, glancing at Nora. "Which reminds me, how did you know that term, nyctophobia?" She'd dismantled her hair from those long braids, and was absent-mindedly staring out the window, untangling the ends. "Terra Hermosa," she said. "A gentleman on the second floor named Ed. He used to go down this phobia list and boast about all the ones he'd had. He never had nyctophobia, but he had automatonophobia." "What's that?" "Fear of ventriloquist dummies. Anything with a waxy face. He went to see Avatar and had to be hospitalized." "He should definitely stay away from the Upper East Side."
"It's bullshit,"
said Hopper, shoving his hair out of his eyes.
"Ash wasn't scared of the dark. She probably just put that act on for the doctor so they'd leave her alone."
"What about the way she looked at Morgan from the train?" asked Nora. "Maybe she didn't know him. Maybe she had amnesia, or short-term memory loss.
No, Hopper said. He'd served his purpose and she was done with him. That was it.
One other thing kind of worried me, Nora added.
Only one other thing? I asked.
Morgan said Ashley read his daughter a bedtime story.
So?
You don't let a stranger you just broke out of a mental hospital spend time with your child, do you?
He's not winning any awards for Father of the Year. What about that bride of Chucky he fished out of the kiddie pool? Baby. Not to mention that little tyke that tailed me down the drive. When she grows up, she's going to need a long sojourn at Briarwood.
Nora tilted her head. You don't think Morgan hurt Ashley, do you? When he took her to his house to change clothes? There was something about the way he described it. It gave me the creeps.
He didn't lay a hand on her, interjected Hopper.
How do you know? Asked Nora, turning around to him.
Because if he had, he'd be severely maimed right now. I glanced at him in the rearview mirror, startled by his tone of voice. He was staring out the window, his face gilded by lights of the passing cars. One thing I'd gathered in the past few hours was that his knowledge of Ashley, Ash he'd called her, was significantly more intense than the casual acquaintance of years ago he'd claimed. He knew her better than he let on, or else he'd once observed her carefully, maybe even from a distance like Devold. I was tempted to press him on it, try to get him to admit he hadn't been forthcoming, but decided against it, for the time being. He'd probably only glower and become defensive, and that wouldn't get me anywhere. I checked the clock on the dashboard, 9:42 p.m. So where am I dropping you two off? I asked.
Nora turned to me. We're not done yet. We still have to go to that hotel, the Waldorf, see if somebody noticed Ashley. He said she was going there, so we should go.
Sounds like a plan, muttered Hopper, meeting my eyes in the rearview mirror. It's a long shot, I said, but sure, let's check it out. 23. Like most New Yorkers, I went out of my way to avoid the Waldorf Astoria. It was like a very rich, very large, and mercifully very distant great-aunt who had 3 rolls of fat under her chin, wore taffeta, and had a personality so bossy you only needed to not see her but hear about her once to have your fill of her for the next 15 years. If you decided to venture inside, however, through the Art Deco revolving doors, past the businessmen from Milwaukee and the Unitarian Church Group, then took a breather before beating your way through the crowd up the carpeted stairs past the line into Starbucks, and the woman rolling her carry-on suitcase over your shoes, instantly you were assaulted by the bloated luxury of the place. There were vaulted ceilings, there were palm trees, there were gilt clocks, there was marble. If there was a wedding reception, and there usually was, the bride and groom, Bobby and Marcy of Massapequa, Long Island, the lobby throbbed like a gymnasium on prom night. Hopper and Nora followed me through the lobby, ducking around an extended family wearing matching Red Sox sweatshirts, toward a discreet wooden doorway. It was labeled with a tiny gold plaque, the Waldorf Towers. So tactful, its obvious aim was to go unseen. I strode down the corridor to the elevator banks, stepping inside, Nora and Hopper right behind me.
You really know your way around here, said Nora as I pressed G.
I did, unfortunately. The Waldorf Astoria was only a distraction from the section of the hotel where the important people stayed, the more exclusive Waldorf Towers, hotel of choice to presidents, the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, Saudi princes, and various high-rolling Wall Street businessmen when they rendezvoused with their mistresses, which, sadly, was something along the lines of how I knew the place. I wasn't proud of it, and I sure as hell didn't recommend it. But there was a 6-month hellish stretch when, shortly after my divorce, I saddled myself with an affair with a married woman. And I met her here at the Waldorf Towers, a total of 16 times.
though this was only after she'd sent me feedback emails in the bitter tone of an unsatisfied boss, informing me the first hotel I'd chosen for our trysts, one I could actually afford, the generic Fitzpatrick Manhattan on Lex, known by its devoted clientele as the Fitz, was too close to her office. The rooms didn't get enough light, the sheets stank, and the man at reception gave her a funny look after he asked if she needed help with luggage, and she announced she didn't have any. She'd be there for only 45 minutes. The elevator doors opened, spilling us into the Waldorf Towers lobby, small, elegant, and totally empty. The three of us walked around the corner to the reception area, where a young man of Middle Eastern descent stood alone behind the front desk. He was tall, with a narrow build, dark eyes. His name tag read, Hashim. I briefly introduced myself. "And we were hoping you might help," I went on. "We're searching for information on a missing woman. We think she came here sometime in the last month." He looked intrigued. He also, thankfully, made no sign of needing to go fetch his manager. "Mind taking a look at her picture?" I asked. "Certainly not." It was a bright, genial voice, gilded with a British accent. I removed Ashley's missing persons report from my inside coat pocket, folded so only her picture was visible, and handed it to him. "When was she here?" he asked. "A few weeks ago." He handed it back. "I'm sorry, I've never seen her before. Of course, it's hard to tell from the picture. If you like, I can make a photocopy and post it in the back in case any other staff met her or remember her." "Nothing was reported out of the ordinary?" "No." "Do you videotape the lobby?" "We do, but that would require a warrant. I assume you've contacted police?" I nodded, and Hashim smiled with flawless, five-star sorrow at being unable to help me further, and it was time for us to be on our way. "She would have been wearing this," said Nora, pulling Ashley's coat out of the Whole Foods bag and setting it, folded, on the leather desk pad. He looked down at it and was about to shake his head when something about the coat visibly stopped him. "You recognize it?" I said. He looked puzzled. "No, it's just a member of housekeeping reported an incident. It was a while back, but I think it did have something to do with a person in a red coat. The reason I remember is the matter came up again this morning, when the same housekeeper refused to clean one of the floors. It caused a disruption because we're at capacity." Hashim, looking up, noticed all three of us were leaning with great intensity over the desk. He took a step back, alarmed. "Why don't you leave a number and my supervisor can speak with you?" "We don't have time for a supervisor," said Hopper, jostling Nora as he moved closer to Hashim. "We're the missing person. Every minute counts. We need to talk to the housekeeper. I know it'd mean you bending a few rules, but," he smiled, "we'd appreciate it." It had been my suggestion back in the car to allege that Ashley was missing, not dead. The missing, I'd found, prompted a greater sense of haste and willingness to help. This strategy seemed to work. Or perhaps it was just Hopper's looks, cranked up and turned blazingly onto the man, because Hashim stared at Hopper a few seconds too long, and I saw the brief yet brazen look of male desire flash on his face, unmistakable as an oil tanker blinking a light at another ship. The man picked up the phone and, tucking the receiver under his chin, swiftly dialed a number. "Sarah, Hashim at the front desk. Guadalupe Sanchez. That episode she reported a few weeks back, wasn't there something about a red coat? Isn't that what—" "Oh." He fell silent, listening. "Is she still on duty tonight?" He listened. 29? All right, thank you." He hung up. "Come with me," he said with a curt smile at Hopper. 24. We followed Hashim into an elevator, where he inserted a white keycard into the slot and pressed 29. We rose in silence, though quite a few times Hashim glanced swiftly at Hopper, who was staring down at his Converse sneakers. I wasn't sure what was going on in this silent communication, but it was working. The doors opened, and Hashim exited briskly, making his way down the cream-colored hallway. A housekeeping cart was parked at the end. We made our way toward it, Nora hanging back to inspect a few black-and-white photographs hanging on the wall, pictures of Frank Sinatra and Queen Elizabeth. Reaching the cart, Hashim knocked sharply on the door marked 29T, slightly ajar. "Miss Sanchez?" He pushed it open. We filed after him into a suite's empty sitting room, blue couches, blue carpet, an extravagant mural painted on the walls, featuring Greek columns and a blue-skinned goddess. Hashim stepped through a kitchen alcove, the three of us following. It led into a bedroom where a petite, silver-haired woman was in the process of making up the bed. She was Hispanic, wearing a sea-gray housekeeping dress. She didn't react because she was listening to music, a mint-green iPod strapped to her arm. She moved around the bed, tucking the sheet, and spotted us. She cried out shrilly, clamping a hand over her mouth, eyes bulging. You'd have thought we just filed in wearing hooded robes and wielding scythes. Hashim spoke in Spanish, an apology for scaring her, and the woman, Guadalupe Sanchez, I gathered, removed the earbuds from her ears and in a raspy voice muttered something back. "How's your Guatemalan Spanish?" Hashim asked brightly. "Spotty," I said. Nora and Hopper both shook their heads. "I'll do my best to translate, then." He turned officially back to her and fired off some immaculate Spanish. She listened with keen interest. Occasionally her gaze left Hashim to study us. At one point, it must have been when he explained why we were there, she nodded almost reverentially and whispered, "Si, si, si." She then stepped around the bed toward us slowly, nervously, as if we were three bulls that might charge her. Seeing the woman only a few feet away now, her face was round and girlish, with the fat cheeks of a toddler, yet her caramel skin was so finely wrinkled it looked like a brown paper bag once tightly wadded in a hand. "Show her the picture," Hashim said. I removed it from my coat pocket. She took a moment to carefully unfold her glasses, setting them on the end of her nose before taking it. She said something in Spanish. "She recognizes her," Hashim said. Nora, who'd been fumbling with Ashley's coat in the Whole Foods bag, finally shook it loose, holding it up by the shoulders. The woman took one look at it and froze, whispering. "She thinks she's seen it before," Hashim said. "She thinks," I said. "She looks pretty convinced." He smiled uncomfortably, turning back to the woman and asking her a question. She responded, her voice serious and low, eyeing Ashley's coat as if worried it might come alive. Hashim interrupted to ask a question, and she heatedly responded, taking a few steps away from the coat. She talked for several minutes, so dramatically at times I wondered if she were a popular telenovela actress on Venevisión. I tried to dig through the stream of Spanish to find a word I might recognize, and abruptly I did. Chaqueta del Diablo, the devil's coat. "So?" I asked Hashim when she stopped talking, and he made no effort to translate. He looked irritated. "It happened weeks ago," he said. 5 o'clock in the morning. She was on the 30th floor, starting her morning rounds. Guadalupe was watching him closely. He smiled back thinly. She just unlocked a room when she noticed something at the end of the hall, a red form. She couldn't see what it was. She'd left her glasses at home. It was just a ball of red. She thought it was a suitcase. He cleared his throat. 45 minutes later, after she finished cleaning the room, she came out again. It was still there, this blurry red thing, yet it moved. Guadalupe wheeled her cart down the hallway, and as she came nearer, she realized it was a young woman, the same one in your picture. The girl was crouched on the floor, her back against the wall. She was wearing that coat. "What else?" asked Hopper. "That's it, I'm afraid." "Did Guadalupe speak to her?" I asked. No, she tried shaking her, but the girl was in a drug-induced stupor. Lupe ran away to alert security. When they returned, the girl was gone. She hasn't been seen since. Can she remember the specific date that this happened? I asked. It would be helpful. She can't remember. It was a few weeks ago. Guadalupe smiled sadly at me, and then, seemingly recalling something new, added something, extending her right arm in front of her. It was a strange gesture, her hand forming a sort of claw, as if grabbing an invisible doorknob in the air. She then pointed at her left eye, nervously shaking her head. "What's she saying now?" I asked. "It was all very disturbing for her," he said. "It's unusual to come across a vagrant passed out in our halls. Now, if you don't mind, we should let Lupe return to work." His 5-star customer service had deteriorated into about a 1-star. Not even Hopper was enough to sway him from ending the interview. In fact, Hashim seemed to deliberately avoid looking at him. "Downstairs you said she wouldn't clean her assigned floor this morning," I said. "What was that about?" "The girl frightened her. We need to return to the lobby. Any further questions you should address directly with the police." He added a few words to Guadalupe and strode to the door. Nora stuffed the coat back inside the bag as Guadalupe nervously watched, Hopper and I moving behind her, though when Hashim continued on, I covertly darted back into the bedroom. I wanted a few private moments with Guadalupe, maybe get her to add something I could translate later. I found her in the bathroom, standing in front of the mirror by the pink marble sink. Spotting me in the reflection, her gaze jumped off her own face onto mine. It was such a panicked look, it shocked me. She opened her mouth to say something. "Sir," snapped Hashim behind me, "you need to leave now, or I'm calling security." I was just thanking Guadalupe for her time. With a last glance back at her, Hashim had scared her because she was already crouching over the tub, her back to me. I followed him out. 25. "The police can be of further help," said Hashim, as he deposited us outside the hotel's entrance on East 50th Street. "Best of luck." He watched us walk to the corner of Park Avenue by St. Bartholomew's Church, then said something to the doorman, doubtlessly orders to alert security if we came back, and vanished inside. It was after 11 now, a cold, clear night. Taxis and town cars were roaring down Park, though the wide sidewalks stretching north were quiet and deserted, the grand buildings nothing more than hollow cathedrals standing in the sky. In spite of the traffic, it felt lonely. The church's entrance was strewn with the dark, immobile forms of men in bulky overcoats, asleep on cardboard boxes. They might have been dark whales, caught unaware by a tide that suddenly receded, leaving them stranded on the steps. "What do you think?" Nora asked me. Lupe? She was a bit dramatic, but had to be telling the truth. Her version of it. Why would Ashley be on the 30th floor, just sleeping there? Maybe she was staying with someone, didn't have a key, or she was meeting someone. Did you see the way she stared at the coat? It was like she thought it was going to lunge at her or something. She called it the devil's coat. Hashim forgot to mention that. "He forgot to mention a lot of things," interjected Hopper. He'd been squinting back at the entrance to the hotel, but now he stepped over to us, fumbling in his coat pockets. "He made half that shit up." "So you do speak Spanish," I said. "I lived since I was 7 in Caracas, then wandered Argentina and Peru for about a year." He announced this offhandedly as he tapped out a cigarette, turning his back to the wind to light it. "Like Che Guevara in Motorcycle Diaries?" asked Nora. "Not really. It was hell. But I'm glad it was good for something, like knowing when someone's trying to con me." I was surprised, to say the least. I hadn't expected the kid to be bilingual. But then I remembered a detail he'd let slip when he was telling me about 6 Silver Lakes back in his apartment. I'd been traveling with my mom in South America for this missionary cult shit she was into. I ran the fuck away. I wanted to see if he was on the up and up, and he wasn't. Hopper exhaled a long stream of smoke. I didn't like that guy. He certainly liked you. He didn't respond, seemingly bored by the comment. So what did she really say? I asked. It was kind of tough to follow, because she was speaking in a Guatemalan dialect, and she was batshit crazy. Why was she batshit crazy? Asked Nora. She believed in ghosts, spirits like they're all floating around us, like pollen. She went on for like 15 minutes about how she came from a long line of curanderas. What's that? I asked. Some folksy medicine woman bullshit. I've heard of them, actually. They cure bodies and souls. A one-stop shop for all your troubles. So what did he lie about? He was right about the housekeeper seeing Ashley on the 30th floor. But the second he got to the part where she was wheeling the cart down the hall, he took all kinds of liberties. She actually called her Espiritu Rojo, a red spirit. She never thought it was a person sitting there, but some kind of confused soul or something, trapped between life and death. The nearer she got, she felt something like some change in the gravitational pull of the earth. When she crouched down in front of Ashley, she said she was inconsciente, unconscious, but not from drugs. She called her una mujer de las sombras, a woman of shadows. He shrugged. No clue what that meant. She touched her, and Ashley was like ice. So she shook her by the shoulders, and when she opened her eyes, she saw la cara de la muerte staring back at her, the face of death. He fell silent, thinking it over. She said Ashley was marked, he added. In what way? By the devil. Told you the woman was nuts. She said there was a second pupil in her left eye. Some shit, and it was... He tossed his cigarette to the ground. She called it Huella del Mal. He ground the butt out with his heel, and when he glanced up again, he seemed surprised by our expectant faces, waiting for him to translate. It means evil's footprint, he said. That's why she pointed at her left eye, I said. Nora was staring at Hopper, speechless. She rolled the Whole Foods bag containing Ashley's coat even tighter, as if to make sure whatever aura negativo attached to it remained securely inside. Then what happened? I asked. Stigmata appeared on Guadalupe's palms? She was scared, ran to the basement, got her things, and went to church for the rest of the day. She didn't call security, which was why Hashim was pissed. She didn't follow housekeeping protocol. Hashim thought Ashley was homeless, and he told Guadalupe he was going to speak to her boss about her handling of the situation. So, after all that, I think we got the woman in trouble. It made perfect sense. When I saw Guadalupe staring at herself in the bathroom mirror with that odd look on her face, it had to be because she feared she might lose her job. Hopper now looked rather dismissive of the entire episode. He'd taken his phone from his pocket, scrolling through messages. I gotta bounce, he said. Catch you guys later. With a slipshod smile, he turned, stepping off the curb. Even though cars were racing down Park, surging toward us, he jogged right out in front of them, oblivious, or else he didn't care if he was hit. A taxi braked and honked, but he ignored it, hopping right up onto the median, waiting for the cars to pass on the other side. And then he dashed across the street, Nora and I looking on in silence. 26. Nora didn't want me to drive her home, but I insisted, so she told me to drop her off at 9th and 52nd Street. As I drove, neither of us spoke. It had been a long day, to say the least. I hadn't eaten anything but jelly beans and bugles. Hopper's chain smoking had left me with a dull headache. Everything we'd uncovered about Ashley, the escape from Briarwood, the housekeeper's apparent sighting, was too fresh to make sense of at this hour. My immediate plan was to go home, pour myself a drink, go to bed, and see how it all looked in the morning. I made the left onto 9th, pulling over in front of a Korean deli. "Thanks for the ride," said Nora, grabbing the strap of her purse and opening the door. "Did you miss work tonight?" I asked. "The Four Seasons?" "Oh, no. My last day was yesterday. The normal girl came back from maternity leave. Tomorrow I'm starting as a waitress at Mars 2112. "Where's your apartment?" "Down there." She pointed vaguely over her shoulder. "Guess I'll see you later." Smiling, she heaved her bag onto her shoulder, slammed the door, and took off down the sidewalk. I stayed where I was. After she'd gone about 10 yards, she glanced back, clearly checking to see if I was still there, and continued on. "See you later." I pulled out onto 9th Avenue, stopping at the red light. Nora was still walking down the block, but slowed to glance over her shoulder again. She must have seen me, because she immediately skipped up the front steps of the nearest cruddy building. Jesus Christ. Sartre really wasn't kidding when he said hell is other people. The light turned green. I floored it to get in the right-hand lane, but was immediately cut off by an articulated bus. As usual, the driver was driving like he thought he was in a goddamn smart car, not a block-long centipede on wheels. I braked, waiting for him to pass, turned right onto 51st Street, again onto 10th, and then 52nd. I pulled over behind a truck and spotted Nora immediately. She was sitting back along the ledge of the front steps of the apartment building she'd seemingly disappeared into, checking her cell. After a minute she stood, peered around the columns to take a furtive look at the spot where I just dropped her off. Seeing I was now gone, she skipped down the steps, heading back to the corner. I edged into the street. Reaching the deli, she strode past the rows of fresh flowers, saying something to the old guy sitting there, and entered. I pulled over again to wait. A minute later she emerged, carrying those 2 giant Duane Reade shopping bags she'd had back at the Pom Pom Diner, as well as, oddly enough, a large white-wire cylindrical birdcage. She crossed the street with this luggage, heading south down 9th. I waited for the light to turn green and made a right, watching her jostle down the sidewalk in front of me. I slowed so as not to pass her, a taxi behind me laying on the horn, and saw her stop at the door of a tiny, narrow storefront. Pay-O-Matic read the sign. She pressed a button to enter, waiting, and vanished inside. I accelerated, making a fast right onto 51st Street, parking in front of a fire hydrant. I locked the car and headed back to 9th. The glass facade of Pay-O-Matic was covered in signs. Western Union, checks cashed, 24-hour financial services. The shop was tiny, with brown carpeting and a couple of folding chairs, boxes piled on the floor. Along the back wall there was a teller window with bulletproof glass. I rang the buzzer. After about a minute, the back door opened, and a large bald man stuck his head out. He was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and had a face like a piece of pastrami. He pressed a switch on the wall and the entrance clicked open. As I stepped inside, he moved into the teller window, wiping his hands on the front of his shirt, which I now saw had branches of red bamboo sewn all over it. As a rule, I didn't trust men who wore embroidery. "I'm looking for a young woman with shopping bags and a birdcage." He made a bogusly confused face. "Who?" "Nora Halliday, 19, blonde." "It's just me here." He had a thick New York accent. Then I must be Timothy Leary tripping on serious acid because I just saw her walk in. "Well, you mean Jessica?" "Exactly." He stared at me worried. "You a cop?" "What do you think?" "I don't want trouble." "Neither do I. Where is she?" "The back room." "What's she doing there?" "She gives me $40. I'll let her crash here." $40? That's it? "Hey," he said defensively, "I got a family." "Where's the back room?" Without waiting for his answer, I stepped to the only door and opened it. It led down a cluttered, dark hallway. "I don't want trouble." He was right next to me, his heavy cologne nearly knocking me over. "I did it as a favor." "To whom?" "Her.
She showed up here 6 weeks ago crying. I helped her out.
I stepped past him into the hall. Muffled rap music throbbed on a floor above, giving the building a thudding heartbeat.
"Bernstein!"
I shouted. There was no answer.
"It's Woodward. I need to talk to you."
At the end of the hall were 2 closed wooden doors. I moved toward them around a janitor bucket filled with dirty water, passing a kitchenette, a half-eaten sandwich sitting on top of a folding table.
"I know you're in here somewhere,"
I called out. The first door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open with my foot. It was a bathroom, a crumpled issue of a skin magazine, and a ribbon of toilet paper stuck to the floor. I moved past it, knocking on the second door. When there was no answer, I tried the handle. It was locked.
"Nora!"
"Leave me alone," she said quietly. It sounded as if she were mere inches away, behind a piece of cardboard.
"How about opening the door so we can talk?"
"I'd like you to leave, please."
"But I want to offer you a job."
She didn't answer.
"I'm looking for a research assistant. Room and board included. You'd have to share the bedroom every few weekends with my daughter and her stuffed animal collection, but otherwise it's yours."
I glanced over my shoulder. The big guy from out front was eavesdropping, his fat frame plugging the hallway. "What's the starting salary?" she asked from behind the door.
"What?"
"Of the job, the salary."
$300 a week, cash."
"Really?"
"Really, but you'll handle your own money laundering."
"What kind of health benefits?"
"None. Take echinacea."
"I won't sleep with you or anything."
She noted this as if announcing a food allergy. "I won't eat shellfish or peanuts."
"No problem."
"Everything okay back here?"
The guy from the front was now behind me. The door suddenly opened, and Nora was there, still wearing that ice skating skirt, but with her long hair down around her shoulders, her face solemn. "Yeah, Martin," she said. "I'm leaving."
"With a cop?"
"He's not a cop. He's an investigative journalist. Freelance." That seemed to really disturb the guy. Not that I blamed him. Nora smiled at me, suddenly shy, and turned back inside, leaving the door open. It was a large walk-in closet, a bare bulb shining overhead. Spread out in the corner were a sheet and an army blanket. Along the wall were a bag of hot dog buns, a folded pile of T-shirts, a bag of 40 diet bird food, plastic forks and knives, and anthills of tiny salt and pepper packets, probably swiped from a McDonald's. Beside the bird cage, there didn't seem to be anything in there, was a blue yearbook that read Harmony High School, Home of the Longhorns. Beside the makeshift bed were 2 tiny colored photos taped to the wall, close to the spot where she'd put her head. One was of a bearded man, the other a woman. It had to be the dead mother and convict father. I took a step inside to get a better look, and realized the man was actually Christ. The way he appeared in Sunday school classrooms, milky complexion, a beard trimmed as painstakingly as a bonsai tree. He was doing what he was always doing, cupping blinding light in his hands, like he was trying to warm up after a long day of downhill skiing. The woman taped next to him was Judy Garland in The Wizard of Oz. They made quite a pair. Nora shoved a stack of shirts into the plastic bag. "If I take this job, you're not allowed to ask me tons of questions. I'm none of your business." She grabbed a pair of discarded gold-sequined hot pants, tossed in a ball in the corner, stuffing them inside the bag. "This is just till we find out about Ashley. After that, I'm doing my own thing." "Fine." I bent down to check out the birdcage. Inside there was a live blue parakeet, though the thing was so still and faded it looked like taxidermy. Ornate toys were strewn all over the newspaper in front of him, colored balls, feathers, and bells, a full-length mirror, but the bird seemed too exhausted to summon any interest in them.
"Who's this guy?" I asked.
"Septimus," she said. "He's an heirloom." She stepped over, smiling. He's been inherited so many times no one remembers where he came from. Grandma Eli got him from her next-door neighbor, Janine, when she died. And he was bequeathed to Janine from Glenn when he died. And Glenn inherited him from a man named Caesar who died of diabetes. Who he belonged to before Caesar, only God knows. He's not a bird, he's a bad omen. Some people think he's got magical powers, and he's 100 years old. Want to hold him? No. But she was already unlatching the door. The bird hopped over and chucked himself into her hand. She took mine and slipped the bird into it. He was not long for this world. He looked like he had cataracts. He was also trembling faintly like an electric toothbrush. I'd have assumed he was catatonic if he didn't suddenly jolt his head to one side, staring up at me with a cloudy yellow eye that looked like an old bead. Nora put her face up to him. "Promise not to tell anyone," she asked quietly, glancing at me. "About what?" "This. I don't want anyone to feel sorry for me." Her eyes moved off of the bird and onto me, her gaze steady. "I promise." She smiled, satisfied, and resumed packing, collecting every one of those salt and pepper packets, sprinkling them into the Duane Reade bags. "I actually have condiments at my place," I said. She nodded, like I just reminded her to bring her pajamas, and set about pulling down black stockings and bras hung to dry along the top shelves, crazy leopard and zebra prints, tacked down by Black & Decker drills and paint cans. The girl was like one of those picture books with pages that unfold and unfold all the way out, which caused children's eyes to grow wide. I suspected she'd never stop unfolding. After Nora packed up her clothes, she set about peeling Jesus and Judy Garland off the wall. Jesus came off easily. Judy, predictably, took a bit of coaxing. She grabbed a Harmony High yearbook, opened it, carefully tucked the 2 pictures inside, and then returned Septimus to his cage. I realized, staring at the army green blob he'd left, the bird had taken a shit in my hand. "It's best if you let that dry first, then flick it off," said Nora, glancing at it. "I'm ready. Oh, almost forgot." She rummaged through her purse and handed me a colored photograph. I assumed she was showing me a member of her family, but then realized with surprise it was a photo of Ashley. Her gray eyes, hollowed by dark circles, seemed to fasten onto me. When I disappeared from the tour at Briarwood and got in trouble, that's what I went back to get. I saw it on those bulletin boards by the dining hall under Weekly Picnic. It's her, isn't it? La cara de la muerte, the Waldorf maid had said. The face of death. I understood what she meant. 27. The next morning, I was woken at 5:42 a.m. by creaks outside my bedroom door. Footsteps retreated down the hall, followed by the sound of water pipes shrieking, more creeping back into Sam's room, and then downstairs where plates and glasses clattered in the kitchen, as if someone were starting preparations for a dinner party of 25. In spite of my wondering if, when I did wake up, I'd find my apartment stripped of all valuables, I fell back to sleep, only to be woken again by a soft knock on the door. "Yeah?" I mumbled. "Oh, did I wake you?" The door creaked open, followed by silence. I cracked open an eye. The clock read 7:24. Nora was peering at me through the doorway. "I was wondering when we were going to get started." "I'll be right down." "Cool." Sweet Jesus. I groggily pulled on a bathrobe and shuffled downstairs, where I found Nora curled up on my living room couch, wearing a Marcel Marceau striped black and white shirt and black leggings. She was picking at the shell of a hard-boiled egg and scribbling in a leather-bound journal, which I realized, after a dazed moment of recognition, was mine. I'd found it in a bookbinding shop in Naples. An 80-year-old Italian named Liberatore had crafted it with his arthritic, trembling hands over the course of a year. It was the very last of its kind because he was now dead, his shop replaced by a Fiat dealership. I'd been saving it for the day when I had something substantial and profound to write inside it. "You like to sleep in, huh?" She stopped writing to smile up at me. I saw she'd scribbled Ashley Cordova case notes at the top of the page, followed by indecipherable handwriting. "It's not even 8 o'clock in the morning. That's early. If Grandma Eli was here, she'd say the whole day was wasted. I made you breakfast." With slight trepidation, I stepped into the kitchen. There was a plate of scrambled eggs and toast on the counter. She'd cleaned, too. Not a dirty dish or glass in the sink. I stepped out of the kitchen. "Don't cook for me, or clean. This is a black and white working relationship." "It's just eggs." "I'm 43. I don't need help feeding myself." "Not yet. There was this man, Cody Johnson, at Terra Hermosa. He showed signs of dementia around 39. "I think I've heard this story before. He died alone?" "Everyone dies alone." There was little to add to that. Whenever the girl brought up Terra Hermosa, it was like spraying DDT on the conversation. An instant killer. I poured myself a cup of coffee and motioned for Nora to follow me. "Inside this box is everything I know about Cordova," I told her as we stepped into my office. "Organize it by published date and subject matter. Keep all information on his films together. Pull out anything you think might help us understand Ashley's personality, music, hobbies, her background, any mention of family life or the Adirondack compound, the Peak." I noticed a thin set of papers sticking out. A photo of the Peak I'd found from an old National Geographic, printed and clipped to the front. "You can start by reading this. When I began investigating Cordova 5 years ago, I went up to Crowthorpe Falls, wandered around, asked locals what they'd heard. Everything I found is in there." I moved to the door, leaving Nora sitting Indian-style on the sofa, studiously tucking her hair behind her ears as she settled in to read. Trip to Crowthorpe Falls, New York, and the Peak Estate. S. McGrath. April 3 to 13, 2006. The Peak. The estate known as the Peak, once a Rockefeller vacation property and designed by the architects Harrison, Taylor, and Woods, sits north of Lowe's Lake in the wilderness of the Adirondacks in upstate New York. The nearest town is Crowthorpe Falls, one of the poorest in the region. Mobile home parks, abandoned barns and parking lots, motels, roadhouse saloons, and topless bars comprise the town proper, nicknamed Crow by locals. To make one's way through Crow to the Peak, one must know the area well. Almost all of the roads are unpaved and unmarked. Stanislas Cordova and his first wife, Ginevra, a descendant of the Italian Castaniello family, purchased the property in foreclosure from British aristocrats Lord and Lady Sludley of Sussex. Shortly after moving into the estate in 1976, Cordova began the construction of massive sound stages throughout the 300-acre grounds where he could shoot, edit, and sound mix his films without ever leaving the property. With the termination of his production deal with Warner Brothers, Cordova started self-financing his films, turning the Peak into his official one-man studio, and only adding to the mystique of the director as an agoraphobic recluse and madman. The Peak Mansion sits in dense wilderness atop a high ridge just north of Graves Pond, a smaller pond north of Lowe's Lake. The entirety of the property, which extends north past Darning Needle Pond close to Cranberry Lake, is surrounded by a 20-foot military fence. Source: Wikipedia. Trip to Crowthorpe Falls, New York, and the Peak Estate. S. McGrath. Interview with Nelson Garcia, April 3, 2006. Garcia is Stanislas Cordova's closest next-door neighbor, a 78-year-old retired apple farmer originally from Lafayette, New York. Since 1981, he has lived in the rust-colored single-wide trailer on a patch of land across from the overgrown driveway that leads to the peak. He claims never to have met or even seen the Cordovers. Due to his type 2 diabetes, he rarely ventures into town, having a nurse visit and bring supplies 3 times a week. But he did have a few interesting incidents to tell me about his infamous neighbor. "We used to have street signs all around here, but the mailman told me they removed them," he said. "What do you mean by they?" I asked. "The people who live up there." "You mean the Cordova family?" He nodded. "Why would they remove the road signs?" I asked. "They don't want people up there. They like to keep to themselves. That's what I heard around town. I used to see all kinds of fancy cars driving in and out from midnight till all hours of the morning, especially in the 80s and 90s. Limos, a Rolls-Royce once. A few times I heard helicopters landing in there. Music, too. But starting in early 2000, it's been quiet. Never see a soul go in or out." According to Garcia, in early December 2004, he received a series of UPS deliveries that were intended for the peak, but by mistake were delivered to him. The first was a massive box stamped with a label reading Century Scientific. Century Scientific, Inc., based in Scranton, Pennsylvania, is a company that specializes in medical equipment. They vend beds, wheelchairs, stretchers, and other therapeutic devices to private hospitals. "My daughter sometimes sends me packages, so I signed for it," Garcia told me. "After the boy drove off, I realized it wasn't mine." "Who is it addressed to?" I asked. "Someone named Javelin Cross, and the address said 1014 Country Road, 112. I'm 33 Country Road, 112. I didn't open it, but it was heavy. I could barely lift it. About 4 feet high. I guess it was some kind of chair. That was the shape of the box." Garcia called UPS, and within the hour the package was picked up. A week later, the driver delivered another box, again for Mr. Javelin Cross. "The return address said something or other pharmaceuticals," Garcia said. "I told the boy he'd made a mistake. He apologized, said he was new on the job, and that was really the last of it. For a month or two, though, once a week in the afternoon, I'd see the truck drive by and turn in there, bringing them God knows what. I'd wait a few minutes, and then I'd hear the real shrill scream of the iron electronic gate opening to let the truck drive up. A piercing hinge so shrill it hurt to listen to. You'd think it would shatter the TV." He shook his head. "My guess is someone was sick up there or injured." Garcia told me he'd probably have forgotten about the mix-up had he not noticed something else strange about a week after the accidental deliveries. He drove his garbage to the dumpster at the end of the road and noticed a strange odor emitting from the other plastic bags. "Never smelled anything like it. It was foul, like burned plastic." Garcia said only he and the Cordovas used the disposal site. The week after this observation, he noticed no other trash bags had appeared, and to this day, he's the lone user of the bin. "Now they set fire to all their garbage," he said. "You can smell it when it's hot at night, burning, and sometimes when the wind's blowing southeast, I can even see the smoke." I asked Garcia if he's ever seen any of Cordova's films. He shook his head. "I'll get nightmares," he said. "In his film Isolate 3, I explained, there's a man being held in captivity against his will, a former convict that the main character has to hunt down and free. His name is Javelin Cross, the name on those packages you received." Garcia nodded, thinking this over. "What's the consensus in town about the Cordovas?" I asked. "What do you mean?" "What do people say about him, about the property?" No one likes to talk about it. Don't know why, but they don't. See, how it works up here is everybody minds their own business." He had nothing more to add and looked ready to settle in watching Wheel of Fortune, so I thanked him for his time and left. Trip to Crowthorpe Falls, New York, and the Peak Estate. S. McGrath. Kate Miller. On May 28, 2003, at 5:30 a.m., 62-year-old Kate Miller was walking along deserted Old Forge Road in Bainville, New York, a small resort town 100 miles north of Albany and 45 minutes from Crowthorpe Falls. It was the end of a long night. Miller worked at the front desk during the all-night witching shift at Forest View Motel, a vacation resort south of town. Every morning, regardless of rain or snow, 6 days a week, Miller hiked the 2 miles from the motel to Bainville's Main Street in order to catch the Trailways bus that took her 20 miles north to Danville, where she lived with her husband and 12-year-old grandson. Old Forge is a narrow 2-lane road that heads toward town at a steep incline. Its hairpin curves are notorious spots for car accidents, mostly local teenagers or tourists. Miller told me she was 2 miles from town, walking on the left side of the street, facing oncoming traffic, when a silver sports sedan careened past her in the right-hand lane. "I thought it was a drunk driver because he was all over the road," she said. "He disappeared around the bend. There was silence, then a crash, glass shattering, and a cracking noise. The horn was going off, too." She hurried toward the accident, though the arthritis in her knees prevented her from running. Less than a minute later, she saw what had happened. Miscalculating a turn, the driver had lost control of the car and collided with a hemlock standing at an 8-foot drop off the road. The car was severely smashed, and a blonde woman in her 50s was crawling on her hands and knees up the dirt bank to the street. She was badly shaken, but didn't appear to be injured apart from scrapes on her face and arms. "She was crying and shaking all over. I asked if she had her phone on her, but she said she'd left it at home. I've never had a cell phone. So I said I'd go straight into town and call an ambulance. I asked if there was anyone else with her, and she shook her head." Miller continued down Old Forge, but not before she stepped to the road's edge and looked inside the car again. "This time I noticed there was someone lying in the back seat," she said. "A large man, all in black, unconscious, covered in bandages. They were all over his arms and face. They looked bloody, but I didn't stop to argue. She'd just been in a wreck after all, and probably didn't know what she was saying. I decided to get help as fast as I could." 50 minutes elapsed between the time Miller walked the 2 miles, dialed 911 from a gas station, and an ambulance and police arrived at the scene. They found a woman who identified herself as Astrid Goncourt. The car, a silver 1989 Mercedes, was empty. Goncourt admitted she'd been speeding, submitted to a breathalyzer test, and passed. Police saw no sign anyone else had been with her in the car. She was treated at a local hospital for minor cuts and scrapes, and hours later discharged. The following day, the New York Daily News and Albany's Times-Union reported that Mrs. Cordova had been in a car accident driving home from a friend's birthday party and suffered minor injuries. The fact that the Peak is an hour's drive from Bainville, a lengthy drive to begin at 5 a.m., failed to alert police, though it was unclear if this was Astrid's story or simply a case of lazy reportage. 3 weeks after the accident, Miller recontacted police. She'd read about Astrid and her famous husband in the intervening period. "I'm not into horror movies," she explained when I asked her why initially the names meant nothing to her. And she now identified the person she'd seen in the car as Stanislas Cordova. The Bainville Police Department took her statement and showed her the door. Miller's claim was never investigated further. Trip to Crowthorpe Falls, New York, and the Peak Estate. S. McGrath. The drive up, April 13, 2006, 2:14 p.m. Obviously, I was due to pay my own visit to the Peak. I climbed into my car and made the left turn that was the entrance to 1014 Country Road 112, according to the GPS, accelerating down the unmarked drive. It started out scarred with tire ruts and mud, but about 6 yards in, it flattened into a surprisingly meticulous gravel road. Some sort of caretaker must regularly attend the path. Not a stray limb, shrub, or weed marred the way. On more than a few tree trunks, lower, offending branches had been visibly sawed off. On my right, I passed a small but conspicuous red and white sign. Private drive, no trespassing. It was a warm, unthreatening spring afternoon. Overhead sunlight drooled through the trees. The day had an idle, drowsy feel. I accelerated around a bend. I was deep in the woods now. The foliage overhead was so dense, it felt like I was inside a wool sweater, heavy, knotty, and only now and then a tiny gap where you could see through to the blue sky. The air suddenly reeked of gasoline. My car in need of a tune-up, probably, but something else, too, burning. I accelerated past a bizarre tree. 3 voluptuous trunks writhed around each other in pleasure or in pain. They looked pornographic. My God, I asked myself, could it be this easy? I only made it a few more yards. I rounded a curve, and directly in front of me loomed a gatehouse, seemingly deserted, overrun with ivy. There was no way around it, either in the car or on foot. Beyond the wrought iron gate, a massive military fence cut through the forest in either direction. I inched the car closer. 2 surveillance cameras hung like wasps' nests at opposite corners of the gate. I rolled down the window, staring up at one. I swore I saw the lens move, that little cyclops eye focusing in on me. Any chance I could come up for a cup of coffee? My words sounded lame, flat, in the warm, poised afternoon. How did he live up there? Was the property his version of Michael Jackson's Neverland Ranch, Elvis's Graceland, Walt's Magic Kingdom? Were the rumors about his lunacy all simply part of the myth, and he was no dark prince, but simply an old man who hoped to live the remainder of his life in peace and solitude? Maybe the truth was something else entirely. Maybe Kate Miller was right. Maybe she had seen Cordova in the back seat of the car in the early morning of May 28, 2003. Maybe he was critically injured from an accident up at the Peak, maybe even killed. Kate Miller, the lone witness, was manipulated to leave the scene. Astrid probably did have a cell phone and immediately called someone, a friend or one of Cordova's children, Theo or Ashley. And in the intervening minutes, they extracted Cordova from the car and drove him away. Is Cordova alive at the Peak? Is he bedridden, unconscious, confined to a wheelchair? It would explain the series of medical deliveries received by Nelson Garcia more than a year later. I climbed out of my car, took a photo of the gatehouse, then took off, speeding back down the driveway and out onto Country Road 112, passing Garcia's trailer and the garbage disposal site. My foot didn't let up from the gas until I was back in the gridlocked traffic of the FDR in Manhattan. Whatever the truth about Cordova, within 15 horrifying films, he taught us how our eyes and minds perpetually deceive us, that what we know to be certain never is. Now we can only hope one day he might return, so we can see once again how blind we've been. 28. The number's been disconnected, said Nora, hanging up. She'd tried calling the old man, Nelson Garcia, using the phone number in my notes. He's probably dead, I said. When I talked to him, he could barely get up off the sofa. Nora said nothing, only picked up the transcript of the anonymous caller John, squinting as she read through it. It was after 8:30. I'd just returned from an early dinner down the street at Café San Ambrose with an old friend, Hal Keegan, a photojournalist from Insider I used to work with, though we'd seen little of each other in the past few years. I'd opted not to tell him what I was working on. I trusted Hal, but despite getting caught by security at Briarwood, I hoped to keep the investigation quiet. For all their hard-nosed rationale, journalists were a superstitious bunch. There was an unspoken understanding that when a reporter chased a story, hunches and theories became airborne, and other reporters could catch them like a cold. It was usually just a matter of time before your competitors had all the same inklings about a case that you did. I was under no delusions that I was the sole journalist looking into Ashley Cordova's death, but there was no glory in being the second or third to crack a case. There was only first. When I returned home, Nora was in the same place I'd left her, still at work organizing my papers. I'd brought her some pesto linguine, but after saying, "Gosh, thanks, that looks tasty," she barely touched it, and instead continued scouring with complete absorption Beckman's syllabus for his obsolete Cordova class. I was surprised by her focus. She'd been in my office for 12 hours straight, stopping her reading only to lavish attention on that prehistoric parakeet Septimus, whose cage she'd set on the bookshelf by the window. "He loves to people watch," she'd said. Though she'd said nothing specific, I was gathering Nora had been raised by a pack of free-spirited geriatrics at this place she was always peppering her conversations with, Terra Hermosa. She seemed preternaturally wired to the elderly's barn animal hours and feeding times. She'd asked what I was doing for dinner at 4:45 p.m., the legendary hour of senior supper time, and used some telling McCarthy-era expressions, gracious, jeepers, holy Moses, and don't flip your wig. "How soon after you went up to Crowthorpe Falls did you receive the anonymous phone call?" Nora asked me, setting aside the transcript. "A few weeks later." I was on the leather couch typing up notes on my laptop, detailing our trip to Briarwood and the Waldorf. "It has to mean what you uncovered up there was real." "You mean Kate Miller and Nelson Garcia?" She nodded. "It had to be why John called you. Cordova probably got a clear picture of your face from the security camera when you drove up to his gatehouse, and John was a trap." I tend to agree, but I've never had confirmation. Maybe Cordova was hurt in the car that night, and someone was sick up at the peak, which was why they were receiving that medical equipment. "I didn't mention this in my notes," I said, setting aside my laptop and sitting back against the cushions. "But I always thought Kate Miller's ID of Cordova a little suspect. 6 months after I talked to her, she tried to sell her story to the Inquirer, but they wouldn't touch it. There could be no corroboration for anything she said, and they didn't want to get tied up in litigation. Now, if the National Enquirer won't touch you because you're dirty, that means you're really filthy." I downed the rest of my scotch. Anyway, Miller could never explain how she knew what Cordova looked like, because no one really knows. The Rolling Stone pictures of him appear to be doctored. The infamous close-up of him on the set of The Legacy isn't believed to be him, but a stand-in. "Maybe he's disfigured, like the Phantom of the Opera," Nora whispered excitedly. "Or maybe it was a dead body Kate Miller saw in the car." "We can't conclude we're dealing with homicidal maniacs without proof." She didn't appear to hear me. "The Cordovas might have some kind of mystical powers. There was what the Waldorf maid told us yesterday. Even Morgan DeVault mentioned it, that Ashley somehow knew he was watching her. For a second he thought he was watching something already dead. In your notes, Garcia says that no one will talk about the peak." She picked up Ashley's CD case, staring at the cover. "Even the music she recorded, it means the devil in the night." You'd be shocked how many people go for the paranormal when they can't explain something, I said, striding to the bookshelf to refill my glass. They reach for it like reaching for the ketchup. I, on the other hand, and hence you, as my employee, will be dealing with cold, hard facts. Even though I was firmly not a believer in the paranormal, there was still the nagging remembrance of how Ashley had appeared the night at the reservoir. I hadn't told Nora about it. I hadn't told anyone. The truth was, I was no longer certain of what I'd seen. It was as if that night could be separated from all the others, as a night without logic, a night of fantasy and strangeness, born of my own lonely delusions, a night that had no place in the real world. Nora had picked up the 8x10 envelope containing Ashley's police file, the one given to me by Sharon Falcone, and pulled out the stack of papers, loosening a page from the front and handing it to me. It was one of the colored reproductions of photos taken of Ashley's body when she'd arrived at the medical examiner's office. There were a variety of shots, clothed and unclothed, though Sharon was correct in mentioning that any pictures that would be particularly graphic, full frontal and rear shots, were missing from the file. This shot featured the upper portion of Ashley's face, her gray eyes blotched red and yellow, staring out, dulled. "Look at her left eye," said Nora. Within the iris, there was a black freckle. "This? It's concentrated pigmentation in the iris. It's very common." "Not like that. It's across from the pupil, perfectly horizontal. It has to be what Guadalupe talked about, her mark. I can't remember the Spanish word Hopper said, but it meant evil's footprint. Huella del mal. And then there's what happened to Cordova's first wife." "Ginevra." Nora nodded. "I already looked into it." I handed her back the photo and returned to the couch. So did the police and about 100 other reporters and gossip columnists at the time. She'd learned to swim only 2 months before. Her family, a bunch of snobs from Milan who loathed Cordova, considered him a working-class heathen. Even they conceded it had to be a terrible accident. Ginevra had a history of being impulsive. She announced to her son's nanny she was going down to the lake to practice her swimming. She was asked to wait, but refused. It was an overcast day, and it began to rain, which soon became a thunderstorm. She must have become disoriented, couldn't tell the direction of the shoreline. After a search, she was found tangled in the reeds at the bottom of the lake. Cordova was busy with post-production for Treblinka and had a dozen alibis. His entire crew and his producer from Warner Brothers who spoke to the press, Artie Cohen. 5 months later, he gave his final interview to Rolling Stone. He never appeared in public ever again. Nora didn't appear to be listening. She was biting her lip, vigorously digging through the papers again. She pulled an article from my old notes, printed from microfiche, handing it to me. I recognized it as something I'd printed out years ago from a library archive. It was dated July 7, 1977, the Albany Times-Union. Castaniello's drowning accidental, police say, by Jason Monterson. Ginevra Castaniello, the wife of film director Stanislas Cordova, found dead early Sunday morning in a lake on her Adirondack estate, accidentally drowned, according to authorities. Arthur Bailey, chief forensic investigator with the St. Lawrence County Medical Examiner's Office, ruled following an autopsy that Ginevra Castaniello, 31, died as the result of accidental drowning. Castaniello went missing late Saturday afternoon after she went swimming in Graves Pond, one of the many lakes on her property. She was reportedly last seen wading into the water at 4 p.m. in a red bathing suit. When she didn't return to the house an hour later, when it began to thunder and rain, authorities were called. After a 15-hour search, her body was found in the lake early Sunday morning by St. Lawrence County Fire and Emergency Services. WNYT-TV reported that Castaniello had only recently learned to swim. having finally overcome a lifelong fear of drowning. "I'm in shock," said Anushka Ponti, a childhood friend of Ginevra's, visiting from Italy, who was staying at the house at the time of her death. "I had lunch with her a few hours before. She went down to the lake to swim and relax after the baby was put down for a nap. She'd been melancholy. It's so sudden, I can't understand it. She was a beautiful person." Lieutenant Jason Restig, Public Information Officer for St. Lawrence County Fire and Emergency Services, said that although the investigation remains open, what happened appears to be self-explanatory, adding, "We don't suspect any foul play, no drugs, no alcohol. This was just a very unfortunate tragedy." Ginevra married Stanislas Cordova in 1975, after meeting the director during a screening of Somewhere in an Empty Room at the Venice Film Festival. She was a former model in Milan and heiress to a legendary banking fortune, dating back to the 19th century association with the C.M. de Rothschild and Fili Bank. She leaves her husband, Stanislas, working on his sixth film, Treblinka, and a 4-month-old son, Theodore. "Even if it was an accident," said Nora, "for your first wife and your daughter to die by accident, that's not a good track record in terms of karma. But what really stood out was what her friend said." "That she was melancholy?" She nodded. "Ginevra might have committed suicide. If Ashley did too, what does that say about Cordova?" "He's toxic." On the other hand, for a mother to commit suicide, orphaning her infant child, goes against the primal impulses of motherhood. "It was from being around him." Nora leaned forward, staring dubiously down at the stacks of papers. "I read your other notes, but you didn't get too far in terms of anyone talking about him." "Thanks for the memo. What about Matilda? Ever hear anything about it? Cordova's supposed final film? I was surprised she knew the title. Only die-hard Cordovites knew about Matilda." She nodded. "Apart from a few unsubstantiated rumors that the script was 1,000 pages and had driven him mad, no," I said. She nibbled her thumbnail, sighing. "We need a new direction." "I did have something promising, but I haven't been able to crack it." "What?" "The blackboards, the invisible Cordovite network on the Onion, a community for his hardcore fans." "What's the Onion?" "The hidden internet. You download a plug-in for Firefox to access it. I managed to get the URL from a professor friend, tried logging on. It kicks me out every time." I carried my laptop over to the desk to show her, attempting to log on to the site, but again I was thrown back to the Welcome to the Blackboards page. "Well, that's your problem," Nora said. "The username you're trying is Sire of Fogwat. We should try something Cordova-related." Nora unplugged my wireless router in the corner, waited for 5 minutes, explaining that this would give me a new IP address, which wouldn't be recognized and barred by the site. When she plugged it in again, she made it to the Climb In page, where she typed in new registration details. "For a username, let's try Gaetana Stevens, 2991. Gaetana Stevens was the name of Ashley Cordova's character in To Breathe with Kings, 1996. Cordova's last film, one of the black tapes. I was amazed. Few people had actually seen it. I'd only managed to do so at Beckman's 5 years ago. He had one bootleg copy which he'd refused to loan me because there was an impenetrable lock on the DVD, prohibiting any type of copying or downloading, and Beckman suspected, probably rightly, that I'd never give it back. To watch the film once was to be lost in so many graphic, edge-of-your-seat scenes that when it was over, I remembered feeling vaguely astounded that I'd returned to the real world. Something about the film's darkness made me wonder if I would. As if in witnessing such things, I was irrevocably breaking myself in, or just breaking myself, arriving at an understanding about humanity so dark, so deep down inside my own soul, I could never go back to the way I was before. This anxiety, of course, subsided as ordinary life took over. And even now, that terrifying tale in my memory was little more than a collection of darkly lit, chilling images, punctuated by the presence of Ashley Cordova, whom I remembered as a beautiful gray-eyed child who wore her hair in a red-ribboned ponytail. She spends the film in silence, running in and out of drawing rooms, hiding under stairs and in maids' closets, peering through keyholes and wrought-iron gates, blasting her bicycle fast across the lawn, leaving lurid slash marks on the grass. The film's plot was straightforward, as most of Cordova's plots were, employing the general storyline of the Odyssey, or Hunt. It was adapted from an obscure Dutch novel, Ademen met Koningen, by August Hauer. The wealthy, corrupt Stevens family, a gorgeous clan of dissipated Caligulas living in an unnamed European country, is calculatingly butchered one by one, confounding police. Though the inspector assigned to the case eventually arrests a tramp who did landscaping work for the family, the movie's final hairpin twist reveals the killer is actually the family's youngest child, the mute, watchful 8-year-old Gaetana, played, of course, by Ashley. By the time the inspector pieces this grisly truth together, it's too late. The little girl has vanished. The last scene shows her strolling along the side of the road, where she's picked up by a traveling family in a station wagon. In true Cordova style, it's left ambiguous if this family is destined to meet the same horrific fate as her own, or if she simply made herself an orphan so she could be raised by a happier family. "How did you manage to see to breathe with kings?" I asked Nora. She'd finished registering on the blackboards, pressed "I'm ready," and we were waiting to see if the page would successfully load. "Mo Gulazar," she said. "Who's Mo Gulazar?" "My best friend." She blew a strand of hair off her face. "He was an old horse trainer who lived down the hall. He loved everything about Cordova. Had black market connections, too, so one day he traded all his horse trophies for a box of the black tapes. He held secret midnight screenings in the activity room all the time." She looked at me. "Mo was a triple threat." "He could sing, dance, and act?" She shook her head. "He could speak Armenian, saddle-break a stallion, and pass for a female in drag." "That is extremely threatening." "When he got dressed up, even you'd think he was female." "Speak for yourself." "He used to say, when he was gone, it'd be the end of a rare species. There'll never be another of me, not in captivity or the wild." That was his anthem. "Where's old Mo now?" "Heaven." She said it with such wistful certainty, it might as well have been Bora Bora. "He died of throat cancer when I was 15. He chain-smoked cigarillos since he was 12 because he grew up at the racetrack. But he bequeathed me his whole wardrobe, so he's always with me." She twisted around, yanking her arm out of the bulky gray wool cardigan, to show me a red label sewn into the neck with elaborate black lettering. "Property of Mo Gulazar," it read. So a geriatric Armenian drag queen was behind her flamboyant wardrobe. My first thought was that she had to have made it up. She'd probably found a box full of the clothes at Goodwill, all with the same mysterious label, and invented a fantastic scenario for how she'd come to have them. But as she returned her arm into the sleeve, I noticed her face was flushed. "I miss him every single day," she said. "I hate how the people who really get you are the ones you can never hold on to for very long. And the ones who don't understand you at all stick around. Ever noticed that?" Yes. Maybe it was true then. And anyway, I supposed when one was confronted with the choice to believe in the existence of an Armenian drag queen horse trainer or not to believe, one will believe. "Is that the reason you wanted to be on this investigation?" I asked. "Because you know so much about Cordova's films?" "Of course. It was a sign. Ashley gave me her coat. To my amazement, the web page had actually loaded successfully. Reading at the top, "You made it." I pulled a wooden chair beside Nora and sat down, noticing as I did, she smelled of musky men's cologne, dramatic as a hint of dark chocolate in the air. And I couldn't help but imagine that was the proof I needed. A whisper of old Mo Gulizar, always with her. Welcome to the Blackboards. You made it. If you found this hidden website, it's because someone thought you worthy of being here. Congratulations. This is the beginning of your life. You are also a Cordovite. This is the place where you can do anything, reveal anything, but you cannot lie. Go lie somewhere else on the internet and put a fake smile on your face and dumb yourself down into a series of idiot choices like and dislike. Here, while there is total anonymity, there is the belief only in the unassailable truth of things, the Cordova truth, the complexity of the human mind and resilience of the human spirit, the desire for terror, the desire for love, the desire for emotional experiences that rip you apart. This site is a terrifying reality, a sacred works place, a dangerous wood, a place where you can discuss and question everything your family and friends, your religion, your society is threatened by and afraid of. This is a world away from what is glossy and commercialized, a place that is dirty and eerie and horrifying, messy and ugly and fascinating, a place that has no bottom and no walls. There is only the fight for something worthy here, something honest. Cordova, that is what he urges us to find within ourselves in all of his work, our honest selves. Cordova has nothing to do with this site. He might not even know it exists. This was created by his most serious fans as an extension of what he, whoever he is, has done for us. Point the way down the dark tunnel that will set us free. Fear is the first step. Warning: if we find that you in any way are debilitating this raw and wild space, there will be consequences. We believe in freedom of expression and complexity, but we, the creators of this blacked-out corner, will fight to keep it black. The creators of the Blackboards. Sovereign, deadly, perfect.